from some of the condolences messages that have come through that were read last night by the Deputy President, that is Kithure Kindiki, who is the co-chair of the planning committee for this particular funeral. And just a recap is that today, after the viewing exercise, well, the body will be transported via road to his home in Bondo, Siaya County. Of course, yesterday we were talking about it and we said it is a short distance, but it might take a little bit of time because it will be slow to give people an opportunity standing by the road to be able to bid their goodbye to the former Prime Minister, and before he is laid to rest tomorrow at his home in Bondo. All right, Bogesha. We have already arrived in Kisumu. Before we come back to talk about how the future looks like post Raila Odinga, what's your expectations today? What are some of the expectations today in terms of this morning exercise?
Well, first of all, the people of Kisumu, to the people of Kisumu, whom I must say, probably some of the most affected by this. Something about Raila which should not be forgotten. Raila could easily have become an MP in Siaya, somewhere in Bondo or whatever. If he picked any constituency, rural constituency, anywhere, in part of Nyanza, he would have been elected. But Raila is this man who built the urban constituencies of Kenya. You know, that's why you find that Kisumu, the urban Kisumu, he had much more stronger support because he built the younger people in the cities who are mostly his followers. So this business of younger people, and that's why the party would last longer. Israel actually cultivated the interest of young people into politics, and that's why he had a strategy, or I don't know how he ended up saying, no, I'm not going to run in a rural constituency. I'll run in Nairobi. I'll run and rally the entire Nairobi. You know, he was MP for Langata, but surely the whole Nairobi was his. He could actually win almost everywhere, Nairobi. Yeah. So that is Raila for you. So Mombasa, an urban constituency, supported him. Any urban area in Kenya found Raila there. Even Eldoret, even Kapenguria, where I come from, because people in the urban areas have a different brand of politics. They follow politics. People in rural areas don't follow very much of what's going on in the world. So Raila was well known. People who could read the newspapers, who had TVs to watch and radios to listen to when there was no TV, would hear the name of Raila Amolo Odinga. So even where he did not reach, in West Pokot, when he became Minister for Roads in West Pokot, he was able to, he has a name, he has a whole, there's a place, a center there called Raila, you know, in West Pokot. Yeah. And so I'm just saying that this gentleman wanted to have a national, a national imprint, and he did, because through his interest in the younger people, in the urban people. So what is the future for us? Surely, as Raila takes into the stage, who else has that kind of control? Even among our leaders, who else has total control of our urban areas? I mean, you would wonder how he had support in almost every county. Okay. Because
what's the criteria of building that particular support for any upcoming politician?
What are the chances? Because it's not easy to begin now. You know, and that's why ODM stood for 20 years under Raila. I am very sure that ODM will struggle after Raila. I am very sure about that. They have to go to the drawing board and see what did Raila have that the future leader of ODM needs to have to hold the party together. In any case, look at what ODM has done, and ODM has taken all its stronger people, all the strong leaders in the ODM, and put them in government. So you find former chairmen are all in government, and all the deputy party leaders went into government to serve as ministers, which means they cannot they cannot be very active in politics. You know, they probably won't be able to help in whatever happens in the party, because they are already consumed with running affairs of state. People like Wandai, people like Badi, people like Joho, people like Paranya, and so on. So that is almost a team that you have surrendered to government, and now they cannot be very vocal because of the whatever what they have sworn to do for us in government. So I do believe that the future is drawing boards. The future for all political parties. Remember, we in the country have lowered the value of political parties. We really don't respect political parties very much. How did you survive for 20 years? Everybody, Uhuru Kenyatta came and started a party the year of election and won, and that party was dissolved. Ruto came in with the party that he had, Mheshimiwa Ruto, and he won in this party, and this party is looking like now it may not even last for too long, because it is what you call it, almost a mixed manifesto type of thing, and we don't know. And William Ruto before that had another party that dissolved. Everybody, we don't have permanency in political parties. But Raila decided to keep ODM. Even when he ran under the umbrella organization that came, he maintained that ODM remains a strong political party. 20 years strong. Now, the future of ODM is in question. The future of many parties today will be in question, because Kenyans are like this. Towards an election year, we drop what we have developed and we start afresh. And maybe now part of ODM will be part of a new organization, a new party organization, that now may take some of the ODM members away from ODM. And whatever remains in ODM will probably not be not last for too long, unless there come a person like Raila, who is a glue, who can hold everything together, which I don't, for the time being, I don't see who that person is. And I don't know. I mean, right now it's in the hands of Oburu. Maybe Oburu speaking tomorrow during the burial, whatever he says to the people to remain in the party. There were already jitters in the party. Remember, even when Raila was here, even when Raila was alive, he's the one who's holding those groups together. Okay, he's the one who holds those groups together, and you could see somebody like Sifuna. Sifuna even did not support this broad-based. Okay, and he says it openly, and Raila is there, and Raila will still defend him, because Raila understands the value of the younger generation, and he put all his time mentoring younger leaders, which is not what other people are doing. He's probably the only person I know who never became president, but he was president of a party who grows younger people into leadership. And you would wonder how Sifuna survives there without Raila. Okay. So I don't know what will happen to him after here, but he's probably going to be one of the determinants in it. And I wish Oburu well as he thinks about how he can hold this party together. All right. Yeah.
Of course, the military chopper carrying the remains of, that is the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga there. Expect that to be able to start making its way, or to, that is Mamboleo grounds, where already there's a crowd waiting to start now the viewing exercise, so which is to view the body of the former Prime Minister. And of course, there are also videos and clips of people waiting for the body outside the Kisumu International Airport, and of course it will not be going via road, it will be flown to the Mamboleo grounds for the viewing exercise that will start at around 9 a.m. all the way to the late in the afternoon, before it is transported to his home in Bondo. Okay. MP Gakuya, we've talked about you know, now the future of a political party that seems now to be in limbo, reflected on whether there's anyone who has the capacity to actually fill the shoes of the former Prime Minister, and that is Raila Odinga. And, you know, from our assessments and pundits, nobody has that particular capacity to be able to do that. And also just, you know, what now will be the political scene moving forward. But I want to look at, because he had mentioned something important in regards to when you are closer to elections, there's a new political party. After that, then it is broken, then we start afresh and all that. What does that speak of our political parties in terms of ideologies? Do we have political parties that stand for something that will make them, you know, last longer, as opposed to just be tools for election cycles?
I would say, going by the tradition, we have seen Wiper rebranding to a new name. We have seen NAC, which was Madakar was NAC, rebranding to a new name, and NLP. And therefore, it is very easy also to find Jubilee rebranding itself. And this element of rebranding is when you think that, in fact, you want to market yourself as a fresh party. What I would say, it's a lot of genius and wisdom with Raila to have made ODM survive for this long. And what will also not make ODM to survive going forward in a united front is the ideologies. Because you see, the Secretary General has a different ideology with a young generational team. And the other team has a different ideology. I remember Buru one time pushing an agenda that those who feel that they are not comfortable in ODM should quit. So if that is the tune he will bring in, then I can automatically tell you, this team will split. Probably what they will do, they may not directly move to another party, but they can easily come up with a new party, which is very possible. And that party will flourish. And what they will do, probably, they will not be having an opportunity to field a presidential candidate, but they can merge with others like-minded parties. That is very possible. And as Minister has alluded to, it will require a lot of wisdom to hold together ODM going forward. And I can tell you for sure, if Jubilee splitted, after a lot of, remember during when the current president was the deputy president of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in their second term, they made very many parties obsolete. Because they wanted all these parties to make one strong party. But this never gave them their intended outcome. Because remember, at the end of the day, William never contested his presidential ticket using Jubilee Party. He brought in UDA. And that is how Jubilee was left as a shell. Remember Jubilee, when having an incumbent who was exiting, was only able to manage 22 elected. Forget about nominated, but 22 elected. That is telling you that it's a very dismal performance. And that tells you it is heading the same route that Kano took. The problem here is, one, that unity of purpose. Because if you can have unity of purpose, today's still Jubilee is the one who could be in power. Because if they could have allowed Ruto to contest on a Jubilee, the Jubilee still could be in power. And most likely it could have gone further. But today, it is not possible because of those miscalculations. Going forward, UDA, it may not materialize because remember, it has started performing negative, and it has a lot of jitters in public. So there can be a possibility of a coalition between ODM, UDA, and few others, which might come with a different name, probably. And that's, in this case, I would want to say that that image of UDM, at this particular time, going to this particular election, it will depend on their wisdom. If they decide to work with Ruto, probably that party will come to an end.
That is UDA.
That party will come to an end. Yes. It will be swallowed.
ODM.
ODM will be swallowed once and for all. The protection that Raila has protected its image for these 20 years will come to an end. Because one, it will create a split. And that split will not a small split. It might be a split that will leave this party to be only a party of one region. Yeah. And that particular split might also bring the jitter between Western and Nyanza politically.
Okay, so he mentioned something important, and you know, reducing the party to now a region party. Is that a big thing in this country when it comes to parties now having that identity and just being reduced to as opposed to looking at a party and say this is a national party? You look at a party and say, okay, looking at what we are able to see, it seems like it's a Eastern Party. When you look at Wiper, you look at ODM, would say now it looks like it's just be a Nyanza party. If you're not in that, then maybe you don't stand a chance.
Well, what happens is that because we don't have the enigma, somebody of the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga in this country now, who wants to hold a national party together. What the kind of thing which I call a bit of lazy strategy, if you may call it, is that we now agree that for me to become a leader, I appoint Mheshimiwa here for a particular region to keep that region together. Right. And then you keep that region together. So we've actually split the country, and then we try and now bring it together into one unit at the top. And that's where we lose. That's why we don't have parties that last. And so it's very possible that somebody will think strategically that let's keep this ODM in a particular region, get somebody else to keep the mountain together, get somebody else to keep Rift Valley together, get somebody to keep the coast together. And then these people are the ones we take to the top. And so at the end of the day, there is no national party. And that's how we lose national party. But Raila was able to hold a party that was very national, and hold it for a long time. This ODM. And you tell me, who else can hold a party for 20 years? Kalonzo has tried, but it has changed many times, the names. Okay. The name has changed. From ODM Kenya. It was ODM Kenya, it became Wiper Democratic Movement, now it is Patriotic Front. But rebranding, but at least ODM has remained ODM. The colors haven't changed. They kept the same color, which was from orange those days up to now. They have kept national offices. They have very strong support all over. And that is what is missing in all the other organizations. And so when we look at the fear that should be genuine is ODM without Raila. How much of ODM was actually Raila as a person? And how do you think that comes back to the party now that we've lost him? How do you think it will come back? It's not easy. So anybody who becomes the leader of ODM, and I know many people fight to become leaders of this party, but you could end up with a shell in your hands if you just fight for a position without understanding how do I hold this this big thing in my hands, which has been so well built by Raila and his teams, and how are you going to hold it? That's why it's very difficult for them to agree on who is going to lead this. A normal election of party officials will not help you. You have to go to the drawing board and strategize, say, how do we retain an element or a small piece of what would have been Raila's idea and strategy and his mind. And you know, you cannot duplicate him. You can't. And so you have a situation where after this mourning period, which I think it will be one of the first businesses in ODM, would be then to come and say, surely, is this party going to survive? And they must therefore find a way of compromising with the team that's almost breaking away. You must find a way of compromise. You must find a way of keeping the team together. The Odinga family will play a big role, okay? The current leaders in the party will play a big role. But there is a movement underneath them that is run by the Gen Zs and the younger people, which you have to contain. You have to contain, and it's not going to be easy, by the way.
Okay.
One person that has to be part and parcel of this future of ODM is President Ruto, because he's a beneficiary. And he must also be part and parcel of how ODM survives. If ODM doesn't survive, you know, William Ruto would be a worried man. Yeah, and now he has to think about how to compensate, you know, for the support that Raila used to give. And so he has to be involved in the party of ODM in a way so that he can maintain that that support that ODM has given him.
Okay. And to wonder right there, the factor of William Ruto would also be a big cause of the split.
The factor of William Ruto?
Of course. Because William will not sleep. Because you cannot imagine ODM leaving the stage from supporting the ruling party. And therefore he will put all his muscle to make sure that ODM is still supporting him. But there is a big chunk of that young generation that will be totally against that direction. And to cool them and to contain them is what I'm not seeing anybody there with the muscle to do so. I can tell you, it is genius that Ruto himself, even after when you think that the direction that everybody else is taking is the route that Raila will take, Raila will just come and say something different. And the survival of Sifuna to date is not the party leaders, it is Raila himself. Because the position that the Sifuna and the rest took is a position that if you are the party leader, you could have dismissed them. But Raila has made sure that they are together and they have that's why he said party has what we call party democracy. And that party democracy is not going forward. I'm not seeing it working. Okay.
Right now, and of course, you're seeing pictures on the screen. That is Kisumu Live, whereby residents are actually making their way to that is the Mamboleo grounds to try and bid last respects to the former Prime Minister. And also, the remains of the former Prime Minister right now are leaving the Kisumu International Airport in that military chopper, based on what we've been able to see from the other choppers that have left that particular airport to the Mamboleo grounds. It will take about 2 minutes to be able to, get to Mamboleo grounds and land and, so that the exercise actually begins, because it's not a long journey. It's a very short journey. So in just a few minutes from now, that particular chopper that is now leaving Kisumu International Airport will be landing at the Mamboleo grounds, where the crowd is waiting to start viewing the body. And like I had said earlier, that from the communication that was sent to newsrooms and communicated to the public by the committee, by the planning committee led by Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, is that today's exercise will not have speeches, as opposed to what we've been able to witness yesterday, and maybe what we will witness tomorrow. And today is just a small service that will be conducted in honor of the former Prime Minister. Then the exercise of viewing the body begins, because they want to give much time to this exercise and also just allow as many people an opportunity to be able to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Right now, the military chopper, like you can see there on that particular screen, is about to leave the Kisumu International Airport. The body was flown, of course, from Nairobi by the military aircraft, and that is the Enigma 01 in honor of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. That body, of course, you've seen military owners and being taken from the plane all the way to the aircraft, and now the aircraft is taking off from the Kisumu International Airport, making its way to the Mamboleo grounds, where the exercise of the viewing of the body will begin at around 9 a.m. and happen all the way to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. After the viewing exercise, we also expect the body to be taken via road to Bondo in Siaya County. You do understand that it's also not a long distance, that it will be about 30 minutes, but it might take a little bit of time because of the people that will be lining up on the road to try and bid their goodbye to the former Prime Minister. That is the takeoff of that military chopper making its way to Mamboleo grounds. It will be arriving in just but a few minutes, because it's not a long distance. Of course, when it lands at the Mamboleo grounds, we expect the viewing exercise to begin. And when that particular exercise begins, of course, it will go all the way into late in the afternoon at around 3 p.m. And of course, we did say that it is being granted that much time to allow as many people who have made their way to the Mamboleo grounds, covering the larger western region, an opportunity to try and bid their last respect and goodbyes to the former Prime Minister, who has been a key figure in the Kenyan politics, somebody that has been remembered for the democratic space that we actually do enjoy, has been termed as the father of devolution, having been part of the process, the people that actually did champion for the 2010 constitution, and individual that has been hailed for supporting different regimes, setting aside his own political ambitions for the betterment of the country, and looking at how he's been able to deal with different leaders. Just heard from my panel here on how he got to work with former President Daniel Arap Moi, how he got to work with former President Uhuru Kenyatta, how he got to work with former President Mwai Kibaki, and now how he also got to work with President William Ruto. And of course, yesterday we saw President William Ruto hail Odinga as somebody that held his hand, I beg your pardon, during his time of need, and that was in 2024 when the country had been rocked by protests, especially from the Gen Zs that were rejecting the finance bill, and also the excessive use of force in the country, the issues to do with corruption and bad governance, demanding a better nation, and the country at that particular extent was at a standstill and in turmoil. And he says Raila Odinga came to his aid at that particular moment, reflecting on how he also stood by Raila Odinga before, and that he had no idea that years later they will be in opposing sides, but also working together later on, and how Raila Odinga will later on come to hold his hand and help him steer the leadership, or rather the leadership of this particular country to the right direction. Of course, that is what gave birth to the broad-based government that we are witnessing today, that saw members of the ODM party actually being appointed to different government positions. We saw that is Hassan Joho, who was the former governor of Mombasa, being given the Ministry of Blue Economy. We also saw former governor of Kakamega, that is Wycliffe Oparanya, taking the Cooperatives Ministry. We saw John Bardin, who was a member of the ODM party, take the Treasury. We also saw Opio Andai, who was the minority leader in the National Assembly, now take the Energy Ministry, amongst others, who were appointed for different government positions as a result of the handshake between President William Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and steering this country forward and serving, to some extent, the presidency of President William Ruto. Right, that chopper will be landing any moment from now at the Mamboleo grounds, and that, of course, you can see on the screen, just making its way there, about to land, so that the viewing exercise begins. The body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga left Nairobi in the morning, flown to Kisumu International Airport via a military aircraft and landed in Kisumu at around 7:17 a.m. Then it was then given the military honors, dropped in the Kenyan flag, and taken to the military chopper that you're seeing on your screen at the moment. And now at around 8:14, that particular military chopper left the Kisumu International Airport, making its way to the Mamboleo grounds to now start the exercise that is today's exercise, where the public will now be viewing the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Of course, we continue to bring you up to speed and with live pictures, as you can see on the screen, with what is happening on the ground in Kisumu as we bid farewell to the enigma that is Raila Amolo Odinga. Oh, of course. Oh, okay. So we are landing at the moment. Of course, we've already arrived. Like I said, it's not a long distance. It's such a short distance. Taken close to 2 minutes, right? I've been speaking for 2 minutes. So taken quite a short time to get to Mamboleo, and now we're about to witness that particular body being taken from that military chopper now to give the public an opportunity. Of course, we'll have a short mass, then the public will now start viewing the body of the former Prime Minister. As you can see, also the Mamboleo grounds is quite packed to capacity. People who made their way to that grounds very early in the morning to start the process of viewing the body and bid the son of the soil goodbye. Of course, there's that communication calling on Kenyans to arrive early so that the exercise can actually be smooth, and they will be guided by the military on exactly how to do that. And the prayer is that it becomes as successful as what we witnessed yesterday at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, leaders from the larger Nyanza region, we saw Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, Raymond Omolo. We also saw Gori Senator Eddie Okech, and of course also Opio Wandai, that is the Energy CS. We also saw Senator for Siaya County and the brother to the late Raila Odinga, that is Senator Oburu Oginga, actually calling on the people of Nyanza region and Kenyans at large to mourn Raila Odinga in peace, and also to just allow proper send-off to the former Prime Minister. And Oburu Odinga was very categorical, saying that we will mourn our brother, but let's not overdo it so that it doesn't become too much, and also just so that it becomes a smooth process. There was also a call for peace, to maintain peace during this particular exercise so that Raila Odinga gets the befitting send-off that he deserves. There was also call for the crowd to be peaceful and very well organized so that we don't get to see the use of tear gas to try and calm the crowd, because that was witnessed in Kasarani. Oburu Odinga being very categorical in saying that Raila Odinga has been tear gassed in life. He should not be also tear gassed in death. So let's not see that particular rowdiness that will lead to the use of tear gas to try and calm the crowd. That was the message that he was sending to the public in general, and making a little bit of clarifications in regards to some of the reports that have been put forward, where the actually former Prime Minister wanted to be laid to rest. He says in his last will and testament that the former Prime Minister did indicate he wanted to be buried close next to his parents, that is his father and mother, disputing the reports that his last will and testament has actually been neglected and discarded, and that the Raila Odinga had wished to be buried close to his mother and not his father. Oburu Odinga says that is not true. He did not specify on which side exactly, but he did say he wanted to be buried close to his parents, and that is his mother and his father. And posing a question to the public, why is it important? Why do we care where he is buried? Raila Odinga just wanted to be buried next to his parents. That's the military chopper It has landed. Any moment from now, we will start witnessing, of course, the remains of the former Prime Minister being removed from the chopper, now being taken to that particular dais where, of course, the exercise of viewing will begin in just but a few. Of course, it is, you know, a casket dropped in the Kenyan flag, all this, you know, the military taking charge because it is a state funeral. And of course, you know, just given the respect that he deserves as a former prime minister, also a prominent political figure in the country. Gakuya,
maybe the other concern is how to balance the tradition and now somebody's will. Because we have seen yesterday, rural cultural leaders were in court trying to seek an order to stop the burial, since they have their own belief that there's some particular issues that have to take place. To balance them, I also believe that it's like we are learning that we should keep forgetting the wood customary and the manner that we have been holding things to be. I think it's a case study that going forward, probably even the community will now start relieving those stiff customary processes. And I think Raila's will is a key that he was very sure. To my tale, I don't want this kind of tug of war between the cultural and the normal way of handling such a body. And I can tell you, his choice of 72 hours, is purposely to reduce all those elements. Yeah. And I think going forward, since I don't think because they are brave of being hunted by ancestors, is something to click again. I think we should now start forgetting those old cultures and buying our future moving forward. Okay.
I was speaking to someone yesterday, and they said the brief and the brief engagement with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, because it was during also, they engaged during a funeral exercise, and says that during that particular time, what happened was he came out and said, okay, I believe as a country and our cultures, we spend a lot of time when it comes to funeral. And with all that, it becomes too expensive even for the funeral itself, because now you have to put someone there for a week or two as you prepare to actually lay him to rest. And he's like, that is too much. So I don't know. How does that shape, you know, even because the leader of his stature, some people will argue and say we needed enough time to be able to mourn this.
No, listening yesterday, in fact, there's an aspect of Raila that most people also don't seem to know very well, is his religious side. And we heard yesterday from his bishop that Raila is actually a very staunch supporter of the Anglican Church in his Bondo. Raila managed to be kind of a leader in all situations, basically, and even in the religious realm, he was there. And the conflict is that he's also the patron of the Luo cultural traditional leadership, which is like the care and the Luo Council, Council of Elders, and you find that he's there again as a patron, and so it's a very difficult situation, and for him to balance that. To be able to balance that and still be able to say my burial tradition will be Anglican, it will be the Christian tradition, and it has to be followed like that. In fact, one of the controversies is how normally in the Anglican tradition you would not use a Sunday for burial. But for some reason, because I think of the respect that we have, even the church had to agree to do a burial Sunday. And because it's Raila Amolo Odinga. And I don't know whether that means it's a special case, or is it going to be now a way of opening up in the Anglican tradition for anybody, and for that day to be? It's usually not the case. So yeah, and come to see what we're struggling with at this moment is, you've seen that Raila during all burials, he was always there with, he would say a prayer, whatever he was saying to the departed there, and hold his whisk, and I don't know what he was saying to say that, but so he had a way of being able to placate whatever was traditional and still be able to hold on to his Christian roots. And I think basically it's being a genius, being able to handle the traditional culture, the elderships, respect them, and be able to understand how they operate. At the same time, be able to operate how a modern religious my person is. And I thought, so it's strong in the Anglican Church, it's also strong where he is. But he maintained his Christian principles and Christian traditions quite a bit. And as you can see in the Anglican communion, that his wife is a widow now, Ida, has been honored in the church to be the canon, a lay canon, as we call them in our church. That means that family is has a very strong tradition in that particular church, or that they are the religious sector, or the religious body called the Anglican Church. Which, by the way, is going to be another subject one day after that, discussing the Anglican Church the way it is now, the international. The unit is almost divided now because of a new appointment in the Anglican Church of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But we are now here at the center of a situation where I said, how do you balance? Even I, when I'm a leader in the Pokot culture, for example, to balance the traditional ways and balance my current religious beliefs, it's not easy. And many times leaders are drawn to be able to balance, be able to understand both traditions, and be able to somehow work in between the two traditions. And Raila was like that. If you look at his readings and writings and whatever he has said, he has respected the systems, both systems, and operated under both systems seamlessly. So yeah, and one of the things that we're going to have to learn is, as a country, we're going to have to learn what was special that Raila had, what special characteristic that Raila had, that when the bishop was preaching yesterday, and I don't know whether everybody was able to hear that bishop preaching, the Professor Godia, what he was preaching yesterday was the mind of Raila Odinga. He was preaching as an Anglican bishop, and he says, as a bishop, as his bishop, this is what Raila would believed in. And one of the things is instilling to the government of today, say, please, if you really want to honor Raila Odinga, honor his principles as well, you know, honor what he stood for, and respect that. And I don't know whether anybody heard that bishop, because he really came out strongly to say, these things about oppressing people, these things about abduction. This talked about many things, these things about corruption. And he says, Raila would not have loved these things. Raila doesn't like those things. And that is his bishop saying, I confess to you, I say to you what I know Raila would have said. So I think it's very important for us as a country to say, what is this thing that is special about Raila that every leader wanted to associate with? How much of a chunk, how much of the country would he take away if he was not part of government? And that's what worries everybody. Now he's not there. It's either you're going to think about the country, or you're going to think that all those values went with Raila. And if you think that what Raila has left for you, for us in this country, is a question, are we going to honor him with all that he believed in, his principles, his ideals, what he told us many times? the issue of forgiveness, the issue of magnanimity, the issues of selflessness. I mean, are we going to honor him with all that? So those are some of the things that the transitions that we have to deal with as we go forward. And the climax of this state funeral is tomorrow. And how the people in Nyanza and the rest of Kenya who are traveling all the way to Bondo, what you will see there is going to be a mixture. There'll be a religious burial, but the traditional process will be going on at the same time. Okay. Because I mean, he's honored by both traditions. So we're going to see tomorrow, while everything is conducted according to state, that there's another support system that has sustained him for all these years that is going to be, which already began, by the way. They already began the tradition. See the other day a number of people giving cows and bulls for the function. That, so they have already started. The elders, the council of elders is already at the home. So a combination of what Raila survived on. He was able to do both and be able to be strong and be able to lead both, which is a very rare, very difficult situation for most people.
Okay. Very important there. Of course, the final journey of Raila Amolo Odinga. We see now, of course, the casket dropped in the Kenyan flag, the military march there, which is part of the final march as we send the former Prime Minister, give him a befitting send-off, which also really started, of course, the state funeral. Of course, our family members also in attendance there. Following that particular casket slowly as it makes its way into that tent where the viewing exercise will be done, with the members of the public allowed to view the body of the former Prime Minister one last time before it is taken to Bondo in Siaya County, where he will be laid to rest tomorrow. Like we did say, it's an exercise that started, supposed to start at 9. Of course, it's 9:02. Has already started just on time, and starts this early to be able to allow as many people to do this viewing exercise. And yesterday, the communication was that it will not be a long session when it comes to matter speeches. We'll not have speeches today. We'll just have the clergy to some extent doing a service, short service. Then they allow the body to actually be viewed by members of the public. Now it is being placed for that particular exercise and to begin. Gakuya, moving forward, how significant, and when we're writing history, maybe in future, how significant will this particular, the 3 days, the 4 days, I beg your pardon, that we've been able to witness be in future when we're telling the history of this man?
I would say that these are very historic days, and these 4 days will be memorable to many. Remember, Raila and his followers who are all over the country and outside the borders of the country, they cannot all be able to be present to his last respect burial site. But most of them will be following through the live TVs, but in the memory of his supporters, they will remember this procession. And I think it has come on a better way, because everybody could assume that right now, having been so jittery with the ruling government, we could assume that Raila could find his death on a very mysterious way. But now it has come. It has come on a very natural way, where everybody is comfortable that no doubt that there was any element of mischief that has taken place. This, to me, to the memory of Kenyans and the supporters of Raila Odinga, they will sleep well. It could be so difficult for them to, and it could be very extraordinary and alluring if the death could be a cause of suspicious character. But the manner in which this has happened, I think also God prepared for his death on a manner that it could be able to bring chaos in the country. Because if this was, Raila having departed from far away to India, is creating no doubt that he naturally died, and the reasons for his death were very proven by the doctors and very explained. This, to me, it was the right way to go, and I can say God has made it way. God had made its way on a manner that Kenyans and his followers are not going to be so extraordinarily jitter. Let me say what is happening today is that the departure for and the man holding the mantle of his team is also very thick, and people feel that the giant has gone.
All right.
But in their memories, they keep remembering that he was honored and he rested in peace on an ordered way.
All right.
And the way that it has been, the way that the government agreed to make it a state value, to me, is a big tick, because it comforts his followers that he was given the respect they could wish him to be given.
All right. Thank you so much. And of course, I want us now, I want to hand you over to Kisumu so that we get to listen into the service. Then, of course, we continue this coverage of the funeral of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Tukisalia kusimama kutuelekeza mbele zake jalali aishie milele. Kwanza Ajiki Kodhiamo, kisha Askofu Washington Ogonyongede ataongoza wachungaji wengine kwa maombi. Niombe tumpe nafasi Ajiki Kodhiamo.
Wale Ajiki Kodhiamo. Pinyiruda no, joyede maneno. Pinyiruda no, uge maneno. Pinyiruda no, muge maneno. Pinyiruda no, nami maneno. Agomba wunyalego. Pinyiruda no, muge maneno. Pinyiruda no, nami maneno. Kodhiamo alemo nyasach kuku kubanga sirakuru ini manibolo ramoga juange pinyka wawuotho nyaka Bunyoro Kitara luono oloyo kuro wawuotho wang'ado wabiro Ramogi nyasach Ramoga juang ineno ka jaduong' no ochung' e dho nam ewi got kong'iyo to neno ni kaka maber ma jokanyanam betie. Imiyowa jotelo ajoma urano alogo, imiyowa ji malich. Raila Amolo Odinga ng'i biro mondo ipudhe e dierwa walami wuoth kodwa ket chunya mondo kama ber par piny mar Kenya to moloyo par luo nyingi mondo yud duong' weche duto mawacho ojo polo malo piach e polo malo piach e polo malo piach.
Asante Askofu Washington Ogonyongede, na naomba Askofu Zakio Sokoth naye asongewe vizuri.
Haya, tufunge macho, tuombe Mwenyezi Mungu aumba mbingu na nchi. Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, siku hii ya leo ni siku za huzuni nyingi kwa wakazi wa Kisumu, wakazi wa Nyanza, wakazi wa Kenya wote kwa jumla. Baba, tunakuja kuombea mwili wa mwenda zake, rafiki yetu ya ndani kabisa, Right Honorable Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga. Baba, wakati huu tunaomba kwa mwili wake, naomba Mwenyezi Mungu umbariki mkewe ambao tunampenda sana, ambao wanamtumaini kwa mambo yote. Kwa hiyo saa hii Baba ana huzuni nyingi wa kupoteza mpendwa wake ambao ni mke bwana wake. Mungu mbariki mama wetu mpendwa Her Excellency Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, na Baba naomba kwa mtoto wake Rosemary Odinga na Raila Junior na Winnie. Mungu wafiche chini ya mabawa yako. Baraka yako ionekane kwa miji wa rafiki yangu kwa mwaka nyingi. Na Baba, maombi yetu ifike mbele yako, tukijua kwamba wakati huu mwana wa lego yuko pamoja nawe katika mahali pema peponi. Mungu bariki watu wote na ubariki Kenya, na amani iendelee. Tuombe, tufanye maombolezi yetu kwa mpendwa wetu na amani, shukrani paka kutoka hapa paka Bondo. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunaomba wewe utulie watu wote, wa vijana wote, wampe heshima ya mwisho kwa rafiki yetu, ili tumsindikize na furaha na amani utokaje juu mbinguni. Ninaomba nikijua kwamba umeifanya, na ni kwa jina la Yesu Kristo aliye mkombozi wetu. Amen and amen. Hapa naweka kwa ndugu wetu Bishop Sakaya kwa ndugu atacho.
Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Farewell prayer for the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. O God, our Creator, you are the Father of all goodness. We thank you for the life of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and the many years you gave him. Raila was our Prime Minister, was indeed many things to many people of Kenya, of East Africa, of Africa, and indeed of the world. He dedicated his entire life to the service of the people of Kenya and beyond, and through the works of his, together with the other Kenyans, enabled the Constitution of 2010 and its attendant institution to being enacted. As a leader of opposition party, he participated in many elections despite winning 3 elections in our country and its results being short-changed. Raila would always forgive and moved on. He taught us forgiveness he accepted the verdict of the Supreme Court, thus teaching us about the importance of belonging to the rule of law, shaking hands with those who were pronounced as presidents. He had the heart of forgiveness. O Lord our God, your servant Raila Amolo Odinga put the love of our country first and foremost. He always put his Kenya first. May he always learn from him the management of his example. And preach peace for our motherland, Kenya at all times, and enabled importance of freedom of speech. Almighty God, I thank you for having given me the courage to save the life after his second detention. Can I get to beginning? Lal kingima Yesu. Yasai no lal kode mutere Egypt. Anbe kane marai lobiro. Na lal kode na kurugu chako tiyo mokendo. Today, as we bid him farewell, we thank you, Almighty Father, that you enabled Raila Amolo Odinga, after his self-exile, to initiate together with others vibrant political parties which have helped to improve and shape our democracy. As an engineer, we thank you, oh Lord God, for insight you gave Raila to design by passing our cities, many highways and roads serving our beautiful country, Kenya. Finally, your servant, Raila Amolo Odinga, taught us the importance of respect for life. He abhorred any spelling or brand of any Kenyan, young or old. May you, Almighty God, receive our faithful servant home, and may he who lives and reigns of the Holy Spirit, God forever.
Asanteni sana watumishi wa Mungu. Watumishi wa Mungu. Our men of God. Asanteni sana for your service this morning, especially Archbishop Zacchaeus Okoth, who has been a great friend of His Excellency Dr. Odinga. Niombe maafisa wa itifaki tusaidiane wakati askofu anasaidiwa kuelekea upande mbadala. Kuna nafasi ya kuketi imetengewa viongozi wa kanisa. Asanteni sana. Asante, tuelekeze hapo kwa heshima na kwa polepole. Thank you, men of God. Thank you, men of God, for your service. Thank you. Samahani kidogo, thank you. Asante.
DJ tupe huo wimbo.
DJ Spider-Man.
Pokaneni Yesu, kinywango ngimana. Nende pokaneni Rabi, kiweo ya mawasiwoloya. Pili kadona. Pili lochona.
Peperusha bendera wananchi wazalendo.
Mawasikane no chokore. Imani ngimana. Yesu ratego, simbane no loyo. Baise wiro ya gimumenye. Pokiweo wasiwoloya. Pokaneni Yesu, kinywango Kiwango ngimana Kokane ni rabi Kiweyo ya mawasigo loya Pile pili kedona Amina yo Pile pili lochona Kiweyo wasigo loya Mawasikale no chokore Kakimanyo ngimana Esura chego Simane no loyogi Nokeyogi Kiora pirio
Ebu goja samahani Protocol, we are not ready to view yet. We are not ready, but we are not ready to go in. Yes, but we are not ready to go in yet.
DJ Spider-Man.
Waheshimiwa magavana, waheshimiwa mawaziri, tunaomba kwa heshima muweze kuketi kwenye jukwaa kuu. Tunaposubiri kamanda wa jeshi letu la wanamaji tuweze kupokea mwili, aweze kupokea mwili hapa rasmi, kisha tuweze kuendelea. Hiyo ndio itifaki ambayo nimeweza kupewa, tafadhali.
Vile vile nitasisitiza kila jambo litakalotendeka tutawapea mwelekeo. We will guide appropriately on every matter that is going to take place.
Tufunge hiyo gate tafadhali.
I am most humbly requesting our leaders that we wait for
Arocho. Funga hiyo gate tafadhali.
Instructions and directions.
Studio tupe huo muziki ambao ulikuwa umetupa. Tunaposubiri waweze kufika tafadhali kwa muda mfupi, kisha tutaendelea na itifaki tafadhali. DJ DJ, tafadhali tusianze mafarakano. Tafadhali kwa heshima. Kwa heshima tusianze mafarakano. Kwa amani. Wanasiasa wetu tafadhali, tunaomba tusianze hivyo. Hatutaweza kudhibiti. Tufuate itifaki ambayo tafadhali.
Pole pole, wewe unasukuma mpaka askofu.
Tufunge hapo. Funga. Funga hapo tafadhali. Funga hapo. Yes. Yes. Tutulie tafadhali. Tunaomba kwa heshima. Mama Aida Odinga aliomba tuomboleze kiongozi wetu kwa amani. Na ninaomba tafadhali una watu ambao walikuchagua, ukiweza kukaidi hawa wananchi watakufuata. Tafadhali. Studio tupe muziki tafadhali. Shikilia kidogo wakili Otienda Amolo aweze kuendelea tafadhali.
Jothurwa Malien Jakom en mar state waluru kaka giwacho mondo gini odhi mayot kata wan wabunge hie joma noseneno ringre baba ok onego dhi kanyo ni
tukubaliane hivi, kuna mipango imepangwa kabambe. Jana tulikuwa na watu 1500 Nairobi, kila mmoja alipata nafasi, na mimi naona wananchi wa Kisumu wametulia tuli. Sehemu ambayo hatufuati maagizo ni hapa jukwani, na hiyo ni makosa makubwa.
Wakwayo jotelo manie tent mondo wuogi oduoge dais kaindi. Mheshimiwa Governor Nyong'o and the team, please, if you could lead back all the leaders to the stands so that we make it easy for the officers. Jothurwa wakwayo jotelo manie tent, jomanie tent mondo owuog oko. Kaito jomanika vijana manikagi ne boluru jomani mbele kagi te. We have all the leaders back. I think you can play the music.
Takwa yun mondumia yo ka sama jotelo duogo koni. Erokamano. Spider, yes. Alando kama sama wadhine no ringre jatendwa jotelo man ka biro rito komondi watieki gi jopiny kaito koro jotelo misango.
Asante sana mwenzangu. Wananchi wazalendo wa kaunti ya Kisumu, tunaomba tuweze kuendelea kuwa na utulivu. Muda mfupi tokea sasa tutaweza kufungua umma kuweza kutazama mwili wa kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga kwa uwanja huu wa Jomo Kenyatta hapa Kisumu. Our security team, tafadhali muhakikishe kwamba VIPs wanaweza kuletwa huku juu ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba. Tafadhali tuweze kuwa watulivu. Our security team. Haya, asante wananchi wazalendo.
Jothurwa
tafadhali. Tusonge nyuma tafadhali tuweze kuapisha maafisa wetu.
Hapo wawao fungua hapo ili maafisa waingie.
Fungueni hapo. Tutoke hapo tafadhali kwa heshima. Tutoke hapo tafadhali kwa heshima. Tuweze kuapisha wanajeshi wetu tafadhali kwa heshima. Munaomba muweze kupisha wanajeshi wetu tafadhali.
Nyinyi mulio hapa nyote musonge kwanza. Adui Nyang, kila mmoja hapa aondoke. Songa nyuma wewe.
Tusonge tafadhali.
Asante. Namna hiyo.
Thank you.
Kuja kabisa hivyo unavokuja. Fungua
Songa
hapo
nyuma.
sasa. Fungua. Wewe kijana mwenye kofia, rudi nyuma. Asante. Fungua hapo kabisa. Wow. Adui Nyang, fungua hapo kabisa. Fungua hapo kabisa ili hawa viongozi wetu waweze kuingia na tuendelee na shughuli hii.
Munachelewesha nafasi ya kupeana wananchi kutazama.
Jothuru angeuru ni kumudhie ni okubineno ringre. Navy commander manyaka donji eka ya ringre baba eka wabro neno. Koro onge tiende dhiruo kacha ni donjo kacha. Duok chien mondo donji mondo yawnwa mondo wachaki.
Asante. Tuelewane hivi. Sisi ni watu wanyenyekevu na watiifu. Lakini lazima heshima itadumu hapa siku ya leo. Na tumeshampokea pamoja na viongozi wengine ambao tutajuzwa na mwenzangu kutoka kikosi cha idara ya jeshi ya taifa. Wananchi kule pembeni ni waombe muendelee kuwa watulivu kama mulivyo, na ni washukuru sana. Nyinyi ni watu wazuri.
Mwenzangu kidogo tu tena niweze kuomba kwa heshima. Hapo jana tuliweza kuwa maeneo ya Nyayo, uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo. Ni uwanja mkubwa kuliko huu. Halaiki na maelfu ya waombolezaji waliweza kufika kuomboleza kiongozi wao. Hatukuona haya ambayo tunaona hapa. Na Mama Aida aliwaomba kwa heshima. Mama Aida aliwaomba kwa heshima muweze kuomboleza kwa amani. Na akaomba amani, amani, amani. Tafadhali wananchi wa Kisumu, tunaomba tusiweze kuwa na mafarakano, tusiweze kusukumana. Asante sana. Ningependa kutambua kuwasili kwake mkuu wa jeshi letu la wanamaji akiwa ameandamana na General Officer Commanding Western Command pamoja na naibu inspekta jenerali wa polisi Bwana Gilbert Masengeli kuweza kuendesha ratiba hii rasmi mahali hapa. Shikilia kidogo. Officers from National Police Service. Officers from National Police Service, kindly occupy. Tafadhali. Polisi wa kitaifa mnaomba kuja hapa kwenye lango kuu. Mnaomba kuweza kufika hapa kindly mahali Deputy IG ameweza kuonyesha mkono wake. Tafadhali.
Wewe wawinjire uru akanyo ayeweche mang'eny. Aikanyo wuod ng'ane.
Kujeni hapa tafadhali.
Namna hiyo. Kila mmoja aondoke. Kila mmoja. Na hiyo ni agizo lazima ifanyike. Kila mmoja. Hawa watu 10 wamebaki ndio wametuzuia kuendelea.
Tuondoke hapo tafadhali. Tuondoke hapo.
Siusonge tu jamani ndugu yangu. Suda. Kamano.
Polisi tafadhali tuhakikishe hao wote wameondoka hapo.
Pole pole.
Tuhakikishe wameondoka hapo tafadhali.
Pole pole, asante. Suda. Songa tu pole pole.
Tuhakikishe wametoka hapo.
Pole pole, ni hawa wachache tu. Wananchi wengine hawana shida. Hawa wachache wasonge.
Kina mama tutoke hapo tafadhali.
Nyinyi moja kwa moja musonge, hata nyinyi mko na reflector, songa.
Tusonge sasa. Tuachie polisi hapo tafadhali. Police take charge ya hiyo gate tafadhali. Tuondoke hapo tafadhali.
Asante. Kila mmoja asonge,
Asante. Tutoke tafadhali.
Mama, songa jamani. Biblia inasema usituweke kwa majaribu jamani. Mama, songa tu mwenyewe.
Songe tafadhali. National Police Service officers, let's take charge of that place kindly.
Haya, sasa naomba sasa tunaanza rasmi ratiba ya kutizama mwili wa baba yetu. Wale walio kwa jukwaa hii, utashuka, utapita moja kwa moja, ukisha utizama unaelekea upande wangu wa kushoto kama unaondoka. Tukimaliza na hapa, njia ya kuingia kwa wananchi wapendwa uwanjani ni geti nambari 6 ambaye ni mkono wangu wa kulia, na kuondoka geti nambari 8 mkono wangu wa kushoto. Ukisha tizama unaenda moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo tunaanza upande wangu wa kulia kuanzia geti nambari 6. Tafadhali sasa wananchi wako tayari kuanzia hapo kupita katikati kuelekea. Tuanze na wananchi wapendwa upande wangu wa kulia. On my right, sasa we are ready to admit the great people of Kisumu and this region to view the body of His Excellency. Ninaomba sasa waruhusiwe na kwa pole pole, usisukume mwenzako, iko nafasi ya kutosha. Wamenisikia na agizo hilo wamelielewa vizuri. Tunaenda kwa upole. Tunaenda kwa upole. Foleni ni moja. Wewe usipite laini bwana. Panga laini ndugu yangu. Ngoja Spider. Hivi nimefanya tangazo ambayo inaeleweka. Kuingia ni upande mmoja, kutoka upande wa gate 6, kuondoka ni gate 8. One straight line. It is very very clear. One straight line. Unaanzia kule mwisho, unazunguka, unaondokea upande mmoja. We have no two lines. Entry direction ni moja. Unaenda mpaka kule mwisho, ukimaliza unapiga kona na unaondoka kama umeenda. Hakuna kurudi ndani ya uwanja. Wale wakishaanza sasa, tutaruhusu wananchi walio upande ule ili tuwe na mpangilio mzuri. Foleni ni moja na tujaribu kutembea kwa haraka. Hii kazi itaisha kwa muda mfupi sana. Please, we are viewing from my right to the left. If you are facing the dais, from your left to the right. Na kuondoka ni direction moja. Na hapo mahali mwili huko kusiwe na msongamano hata kidogo. Vile vile usipige picha ya mwenda zake kwa simu yako ya rununu. Tunatizama na kusonga. Tunatizama na kusonga. Basi tunaendelea vizuri. Unaenda upande wa kulia kule mwisho, ndio unazunguka unapita katikati ya askari. Na hapa katikati hakuna kusimama simama. Viongozi wale mko hapo, mutizame na nyinyi pia mupeane nafasi, ili kusikwe na msongamano hapo. Hatutaki msongamano kwa laini. Viongozi tizama na muelekee nyinyi vile vile. Kusiwe na msongamano. Viongozi, nafikiri tumemaliza awamu yetu, tusonge ili laini iweze kusonga. Viongozi, na waomba sasa tusonge ili laini iweze kusonga. Bob Madanji, kindly now lead the leaders away so that we can have space for the rest of the people. Laini ni mpaka mwisho, tafadhali afande. Laini ni mpaka kule mwisho. Mpaka kule mwisho. Na njia ya kutoka unatokea gate 8 tafadhali. Njia ya kutoka unatokea gate 8 tafadhali. Na ukishatizama usirudi jukwani, tuelekee moja kwa moja. Na ninaomba tupee familia ikiongozwa na Raila Odinga Junior nafasi. Asante Raila Odinga Junior na familia ya baba pamoja na ujumbe huo. Asante sana. Basi naomba sasa kwanza wale walio kwa laini tumalizane na wao kwanza kabla tufungue tena. Na nione watu wakiondoka kuelekea kwa gate namba 8. Tafadhali. Huo msongamano uko hapo sasa uishe. Kwanza huo msongamano uishe. Na wale mliotizama, njia ya kutoka ni upande wangu wa kushoto. Tafadhali maafisa, tuelekeze watu huko. Tusiruhusu watu kurudi kwa jukwaa tafadhali. Njia ya kutoka ni kule. Asante ya Jiki Kodhiamo kwa kutii. Asante. Kila mmoja fuata hiyo laini tukielekea. Kwanza tumalize msongamano huo. Tumalize msongamano huo na tusisukumane. Wananchi tuendelee, tunaendelea vizuri. Asante. Asante, asante. Tusonge, tusonge, tusonge. Asanteni maafisa wa usalama. Ukitizama unaelekea ili tuende kupanga shughuli zingine kule mjini Bondo. Kusikue na msongamano na wengine wapate nafasi. Wale wametizama, pita katikati ya askari moja kwa moja paka nje ya uwanja. Tujaribu ndio laini iweze kusonga. Tujaribu sana. Tusonge. Familia yako inakuhitaji. Upande wangu wa kulia gate 6 tafadhali. Kule sasa inaweza funguliwa ili tuenze kusonga mpaka tumalize. Tafadhali nyinyi mutangoja. Na nyinyi vijana hapa hamutatupanga. Wananchi pole pole. Asante. Usisukumane. Tuko hapa kwa ajili yenu. Hakuna mtu anaruhusiwa kwenda moja kwa moja. Kila mtu mpaka mwisho wa laini kule. Tafadhali. Ili tusilete shida. Kila mtu mwisho wa laini kule. Mwisho kabisa tafadhali. Mwisho kabisa. Asante afande. Thank you. Mwisho wa laini kabisa. Usiingie katikati. Wale munaingia pole musisukumane. Please. Hii ni siku yenyu. Kila mmoja atapata nafasi yake. This is your day. Kila mtu anaenda mwisho nyuma ya laini. Na hapa tukimaliza tunafunga kabisa, pasiingie mwingine. Kwa sasa wananchi tujaribu tufanye haraka, maana tuko wengi sana. Doluo.
Asante sana mwenzangu Mdomo Bagi. Tunasema ya kwamba tafadhali tunaomba baada ya kuona mwili tafadhali usipate nafasi ya kuregea hapa jukwani tafadhali. Wakwayo nikise neno ringre jaduong kiki kao tulo mar duogo mala kiwanja ka tafadhali. Waneno jaduong to wawuok line en achiel tafadhali. Wadonjo gi gate namba 6 to wawuok gate namba 8. Ukishaona mwili tafadhali tusaidiane mupate nafasi ya kusonga ili wengine pia wapate kuona. Bagi.
Thank you. Tufuate hapa vile tunaelekezwa, tutumie upande wa nyuma. Vile tunaelekezwa ndio tufunge hapa sasa. Asante. Asante sana. Asanteni wananchi kwa kuwa watiifu, naona tunaendelea vizuri. Selector, utanipea nyimbo ya kupoza nyoyo zetu kwa umbali. Nyimbo ambazo zitapoza nyoyo zetu kwa umbali.
Yeah. Baada kuona mwili tafadhali pata nafasi ya kuachia wengine pia waone. Wakwayo ni kiseneno bodi kao thuolo mondo iwene jomoko mondo onen. Waikore maber Kisumo ka, wan gi kwe makende kaka nokwa ni mondo wabed gi kwe kendo wakonyre uru waduto mondo wabed gi kwe.
Right, of course, the viewing process of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga currently underway in Kisumu, that is Jomo Kenyatta Mamboleo grounds. Of course, you can what we're witnessing right now is quite a huge crowd that made its way to that particular grounds to be able to pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. A little bit of an issue when it comes to handling the crowd, but all is well at the moment. So the process has already begun, with the Kenyans urged to pass by the coffin to be able to see the body of the former Prime Minister and also allow others to do the same. Now, this process is expected to continue all the way into the afternoon, that is around 3 p.m. and so that each and every person that has made their way to the stadium gets an opportunity to pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The body, of course, was flown from Nairobi in a military aircraft and landed at the Kisumu International Airport. Then from there it was airlifted to the Mamboleo grounds in a military chopper, and now that the particular process has already begun. Where he is actually going to be laid to rest, and that is tomorrow Sunday at his recap of what we've witnessed in terms of the crowd management and what this has been.
Hello? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But before we do that, I don't know. Do I take a little bit of what we are seeing in terms of the kind of condolences in regards to the former Prime Minister, and this, of course, is the 44th President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, says Raila Odinga was a true champion of democracy, a child of independence. He endured decades of struggle and sacrifice for the broader cause of freedom and self-governance in Kenya. Now, time and again, I personally saw him put the interests of his country ahead of his own ambitions, like few other leaders anywhere. He was willing to choose the path of peaceful reconciliation without compromising his core values. Through his life, Raila Odinga set an example, not just for Kenyans, but across Africa and around the world. I know he will be missed. Michelle and I send our deepest condolences to his family and to the people of Kenya. That is the 44th President of the United States of America, former President Barack Obama. Of course, sending his condolences to the Odinga family and the people of Kenya at large. Of course, you can see the photo there. The four of them, that is Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, and of course, Ida Odinga and Raila Odinga. Right. Right, Pogisho, as we go back to Kisumu to just look at what is happening there, the crowd that we saw today and what that particular crowd management looks like, of course, and we do understand that even outside the stadium, we still have quite a huge number of people.
Yeah, it's not easy, by the way, to to manage the crowds at this point, especially in Kisumu. Partly because the stadium is a smaller stadium. Look at the surging crowds, and they have not arrived, all of them. And the problem with wanting to see Baba in Kisumu is that this is where the biggest population of urban Kisumu is situated, the Kondele area. And you see, what you see in the stadium is a small number compared to what's outside the stadium. And those from outside are coming in. So right now, they're very orderly, and they're being guided very quickly. Just have a glimpse and go, glimpse and go. If it stays like that for the whole day, that's a better way of managing it. But I don't know if that is very possible, given those who are coming in, who have not been instructed, and sometimes some people are not even satisfied that they have seen for the first time. They will come back again and see if they can see another chance. And those are the things that make it difficult. I saw a number of people who probably were from Nairobi, and they were all there. Again, some of the leaders who went there, and there's no other function there other than viewing the body. So some of those people should be directed somewhere else to go and do other things, so that the people of Kisumu, the people who have not yet believed with their own, they've not even believed that Raila is gone, and now is a chance to see that he's actually gone. Look, so if you tell somebody just view and go, that's what they are doing. Some of them will not be satisfied in that they have seen, but the Askaris are helping to make sure they go quickly. But the numbers are just overwhelming. Look at the numbers. Those numbers, even if you were to take them through a single file, those numbers are overwhelming. And I don't know for how long you can hold that. You can see. What happens normally is now, look.
Are we about to see...
you know, the pressure of that crowd, the crowd. You cannot manage, because it is supposed to be a very peaceful situation. But as they keep coming and building pressure, whatever is retaining them can give way, or cave in or give in. And that is usually what happened. That's what happened a bit later last night in Nyayo. It had happened in Kasarani. It's not easy. The emotion of a person who is loved to the extent that Raila is, especially now that he is in Kisumu. That's now his backyard, and it's actually his city. It's Nairobi and Kisumu and Mombasa. Those are all those big cities are his cities. So yeah, so look at that. Look at that, and of course, he's so well respected there. Is Baba and Mo when it comes to Kisumu, and so there are people who want to see better, see longer. And they're not allowed to do so.
Because some people will argue and say it's quite just a glimpse. It's a very short time to be able to do that. Some people will like,
especially if you are going through the backside. Because there are people who are going through the front side, the two lines, and then there's also watching a glimpse from the backside, this side. And you only come to the end of the casket, and then you see you have a glance.
All right. Before we actually came back on air, we were talking about the kind of person that he was, and you know, let me just pick what I'd asked earlier in terms of with your own interactions, you know, both at office and maybe at home, as a friend. How was he interacting? Was he the same person across board, or different in terms of the situation?
I think Raila tried to be everything to everyone, a different thing, a different character. When he was in a political rally, it was totally different. When he goes home, you find a man who is just a father, a grandfather, and more relaxed when it comes to his home. When you share a meal with him at the table, it's not dealing with you in terms of political. You're just his guest. And some people go there to see him to help them with this or that. And once you've been given a chance to go to the home, you are basically treated like a very valued guest, and he very much wants to limit, too much of office work there or too much of pressure there. You try and relax at home more. When it comes to the office, then you see the real champion of industry. You see a guy who is corporate. You see a man who is very organized in his office, the Capitol Hill. very organized, and any other office that he has held. Even when he was Prime Minister, his office was very, very organized. If you have an appointment and you've been shortlisted to see him, he will begin with the people who, in that order, people who came first. But he will still see you at your time, and that was the good thing. But it's very organized, and I think the reason why he never lost friends is that, you know, if you have got an appointment with Raila and he has said come on this date at that hour, he will see you. That is now just before maybe he got sick, but really that's the kind of person that he is. He would probably not take much of this work home because he wants to finish it in the office. But he had the strength to sit through and see all the people who came to his office. He had the energy, and I believe that you know, he was strong almost to the very end of his life, and he would still make appointments. The good thing about it is that it always put together a strong team. So when you get to the office, the team has already set everything in order for you and for him. So he would come and maybe say hello along the way, but get into his office and the process begins. So that was nothing. Now, so that is how he is. And then I'm not sure, I've not been to his other businesses to see how he is when he's doing other businesses. But I know that in the corporate office, that is a very disciplined.
Let me ask you, he must have been a very busy man for somebody who did not have, who did not necessarily be a government official during that particular period of time, of course, after the 2013 elections, because he was just an opposition figure. Yet, you know, he scheduled the way you put it, and even, you know, until his death, he was still just very active and working and all that. What is it that he was bringing to the table for people to be thronging his office like that as an opposition figure?
But you know, by the way, one of the things that I realized after all these many years working with Raila is that he, I don't know, I think he sleeps very little. His working time stretches beyond the 8 hours and 12 hours that we talk about. I think he overworks himself. I think he works a lot. Because he is available, he keeps so busy, and you would wonder, busier than even when he was a minister. He's busier than when he's in government, and he keeps being busy when he is not even in office. And you know, he has even dignitaries who go to government offices also make appointments to go see Raila, and you would wonder, what is it that he does? Is it his connections? Because he's also consulted on other issues. He's consulted on international matters. You know, he has given himself the task of participating in peace activities within the troubled parts of Africa. For example, so when people come and they need his help, because also they need for him to make a decision or help them make decisions, they will come to him. But Raila also remained very true in his character, that even when the presidents have not, you know, welcomed him to their offices, when he made an appointment with the president, he always had a way to get his appointments. And so other dignitaries who want to see, say government officials, for example, would go to Raila. And Raila had his own ways of getting those appointments. And I think that is, he had that word which keeps coming back called the enigma. His mystique is sometimes, you know, you would think he's got skills that are not just normal skills. How to retain the power, how to retain power within himself, that if he called a president, they would take his call. And he would then make appointments if people wanted to make appointments. So it's something that you need to understand, that after so many years of slowly growing into the hearts of people, that he has people just trust him. People just trust him. They trust him to the extent that they want to go and talk to him. in his office. They want to go and discuss things, matters with him in the office.
Yeah.
So, not necessarily to ask for anything. I mean, just
to have a conversation.
Just to have a conversation with, pick his brain, pick his mind, and his experience.
Now, let me ask you, because that particular office, and we'll come back and talk about now what happens to the office itself. But those are quite a number of controversy surrounding the office of that is Capitol Hill. Whenever there's a cabinet reshuffle, then you see, some of the principal secretaries and even cabinet secretaries now going to Raila Odinga to shake his hand, especially after the broad-based government, and even before. Whenever, during the handshake, to some extent, we used to see some leaders, and now people will say, okay, now that they've gone to visit Raila Odinga, whatever scandal they're facing at the moment, that is now water under the bridge. What do you say to that?
It is, first of all, it's in the nature of the man, Raila Amolo Odinga, that is available. You can actually go and see. You can actually go discuss. If he finds that what you're saying is credible, he needs to make a phone call. There's a handshake, for example. That's when people troop there to try their luck. I mean, to also try and say, if there's any chance, I'm here. And he knows all of them anyway. He already. And again, he has a very good team that already have helped him in for example, in shortlisting and in recommending and things like that. So everybody goes there. I mean, you wish for him to hear your story and see if he can actually help you, and because that is his selflessness, If he was a guy who, for example, had tendencies of nepotism or things like that, we would have seen him put people from his community in all those positions when he got them. But as you can see how he spread all those positions, all the way from Mombasa to Turkana for cabinet secretaries, for permanent secretaries or principal secretaries from all over. And he did that knowing that he's already built a team. And I just wanted to go back and say, if you go to that office of Raila, you go to that office, you'll find the people there are not necessarily your tribesmen, It's got a mixture of everybody in that office in positions that they make decisions on that office. So he's actually got, he needed to be Baba to all. He wanted to become a Baba for all Kenyans. He wanted to show that he can, he's actually a nationalist and a Pan-Africanist and all those things that go with it. If you look at what Obama has said, Obama, again, Obama's influence, Raila's influence to all the people who have known him, Obama just summarized it. And if you are to talk from the days of people like Fidel Castro, people like, in the days of, Germany and all those places in Europe, he would probably have got friends there. And it is very easy for him to retain those friends. And this is something that we have to learn. If I met you, for example, and you're the president of Kenya, like Obasanjo, and you're president of Nigeria, and we become so close friends, whether both of us are in power or not, and they continue to be. The same thing with, Ramaphosa or people like the former president of Tanzania who came here. All those guys, President Museveni, all these guys from the region. And he has a way of retaining their friendships, even when he's not president or anybody in the office. And still as a private person, is able to retain those and grow those friendships. And I just want to say to a lot of our people, young people growing up and others, it's very important to keep and grow those friendships. You need them more than sometimes your family, because you need family first, but you also need those kind of friends that stick with you. And I've seen Obasanjo, for example, really just push Raila's and it's the same thing. People from South Sudan, people from West Africa, where he went, to negotiate with, they respect Raila Amolo Odinga.
Let me ask a question that you raised in regards to even when we got into the broad-based government, and he shook hands with President William Ruto and appointed members from the ODM party. To some extent, people did not look at it as dividing these particular positions in regards to which region these individuals are coming from, but just focused on ODM party alone. And there was that conversation in regards to that, why would you just take these positions and give to ODM members if you're told you're not a selfish individual? But now that you put it, in that context, and you're looking at it from, yes, these are ODM members, but not from one community, different parts of the country.
And it had to be ODM because the pact is between UDA and ODM. So you could not, for example, pick somebody from Kano and say, come and join broad-based. I mean, you could not pick somebody from Jubilee and say, come into broad-based, because the principal thing was, it was ODM that had agreed to go into broad-based. The ODM plucked itself from to take the people from ODM, and there were people in ODM who were very ready and anxious to join broad-based, and he said, fine, but you don't bring my party down with it. So that's the kind of thing that has happened, and I do believe that understanding Raila Amolo Odinga in life is a very complex thing, But when you look at those positions, the way he distributed them, if the other broad-based guys had agreed to go with him, he would have definitely given positions to those people as well. Yeah.
Okay. Right now, of course, what you're seeing on your screen is the viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, of course, continuing at the Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu. The very huge crowd as is actually in that particular stadium, trying to also bid goodbye to the former Prime Minister. But of course, it's just a glimpse as you walk away, so that each and every other person gets an opportunity, because it's a very huge crowd. Each and every person to be able to get that particular opportunity to view the body before the time comes to an end, and that is at 3 p.m. And then the body will be transported to his home in Bondo, Siaya County. And of course, the military and of course just our security forces trying to ensure that this process is actually conducted as fast as possible. I mean, the crowd management, of course, has been a little bit of an issue at the beginning, but right now we see that things seem to be moving on swiftly. Earlier on, we did see an ambulance. I believe somebody, accidents are expected to actually be happening, because of the amount of, the huge number of people at this particular venue. So a little bit of accidents here and there. So ambulances are on the ground to ensure that whoever needs assistance actually gets to be assistance as far as health is concerned. All right, let me, we were talking about Capitol Hill. Now what will look like, what's the future of that particular office? It is an office that a lot of people thronged, going to, like you say, consultation, seek advice, favors to some extent, trying to secure the places when it comes to whether it is stay in government or just stop members of the county assembly from impeaching whoever. All these things were happening, and he was this particular political figure who could influence a lot. And now most of the people will probably feel like orphans, So what happens to Capitol Hill? Indeed.
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because Capitol Hill is associated with Raila Amolo Odinga as his private office, associated with his businesses, associated with his political and national duties, including where he was a peace envoy and things like that. He always operated from his office in Capitol Hill, and but you would still see a lot of other activities going on there. And of course, I'm sure he had other offices he could meet from, but when it came to important decisions, it always had to be up to him. When he wanted to meet members of his party in his capacity as the leader, he would bring them there and allow Chungwa House to be where the daily activities are run from, although he also has an office there. So it's a very interesting thing to ask the question, what will happen to it now? Most of the time, first of all, that office for now, and for a few days after here, will definitely be difficult to go and work, because what are you going to do there?
Yeah.
You know, because the glue again that held everybody in that office was Raila Amolo Odinga. So is it Oburu? Is it the family who's going around the office? Or is it now the end of that office and they have to move it to somewhere else? Because it definitely had Raila's fingerprints everywhere. This is where he was, even diplomats would come to. This is where dignitaries and other important people would come to. And this is where the ordinary citizens would go to see Raila Amolo Odinga on issues and very many other issues. So I agree that it's going to be a bit difficult for the people who worked in that office with Raila Amolo Odinga gone. It will be very difficult for anyone to start saying, I'm reporting tomorrow to work in that place, or after a few days, after morning, that I'm going to work. It's not easy. It will be a big loss, because the main principal, the principal person around that office was created for is this great son of Kenya. This mighty guy who just has permeated almost all leaderships, all hearts of people, and allowed himself to be that kind of person. And you know, putting on the responsibility of being Baba gives you more responsibility beyond what you thought. And everybody thinks you have a solution to everything. And so he was definitely inundated with a lot of requests, a lot of you know, appointments and so on and so on. But he managed to handle, and then he would use his extra time outside of the office to do other meetings. And I mean, when I saw that headline, the president we never had. You always have to think, if Raila was president, if he even became a president, would he be as we think he is, or would he be different? And so that question, we never got to answer that question.
We didn't get a chance.
We never got a chance. But I believe that he had become president, he would be the same nationalist, the same guy who would have it would be a no-nonsense. He would have to fight corruption, and he would have to fight tribalism, and he would have to show the way in his own office and in his appointments. I think he would do that. Yeah.
You spoke about you know, fighting corruption and fighting tribalism, and you know, just clicked to me that you know, he's been this particular leader that has had some pronouncements that if he believes in something, he'll go for it. It doesn't matter whether it is going to be to cost him politically. And I remember there's been that conversation around what he said about the Mau, and if you know, he was very categorical that if I don't get elected just because of that, then so be it. What does that speak of him, and how did that come about at that particular moment?
And you know, it's a very emotive issue. For example, the Mau issue, a very emotive issue, but he was able to stand his ground and said, this is not good for the country, for the environment. You guys, let's reason together here. And he knew definitely that it would cost him politically. There are people who never wanted to leave that Mau. There are people who had established their families and homes there, and now they are being asked that let's preserve and reserve this forest and get our water sources to be protected, and just gives you another glimpse of Raila, which is environmentalist, and he was very close with the late Wangari Maathai, and supported that work of Wangari Maathai, because There they were. I mean, he's also a nationalist and the interest of the nation. The thing about it is that he had been to every corner of Kenya and seems to understand the different situations. When he appointed this lady from Turkana into the cabinet, not appointed, but he proposed into the cabinet. And I look at it and I said, how did he even think? I mean, of Turkana. It is his mind. Historically, he knows what Turkana was like, you know, and West Pokot, Turkana, those places are difficult. He knows that, and he feels that these are people who may never get a chance under normal considerations, never get a chance to be appointed to the cabinet. And he had a chance with his whatever 5 that he got. Say, I must think about Turkana and about women. And this the other thing is that him and gender issues would not have been a problem. He would have met that gender
two-third gender rule.
Two-third gender rule. He would probably have done it because he is committed to that kind of thing. So you'd find that the president we never had. We can only imagine what he would have been. You know, we can only think about it. But given what snippets of life, of his life we have, we can say if you put these pieces together, if you put these things together, you can almost build a very promising and ideal type of leadership that would see him deal with the issues of tribalism and nepotism and corruption, and it would probably be very tough on people who, you know, there are people now who get away with these things just because you know the president, right? And I don't think you would do that with Raila. Just because I know you, he will not allow that to be, to say, for example, that okay now, yeah, you know, I am, but because he would be a president and he knows. And when we worked with Kibaki, they complemented each other. When we worked with Kibaki and I was in that cabinet, and they complemented each other. And they made sure that whatever happened in your office at that particular time, there would be no corruption. That's why they were very tight on corruption during that time, when he was prime minister and Kibaki president. So I think my experience was that during that time, the duo actually contained this corruption.
How did they do that? What role or what sort of instructions were ministers being given at that particular time?
The minister, first of all, after the budgets had been done, ministers had a free hand, okay, to do what is already planned and not controlled by anyone. But Prime Minister was responsible for how we lived as ministers, and how we behaved as ministers, because he was the prime minister. And so we had meetings in his office that he would deal with committees of cabinet, and then the full cabinet would go to State House. And that's how he was. So these subcommittees of cabinet were held and run under him, and that's how he managed to put order in every ministry. You did not get very many cases of misappropriations or theft or things like that, because you had these meetings all the time. What is your ministry up to? What are you doing? And we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Is the budget there? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Budget there? Yeah. And then we travel to benchmark to see how we would do it better in other places. And that is how he trained most of us to be. Nobody is ready when you're appointed to become cabinet minister. Yeah. You know, a lot of people think you just go there and you start what? Where do you start? You know, nobody prepared you to be a cabinet minister. We never have people who prepare people to be cabinet ministers. So you have to go there and find your experience there. And he gave us opportunities to experience what cabinet is. He had been in cabinet many times before, but now he gave us the new ministers opportunities to know what to do as cabinet. Of course, under that system that time, you had very strong permanent secretaries, people who had been in the system for such a long time, and they would help you and guide what the government processes are like. And it really helped us quickly to cope with running ministries.
Interesting. You know, just trying to think in my head in regards to that working arrangement at that particular time and how instrumental he was into shaping how, you know, government was being run during that particular period. And you say that, you know, trying to curb corruption, there wasn't so many cases of graft. Would you say we deviated from that particular way of working that right now we are getting a surge, you know, when it comes to issues to do with corruption? And what would have been the manual in terms of, you know, reducing the number? Because sometimes we argue and say we cannot totally eliminate, but under the stewardship, of course, of the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and Mwai Kibaki, and you know, post that.
Well, first of all, it was we were under a parliamentary system. Now it's a presidential system.
Okay.
Since we became presidential, then things, controls and things like that are different now. You know, even ministers now could, you know, play the role that PSS do play. PSS can play the roles that ministers do have, because we were experimenting on a presidential system. And if, in my view, even up to now, I wish we went back to parliamentary system, because then you have a separation. Order. Now these days you'll find that a politician is being appointed to permanent secretary. You find all those kind of things never used to happen. The people rose through their ranks to become what they became, and they knew. And the public service was so organized then that you knew that if you're a DO now, in 5 years you'll probably be a DO1. In 10 years you'll become like a DC. In those days, now that things have changed, and we were experimenting on it because the Constitution says we go that way. Let's go to the presidential system, and then the old ways were scattered. You know, people started doing their things differently, and now it is almost centrally controlled. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's difficult for me to say. I've not worked in the presidential system as a minister, but I worked in the parliamentary system where we were members of parliament at the same time we were ministers. Okay. Yeah, so that's different. Today I see maybe a lot of maybe there's a bit of confusion. I don't know whether we transitioned the old public service well to this new system, where some of them have lost the power they used to hold, the responsibilities they used to hold, and yet they still live as though they do have. And I think some of the things are the ones that would cost us under this system, and that's why I said I really wish we could then. When you are a minister and you had a role with the community, it's a difficult situation, but it's also the best because you have a footing. If you are sacked, you still remain somewhere, you know, as a member of parliament. Yeah. And so when Raila had the responsibility and experimenting again on the role of the prime minister for the first time after so many years, he took it to mean he's going to prepare a team that would be called a dream team. And I think that's what we were. It was a large cabinet, but he was able to say, we must move this country according to the Constitution. And yeah, and I think he succeeded in most of that.
He was,
of course, he had a president also who allowed him to lead the subcommittees and to run the cabinet to some extent.
Okay. Yeah. Earlier on when we were talking, you know, we had mentioned something to do with issues to do with nusu mkeka and you know, things like that. Some of the leadership wrangles within you know, that particular government of national unity. How was the working relationship between the two leaders, you know, after the shaking of hands in 2008? all the way to 2013, when now...
There was a lot of resistance in accepting the National Accord. A lot of resistance. For those who were already in government, it was very tough for them to share government. And so for a number of them, it was when we have the opportunity to frustrate, initially to frustrate Raila. There are people who are very strongly Kibaki team that did not see that opportunity as a very good one. Some of them had to lose their jobs. Some of them thought maybe... So when Raila fought for his space as well, which should have been a given. I don't think the whole idea of... today I see even the ministers, when they go, they are received in red carpets and things like that. But when he was prime minister, and people did not understand that being prime minister, he had some rights which were not yet, enshrined anywhere, but because the accord gave him that, the accord allowed him to enjoy those rights. And I think that's where the problem was. So when he went to some places and he was not received as well, as he should have been received, because some minister or some PS was trying to frustrate him, he would raise those issues and eventually streamline to a place where Kibaki said, yeah, he needs to be, this is the protocol. It took a bit of time.
Okay. He was a long-serving opposition leader in the country, and somehow managed, to influence even the region. What would you say was his impact, and how did the neighboring countries? Because I was watching NTV Uganda the other day, and just talking about Raila Odinga and saying the way other nations look at the opposition politics in the country and wonder how that is a possibility, because they cannot relate and say, okay, so that how is it that the opposition has this much grit and power, and also just the audacity to be able to be facing the government the way Raila Odinga was doing that? How did his politics here in Kenya just shape how the region looks at
hate type of situation? If you look at our neighboring countries, some of them are telling Kenyans, how can they do that to to their government? Because they have never imagined multipartyism is granted, but cannot be practiced. You see, in some countries it is encouraging one party. When the Gen Z's pricing happened, it was difficult. People were saying, how could that happen, But it's, as you can see, it's happening in many other parts of the world now. So when Raila started fighting for the repeal of Section 2A, and many of us, I was there, many of us, we were fighting for space, because take, for example, and by the way, the other day, my daughter was looking through some documents and came across my KANU life member certificate. Life member, the old one, the original life member.
So you are a life member of KANU?
Yeah. From 1980.
Now I know two life members of KANU. I hear Tuli also says that he's a life member of KANU.
But she found this thing which we had forgotten, and she found it, and I still want to keep it, because imagine then KANU, I was a life member. But KANU was still able to expel me from the party, and that's what kind of thing is this? How can I be a life member and expelled?
Yeah.
This is a struggle we had to repeal Section 2A. So important to Kenyans that we wanted immediately for the new party, the new parties to take over, to take over the presidency immediately. Now, of course, there was resistance from the old order. And we didn't manage to do that. So the opposition that time, the new opposition parties that were allowed and registered, became so critical for Kenyans that they really wanted that to become to take over government. And it didn't happen for another 10 years. It never happened. So, but in all those steps, Raila was part of it. And so when Kenyan opposition grew, it grew immediately because of so many years of one-party system, and then got leadership immediately. And the leadership that came in was so dedicated. If you look at people like Matiba, Rubia, and John Keane and others who have gone ahead of us, you'll realize that they put themselves in harm's way, literally, because now it was a freedom, fresh freedom, to have another party. We had been so squeezed in that one party that the leadership of KANU that time was just expelling people left, right, and center. And I remember in West Pokot alone, more than 30 leaders were expelled at one time, because now the place was being run very, very, very tightly, and it was difficult to contain it. So when the multipartyism came, it was a freedom that you cannot take back from Kenyans. And that's why we are different from the other countries, because those countries have not experienced what we experienced. Our process of getting into multipartyism was tough, and it was marked by a lot of suffering by the leaders who came. Arrests, detentions, torture, and all those things happened. And our leaders went through that. But it strengthened the resolve of Kenyans to keep staying in the opposition. In fact, Kenyans have turned the opposition to be a much better place to practice your politics than even in government. Yeah, so you realize now that's not something that you can take back anymore. Today's government, UDA, you'll find that those those in government today, run by Kenya Kwanza today, where there is, and it's going to be like that forever, the space enough is not enough for everybody. And so the opposition parties provide the overflow of space so that people can actually practice their politics. You can't, look, if you're going to nominate people, there's a limited number. And if I know I'm not going to be in that nomination, surely what am I doing there? Yeah, so you move to where there's a chance to practice your politics. And it's not on manifesto or philosophy. It's just that I didn't get a space there. And so people move accordingly. But opposition is a place where you can now practice your politics. Government is too small. Government is squeezed. And that's why we'll never lack opposition parties in this country. And anybody who's trying to build a one-party system again in Kenya will not succeed. No way.
Have those attempts been made, especially when you see the merging of different political parties into one political party? Say 17 have come together and now we are breaking all these other parties to make it one?
You can attempt. Even the current government is attempting. That they're trying to pull together as many parties as possible to form one strong party, okay? But it is not going to be, to stop opposition parties. Because there will always be opposition parties in Kenya. That's how we've grown up in our politics here. So don't expect anyone strong. Raila was there, and if Raila had wanted to get people, they would probably have been the person to do it. And because he just had a way. But since he was not in government, and people sometimes look for government.
We saw him form coalitions, but never really encouraged the formation of one strong political party.
Because he's a father and champion of multipartyism. He could not allow. So the way to go is actually coalitions. But again, you can't coalesce with everybody. It's difficult. It's difficult. What are you going to give all these people? You don't have the space. Dr. William Ruto, for example, could try, and I think that's where he's going now with his broad-based government, could try to build more and more and more, because the danger of 2027, the 2027 is coming. And the person who was going to help him in stabilizing the country is now gone, and casts a doubt on how much influence the remainder of ODM will have. And so that's why we're saying that he will have to help with stabilizing ODM as well, so that ODM can continue, can support this government. He's now come into my party, okay, Kanu, and has shaken hands with my party chairman and with Kanu. So you find that that is the strategy that I was saying of building, trying to build a coalition for purposes of 2027 and for purposes of stabilizing the government at this particular time. But then as soon as we got here, then then Raila Amolo Odinga has left us, and which really leaves us with the question of what next? What next? For William Ruto's government at this particular time. How do you retain ODM, retain KANU, retain all these parties coming in, and at the same time be able to hold the nation together?
Just to deviate a little bit, is the president focused so much on longevity of his reign than delivery? Because, you know, it's been political management for the better part of his presidency. Ever since we got into office, how many parties are we, you know, bringing together to be able to now, you know, control the houses when it comes to the National Assembly and even the Senate. And post that, we see now the ODM coming into the fold, trying, of course, to align himself with President Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, bringing some of the allies of our President Uhuru Kenyatta into his fold once again. And now we are seeing now managing also, you know, the management of the KANU, trying to bring now this other side also into his fold. We've seen the issues to do with handouts that were being spoken about yesterday in just in the name of economic empowerment and all that. Are we focusing too much on management of the political space as opposed to the leadership of the country in general?
Well, first of all, you know, we must agree that every government would like to stay long in power, stay longer, but we're now limited to 10 years because of our constitution, but at least be able to stay until the 10 years are over. That is the aim of every government, ever since the new constitution, ever since the multipartyism started in 1992, 93. So we therefore should not assume that that's not a priority. I mean, that's a priority for the government. And what are the opportunities available to the government today? And the opportunities are in falling back to the people that you once worked with, and saying, can we sure that the government is stable at the moment, to make sure that how do we continue in the next dispensation? And it's very important for the current government to think in those terms. And so a lot of bending over backwards, a lot of you know, sacrifices being made. I don't know what's in it for my party, for example. And
that conversation also, you didn't have it?
I mean, I don't know what's in
was
it,
it a surprise?
for the party, because as soon as they started this conversation, this strategy happened. This tragedy happened, that we lost Raila Amolo Odinga. After a while. But I think because of the situation at hand, the president will definitely look for more people to help in making sure the next elections in 2027 go through. Very important for every president, and I think that's why you hear people saying one term and the others say 2 term, and because really want to terms. And the ones who are saying one term are the guys who are saying, hey, we want this thing to be reconsidered, you know, that kind of situation. A stabilizing factor has passed on, Raila Amolo Odinga, the Enigma, the Tinga, you know, they called him Tinga because he came into Kanu and...
that came out at that particular point?
So yeah, but we have a situation in our hands where the president at this time, the government at this time must plan on how they become government in the next term.
Must plan on how to?
How they become government again in 2027. How they retain power. Yeah, and then they plan their exit or they plan their continuation through some other person. So that's the thing. The longer you stay in power, I mean, that's what you can see how sweet power is in Cameroon, in other places like that, where I mean the man there has 43 years now, something like that. President, and is 92 years old.
92 years.
And it's still sweet. He still wants to continue to stay on. And that's true everywhere. So power is sweet, and power has to be maintained the way it is. Raila Amolo Odinga tried to associate himself with this government, and he said he had a reason for that. And now moving to Kanu, Gideon Moy is engaging in this situation, and there must be a reason for that. And so we really know that there will be more like that, people who are willing to join to hold the government together. Yeah.
I want us to look at how multipartism, you know, somehow shaped what we are witnessing as a nation today. And just before we do that, and of course, live pictures coming to you from Kisumu County at the Mamboleo grounds. A lot of people have made their way to that particular venue to make sure that they actually get to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Look at that crowd. Those are people, supporters and mourners in general, Kenyans who have loved this man since his entrance into politics and just want to bid him goodbye at this particular time before he is laid to rest. And of course, they've been given this particular opportunity by the government to be able to now, you know, view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga before he is laid to rest tomorrow at his home in Bondo, that is Siaya County. Quite a huge crowd made its way to the Mamboleo grounds in the morning. The process of viewing the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga got started at around 9 a.m. in the morning, and it is expected to go all the way to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. After that, the body will be transported via road to his home in Bondo, Siaya County. Of course, tomorrow it is the burial ceremony that will be conducted, of course, according to his wishes. And of course, that is also part of, you know, the reason as to why it was given 72 hours, because that was one of the wishes that the former Prime Minister did indicate when before he actually died on Wednesday in India after a cardiac arrest. Of course, quite a huge number of people have already made their way to the Mamboleo grounds to view the body of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. And of course, this particular process expected to continue until late in the afternoon. We were just talking about crowd management earlier on, Alba Pogisho, and of course we are talking about whether it is going to be a possibility to manage this particular crowd that is here just mourning Raila Odinga in the best way they know how. Of course, we also do understand that outside the stadium there's also a huge crowd that you know, wants to make its way into this particular venue. I don't know, look at that humanity, that's a very huge crowd, and the timing, I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to make sure that all these people have had an opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister.
Yeah, first of all, I think if you have nothing to do in that stadium, you better get out. Because the surging crowd is not sitting like when we first started. This, you can see now the crowds are moving around in small groups, and that's not easy for people who are organizing the viewing, and it's going to be a bit tough. Now you see, now they are using more. I'm sure some people are already hurting the heart, because I've seen some ambulances that time, and now you see the horses are used to control. But when we were starting, you could announce, you could make announcements, say we start from that corner. Now, where are you going to start from now? The people, look at the people who came from outside have not gone to the bleachers to sit. They've come here in the middle and have covered the whole ground there. So, so there's no beginning and ending now. And,
so,
hopefully,
how do you even ensure that those who have viewed the body outside?
Those numbers are just difficult. So if they continue to manage them like this, so that they go, and I'm suspecting there's some people even who just come back again from outside and start again because they are not satisfied. But the crowds by themselves, as they are now, even if you allow those guys to go through this, the time has to be extended, because it's difficult. These people loved Raila Amolo Odinga, and the glimpse may not be sufficient just to look at him. You see, so maybe people will still follow to Bondo. For those who haven't seen him, they'll probably go back to Bondo. But the crowd now, the trouble normally comes when they feel like they haven't had a chance to see, and then you say we are finishing and closing or something like that. That's what the problems are. But I am very impressed by how they are being managed right now. I'm very impressed by this calmness, and I'm really, I hope it continues like that to the end. And people need to know that maybe they should start knowing that not everybody will get a chance to view this body. You see how that surge is coming, and that tent, it's that tent. You see now they're closing in on the tent, and I'm very impressed actually that they still want to move in lines and two lines and view the body. I must thank the security guys as well. I think they're handling it well. Well, I don't know for how long they'll hold him.
How long they'll hold?
Yeah, and I don't know whether the horses are helping at all. But, you see, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy.
At these particular moments, you know, sometimes you even risk a stampede. With this, especially if
any slight stampede is terrible for that situation, the setting the way it is right now. So let's hope that the discipline that is there now continues to the end, and just some people may not get a chance. That's what you're saying.
Some people might not get a chance. What if they don't get a chance? Will that settle well with them?
That is a problem. But when we started first, I thought these people will manage these crowds. But now, it is because now what are you going to tell these guys? I mean, when we first started, you could make announcements, okay? And you could say, you over there, don't go this, you know, but now what are you talking to?
Because even the crowd that is surging towards the tent,
it
wasn't there before. Controlled.
It wasn't there before.
Initially, people were coming in line, but right now,
look, they're about to surround that.
And all of them, you know,
and everybody now wants to go in the tent, then it becomes difficult.
And the whole stadium is full, plus others.
And you can see everybody is going there. It's not, you know, so guys are coming down from the stands and the bleachers and the bleachers, and they're coming here to the tent, And now you can't stop them from moving to the tent. So, but I really hope that with respect, as they have been told to honor Raila, let's go in order, let's be disciplined, let's try and. So
far, I think they're doing not bad in terms of.
If it continues like that, it's okay. It's okay. 2 lines, you know, and just glance and go, glance and go, glance and go. There's no time to do anything else.
of course.
But the people who sat down and disciplined in an order have stayed up there, and the new guys who are coming in from outside, I think have already come to the middle here.
I think it's also in the, you know, the fear of if you don't fight for that particular space to be able to view, you might not actually get a chance. So you just want to do that, you know, and get it over and done with immediately.
This is a test in crowd control. Big test in crowd control.
From what we are witnessing right now and what might actually be a possibility tomorrow, we're expecting more crowds maybe in Homa Bay County, in Bondi, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, because tomorrow there are people in Siaya, the people from other counties, Busia maybe, other places may come, you know, parts of Western Kenya. And these same crowds here from Kisumu will go to Siaya. These same people. I mean, those who can get transport, they'll go to Siaya. Because they feel like that is the apex of the events, and
now
the
final salute,
and they want to be there. So tomorrow is going to be a bigger crowd, and so the people from this experience, they should anticipate that tomorrow will probably be big.
Will probably be big.
Of course, I don't think it can be bigger than Kisumu. I don't know. This Kisumu, the population in this place is really big, yeah. But just just looking from here and seeing how a political leader, okay, you can look at that crowd and you know the support of a political leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. Give it to him. People just loved him. Even when he made decisions which could have been considered a decision to support the government.
Why did Raila you hear, okay, now that is political suicide?
Yeah, yeah. And again, this is the mystery of the guy, that even when you are angry with him, you end up loving him. Even when you are very angry, why did he make that decision? And then in the end, even the people, the younger people, and these people here in the crowd, would have said, no, 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 but no. I mean, when Raila said it, he said it. And you can go grudgingly, but you still honor him and respect him. Which is a very, very interesting thing. The rest of us would be committing suicide if we tried that, political suicide.
Yeah.
But he had this trust that people had in him that even when he makes a decision like that, even if we don't like that decision as much, he means well for us. And for some reason, the people trust that. There are many times he made decisions like that.
Indeed.
You know, you would think it would be suicide, but it is not.
Yeah, and that's important because you see, like I said, political suicide, decision that he made that somehow were considered quite unpopular with the masses. And, you know, there are those talks of, oh, yeah, this man already, he has lost, you know, his support, you know, he seems to have betrayed the people and all that. But every time he comes back to the rally, the people just still, you know, align themselves with him. So
and only him, and only him. So if you wanted anything to calm down, you would then look for him. And when he stood up to say higher and higher, and the people will then respond immediately and change their minds. But you send anybody else, nothing. Yeah. And that's why as we mourn, we worry about the future as well. And like anybody else, you should be worrying about the future of this country when Raila is not on the stage. And we should be thinking about the country, about the bigger picture of the country, because he is a colossus in the political sphere of this country. And if he disappeared that's why, by the way, it's very difficult, because when he disappeared for a while, anytime he disappeared for a while, people speculated always what happened.
Yeah, where's Baba?
Yeah, where's Baba?
Because he's always been before us.
Yes, so it was a household. You know, you would know when he was in the country and when he was not in the country. and you would know. So the rest of us, who cares whether you're in country today or you left with. But it was important for us to know that there was Baba.
Yeah.
He was here. Yeah.
Yeah. And whenever something happens, you always people are always looking forward to hearing him talk about it. What has he said? What's the opinion of the former Prime Minister and all that?
And the other thing, by the way, is that he never talks up just unnecessarily. Mm-hmm. And he makes therefore his word to come out more credible and strong. Mm-hmm. Because he didn't comment on just on everything. Mm-hmm. When he came out to comment, it means he had given it a process. He had given it a process.
Okay.
And was ready to talk about it. I was just thinking about it the other day, because when he talked about devolution and getting monies to go to the counties, and when he said monies like CDF money should not be given to members of parliament, he knows that should have been a political suicide. Yeah. But he comes out and says no. You know, and he's the only one who could say that. I cannot imagine that the president will come and say money goes to CDF, money will go to the counties, because that is political suicide. Yeah. But he could do that, and that's why you needed a friend and a partner like him in your government.
So that there's an unpopular decision, but still have his constituents behind him. All right, and of course, what you're seeing on your screen are live pictures from Kisumu Mamboleo grounds, where the viewing of the former Prime Minister's body is actually underway. Thousands of people, have made their way to the Mamboleo grounds to do practice, to give Raila Odinga, to bid Raila Odinga goodbye, as his body lays there for them to be able to view before it is transported for burial at his home in Homa Bay. I want you to listen in to what is happening in Kisumu.
Kingston town. Down the way where the nights are, down the way where the nights are gay, sunshine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, but when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere, and the dancing girls swing to and fro. I must declare my heart is there, though I've been from Maine to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down at the market, fish are nice and the rum is good. Time of year, but I'm sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way, say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere, and the dancing girls swing to and fro. I must declare my heart is there, though I've been from Maine to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in. Down at the market you can hear ladies cry out while on their heads they bear. Ackee, rice, salt fish are nice and the rum is good any time of year. But I'm sad to say I'm on my down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My heart Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm sad to say I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm Sad to say I'm on my way.
Wananchi wazalendo, tafadhali turuhusu wapeana huduma ya kwanza. Let's kindly give first aiders nafasi wapeleke wale ambao wameweza kuanguka wakaweze kupata huduma ya kwanza. Haya, fungueni hapo wananchi tafadhali hiyo farasi iweze kupita. Fungua hapo. ruka. Hosana, amen. Watafunguliwa, watawekwa huru. Hosana, amen. Watafunguliwa, watawekwa huru. Hosana, amen. Mwambie wanaolia, wakiteswa na watafunguliwa, watawekwa huru. Hosana, amen. Watafunguliwa, watawekwa huru. Wataimba hosana, amen. Nina siri naye Yesu, yanifanya niwe jasiri.
Sana mpaka kudiriki kusema na mwamini Mungu asiyeona. Na niliposema nitajenga majumba nilicheka sana. Niliposema nitamiliki magari mkaguna ndoto ya mchana. Mkasema ni ndoto, niache utoto mana haiwezekani. Kumbe yupo msemaji wa mwisho, hata kesho yangu nisibakie kama jana. Aibu hiyo baba yangu sikiziwi, hata asinisikie. Baba yangu sikipofu, hata asinione. Baba yangu simchoyo, hata asinibariki. Ulipanga mabaya, inakula kwendwe. Kwa zamani si wa sasa, mambo yamebadilika. Ulipanga nife, imekula kwendwe. Kwa zamani si wa sasa, mambo yamebadilika. Imekula kwendwe. Kwa zamani si wa sasa, yale yaliyonitesa nayo yamebadilika. Imekula kwendwe. Kwa zamani si wa sasa, mambo yamebadilika. Imekula kwendwe.
akitibishira majungu hakuninyima langu fungu. Amepindua agenda, ameharibu agenda, amezifuta agenda, amepindua agenda.
Hivyo DJ, wananchi wazalendo wakizidi kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, katika uga huu wa Jomo Kenyatta, Kisumu. Basi DJ, nitazidi kuomba uweze kutupa nyimbo za kumtukuza Mwenyezi Mungu na hali kadhalika za maombolezo, tunapoomboleza kiongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya, kiongozi tajika ambaye wengi hapo jana katika misa ibada kule Nyayo waliweza kumsifia na kummiminia sifa tele kwa uzalendo wake, ukakamavu wake, pigania demokrasia, miongoni mwa mambo mengi ambayo nikiweza kuanza kutaja hii leo sitaweza kuhitimisha. DJ, wapo kwa tayari, tafadhali tupe muziki. Enda nasi Bwana, tunapoendelea kuomboleza maisha ya kiongozi huyu.
Tunaomba uwepo wako uende nasi, ewe Bwana wa majeshi, tusikie. Kama huendi nasi, hatutaki kutoka hapa, hatuwezi peke yetu, enda nasi.
Watu wa shingo ngumu,
tusamehe. Hatufai mbele zako, turehemu. Tusafishe Baba, tuonyeshe uso wako, twahitaji neema yako, enda nasi.
tunaomba utuonyeshe njia zako.
utasimamishwa huo wimbo uweze kuanza tena. Waombolezaji upande ule wa pili wanasema wimbo huo enda nasi, wanataka huo wimbo uweze kuendelea. Tafadhali DJ, anzisha huo wimbo tena.
Ninaomba kutangaza kwamba kuna wanafamilia ambao kwa dakika chache zijazo watakuwa wanachukuliwa hapa uwanjani kwa ndege aina ya helikopta. Ninakuomba ukiona ndege aina hiyo
when the body arrives, it will be here in the home, not for viewing, for family, other close relatives. Otherwise, there's a place which has been set aside just across, where members of the public and the community in Bondo and Siaya will be able to view the body of our departed leader. The body of our departed leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. I continue to say that this has hit us hard, and God has many ways of giving us blessings, even in times of tragedy. And we hope that all will be held well today as we wait for the final journey tomorrow here in Bondo. Asante ni sana. Asante sana.
Maybe chair. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Happening on the ground in regards to the funeral of the Right Honorable retired, that is Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister. Grounds where there is a huge crowd that has made its way to that particular grounds to be able to have an opportunity to bid the last goodbye to the former Prime Minister. And of course, that particular process started very early in the morning at around 9 a.m. and it will continue all the way to 3 p.m. into the evening. We've also seen Siaya Governor, that is James Orengo, actually addressing the media in regards to somehow the preparations that have been happening at his home in Bondo, where the former Prime Minister is going to be laid to rest. Now, the body will be transported to Bondo today afternoon after the viewing exercise that is happening currently at Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu. That will be around 3 p.m. and also so that it is in readiness for the burial process tomorrow at his home in Bondo. All right. As we continue covering this conversation and eulogizing the man that is Raila Odinga, and of course, we have conversations and just trying to reflect on the life that he led, both as a family man and also as a politician here in the country, and just trying to make sense and also reflect on what kind of impact did he have on each and every other person in this particular country, what will be his legacy, how is he being celebrated, and how do we get to honor this particular individual that has been described as the father of devolution in the country, and also the face of the second liberation, and also the a fighter when it comes to matters democracy. Because when it comes to multipartyism in the country, he is one of the people that have been credited for that, of what we are enjoying today as a nation. He has been a politician that has shook hands of his opponents in many cases, relating back all the way to from 2007 to 2017 and now to 2022, when he shook the hand of President William Ruto, giving birth to what we are calling today the broad-based government. And the head of state yesterday, while eulogizing the former prime minister, did say that he came to his aid at a time when he was in need. And he will forever remember that particular sacrifice. He's a man that is also remembered for taking stance and also positions that have been very controversial and at times considered political suicide, but at the end of the day still manages to have his support base still just rallying behind him. That has been witnessed since the announcement of his death, whereby, there was a very huge crowd that went to receive him at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, escorted that particular, body all the way to Kasarani National Stadium for the viewing of that body. And also what you're witnessing today in Kisumu, and also just yesterday during the funeral service that was happening at the Nyayo National Stadium, where quite a huge number of people was in attendance to bid the former Prime Minister goodbye. The same thing is happening today. Now, the process today, of course, like I said, started in the morning. The body was flown from Nairobi, from Lee Funeral Home here in the city, and arrived in Kisumu, at Kisumu International Airport at around 7 a.m. in the morning. Then it was flown by a military chopper from the Kisumu International Airport to the Mamboleo grounds, and the process of viewing the body, of course, started at 9 a.m. Like I said, it is expected to continue until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. A huge crowd there. Whether that timeline is going to change, it is a matter of wait and see. But the planning committee was keen is rather keen and working around the clock to ensure that everything goes according to plan. All right, joining me in studio to continue with this coverage and reflections of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Of course, I do have Professor Dr. Fred Ogola. Good morning. Once again, it's morning. Good morning. Yeah, I told you we'll work up with you today. Thank you so much for coming once again. Yesterday we spoke about reflections of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Today I want us to look at, we'll look at his legacy, look at what he leaves behind, but also as someone that comes from that particular part of the country. There's some things that I'd like us to get to understand how this particular process, this burial and funeral is going to be conducted. Are there some traditional rites that we should expect of the man of this particular stature? What do they mean for instance?
Yeah, first of all, I'm sure that before we begin, every time I always tell that we have to continue giving our condolences to the family of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. In this death, sometimes you might not know who needs to be consoled, because is it the family, is it the nation, is it the political party, ODM and the rest? But let's just focus on the family, Mama Ida Odinga, Oburu Odinga, the brother, the children, Junior, Winnie and Rosemary, that we are with you, the nation is praying for you, and the nation is asking the Lord to put Raila Odinga where he belongs, and that is with our Almighty Father. So just to say again, before we go answer your question, which is very critical here, is that Raila Odinga I've heard you talking about state funeral, and we're discussing off the mark that is it a state funeral, and I can tell you no, Raila is not getting only a state funeral. Raila is getting a funeral which no one can get, which is called the people's funeral. The people's president can only be given the people's funeral. Remember, the state thought he was supposed to lie in state in parliament, but he went to Kasarani. Remember Kasarani, where they swear in the president. I think that was a symbol actually that the people made him to be taken to Kasarani, and Kasarani has sworn in William Ruto, Kasarani has sworn in Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't remember where Kibaki was sworn in, but his is controversial. So therefore we believe that the people's president went to Kasarani and was again given that honorary thing. He's a president that never ruled, and I can be allowed to be controversial today by saying the fact that people throng from all walks of life, from every part of this country to mourn Raila Odinga, that number was overwhelming. If those are votes, then actually I can confirm the second thing. It's only logical to say Raila Odinga must have been elected president at least more than twice and was not sworn in. The only thing he never got was being sworn in. That's why the ceremony in Kasarani was swearing him in. Now, coming back to the tradition, as you can watch the pictures, there must be a cow that must walk into that home. A cow must go down. Sometimes, remember, in the Luo tradition,
who brings the cow?
These could be brought to the in-laws. For example, Mama Ida's family may actually bring a cow. For example, Brian, if you marry in the Luo tradition, when the father of your wife dies, you have certain rules which are completely given even before they die. Like, you have to bring a sack of maize, and you have to bring some cows, isn't it? If you have married the firstborn, if Ida is the firstborn, there are certain roles again that must be played. So if you look, for example, if Rosemary, Winnie had husbands, there was an order on which they have to enter that home, who eats first. Those protocols must be kept to the brim. Now that we have Fidel, isn't it? Fidel Odinga was buried at home, isn't it? Now we have the firstborn now could be Junior Raila Amolo Odinga Jr. He has got a very important role in that family because he is actually the head of the family. I think he's the only son now. So he's playing two roles. In the traditional culture of Luo, there is the role played by the firstborn and the secondborn. The firstborn presides over. But actually, a very important guy is the lastborn. Because the lastborn is the one who inherits the father's home. Let's say now Raila's home, if Fidel was alive and Raila Amolo Jr. is alive, the person to inherit Raila's home was going to be Raila Amolo Odinga Jr. because he's the one who takes care of the mother now. The person, so he's going to play two roles. One, like presiding person of the family. At the same time, he's the one who is now taken to take care of Ida. So he's going to play these two roles because girls get married and they go out of the home. At some point, Winnie will be married. I don't know how, but at some point. Rosemary will be married at some point. Maybe she is already married. I don't have the information at the moment. But there's a way it's happened. Now, when it comes to the burial, it's even defined by hours. And you have to know that Luo culture is also very diverse. Because if you go, we have the South Nyanza and Central Nyanza. The culture of South Nyanza, they bury very late in the evening. Sometimes they bury just before sunset. Raila Odinga is coming from Central Nyanza, which is Siaya. So their tradition is that at least Raila must go down before sunset. Those must be given. Now the issue is where his head will follow, will face vis-a-vis where his parents are. Those are details. And that's why you saw Buru Odinga saying that there will be a private ceremony to bury Raila Odinga the way that it was designed by the tradition. You must remember that Raila Odinga is not just an elderly man was died, he's a Luo elder. He has to be given some decorum. In some traditions, you'll see that sometimes they even used to be buried when they are seated. Serious elders used to be buried when seated because he's still ruling even unto death and beyond. Raila Odinga is ruling this country during his life, unto death, and beyond. Like he has ruled the town. He has changed everything. William Ruto had to cancel all his programs, wherever he is. Me, I was in Juba. I had to cancel my trip in Juba and come back to the country. I saw Kalonzo Musyoka cancelling his trip from UK to come back. He has disrupted everybody's life. So his death is ruling the country at the moment. The military didn't know they were going to be involved in this activity today. So there must be an honor that is going to be given. Maybe we shall know after the ceremony, because now they can't reveal much, but I'm sure he's going to be buried with some things. Like you saw, you heard this Ferregola kofia being put on his coffin, isn't it? Maybe there could be something like a spear next to the coffin, I do not know. This detail will be, and you know, the Luo chair, the round chair, some elders used to be, they dig the grave, then they dig the carve, then they put you on that side of the curve when you are seated. Then now they pour the soil here, but you're actually on the other side. We still do not know. The other thing is that will the grave of Raila Odinga be cemented, or he wants it just to remain like soil only? I'm sure they are going to do something like a mausoleum for him. It will be a special one, isn't it? Because a hero cannot just be buried and then it goes away. There must be a place where people can visit. I'm sure people travel from all walks of life. So I'm sure that people like Oburu Odinga, James Orengo, the Luo leaders like Anyang' Nyong'o, they have known that this is not just a normal person being buried. Some people will not attend this burial today, but they'll continue burying Raila Odinga by visiting the site. I'm sure there'll be a library. Like me, as one of the Luo leaders, I would like to write a book and put that book in that library, which is going to be in the mausoleum, because Tom Mboya has a mausoleum, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga has a mausoleum. I'm sure Raila Odinga will have a mausoleum, and sometimes I'm also going to ask the state, that is William Ruto, please allocate some funding to take care of Raila Odinga mausoleum forever, for eternity. Like you see, for example, the founding father of the nation is right here, and there's a 24-hour 24/7 guard taking care of that place. I'm sure there's funding going on there, isn't it? So Raila Odinga also, people who want to come to visit, not because Raila Odinga is saying that he wants money, but people from all walks of life will want to come visit Raila Odinga's grave, and they want to see that grave. Now, there must be somebody to usher them in. They have traveled from far, maybe they need a cup of tea, they need coffee, isn't it? And also the place must be maintained, must be cleaned, and sometimes also it has been renovated in case there's something. So all of that thing is being thought through. Remember when Cardinal Otunga was buried, he had to be exhumed and to be buried back in Resurrection Garden because they discovered that he can be a saint. So they give you a saintly funeral now, which was private again in Resurrection Garden. So Raila Odinga must also be buried in a way that we are also seeing that his spirit will continue hovering around. You asked me, and I told you that spirit has not time and space, spatio-temporal reality. It goes beyond that. So you can see that Raila Odinga is not just being buried like I would be buried. Raila Odinga is being buried with a lot of thinking through it. Even the space where he's going to be buried should be where you can access with a vehicle, where people can perform a ceremony. So there's a lot that's ongoing. If you see that committee, they are thinking through all scenarios in place to ensure that happens. But I can tell you, the traditions are very simple and straightforward. Before, used to be...
How important are these traditions, especially for a man of his stature? Because some people, it will be just like, why don't we just do the normal way? Go ahead and bury him, cement the grave and put a mausoleum or something like that. But, there's so many things that we have to put into consideration now that we say he was an elder of the Luo culture. And now you see it's one, a particular culture that is rich in culture and traditions and all that. And there's a way that things are supposed to be done. So where do which comes first? Which takes precedent?
First of all, the Luo tradition has got three pillars. The first pillar are the Luo's, is written in a book called Luo Ki Tigegetembegi, which means Luo's practices and the Luo's, let's say, image. So his burial and ceremonies must reflect those, and it's written in a book. Secondly, there's the tradition. The tradition is the second pillar. How have we buried our elders before? How was Ramogi Ajuang buried? How was people like Otondi buried? How was those Luo elders, you know, the care of the Luo communities buried? All that also has to follow. Then lastly, there's what you call hierarchy.
Before you continue, Prof, I'd like you to comment on what I'm seeing on the screen in regards to the dancing that is happening. Is that part of the culture? Is that
yeah? There's you see that dance there. You see somebody putting on something like it looks like something cut from an animal.
Yeah, it's a skin.
You can see that. You can even see a rungo being carried. This is even a time that if there is any demon that could be standing on the Raila Odinga must be cleared.
So that is what this means?
Yes, and also there's you've heard about something called teroburu in the Luo culture. Teroburu is also just trying to chase away demon, cast any demon, because everybody in Kenya wishes that Raila Odinga gets the best welcome in heaven. But not just heaven. We also believe that Raila Odinga must be welcomed by the Luo elders and stand next to him. For example, he should now be in the hands of Jaramogi. He should be in the hand of Ramogi Ajuang. People like Tuoluluos, like Tom Mboya, Robert Ouko, the people he fought with, struggled with, they should now be smiling somewhere together. So everybody is out there to ensure they do their best to ensure this happens. So people are going to cast those demons away. People are going to pray for his soul to arrive and sit pretty with the Father, because they believe that it's not just about Raila Odinga, it's about us. If Raila Odinga's soul rests properly with the ancestors well, then the blessings from heaven above will come. You can see those elders arriving, putting on the traditional culture. You see somebody with a spear, that's a shield, you understand? They even believe this time there could be something that can be wrong. That's why you see them arriving with a shield to protect. And of course that kofia there is a sign of loyalty. So there must be everybody.
Loyalty to the deceased, or loyalty to
Yes, of course, yes. To the deceased, but also to the community.
Okay.
Because Raila's death is the death of a very great elder of the Luo community. So all that is very important to be remembered. And they must be done in a certain way. Like, you know, for example, you see that thing, the kofia which was put on by Jaramogi. You saw the other day that it was Junior who was putting it on. Now, on this ceremony, that kofia cannot be put on by two people. It could be put on only by one person. In the whole of Nyayo Stadium, did you see anybody with the same kofia? It was put on the head of Raila Odinga Jr. Now this one can always be worn by very many people. Like if you go for mass, priests can dress the same way, but the bishop won't dress the same way as the other people.
Makes sense.
But also, if the priests are there, the main celebrant might dress in a way that is highly praised. So today, Raila is the most decorated person. You'll see some people putting those spears, those kofias on his coffin. Probably we might see that ceremony at some point. Thus, I'm telling you that those regalias Raila used as a Luo elder, some of them either can be inherited by the child. Like you saw, Fimbo ya Moi was given to Gideon. It was not given to the other sons, and Gideon is the last born. So it's always, again, a time of succession. Remember, for a long time, Raila Odinga remained the political leader of the Luo community. Oburu Odinga remained the cultural leader, if you read Oburu Odinga's book by any chance, the one he wrote. So this will also be showing you whom does community sense to be blessing to take over from Raila, but not just community as a Luo community. This is more of the family, because this is a funeral of a family. So the other one is another story altogether, because that's political. But on the hierarchy here, you could see, for example, that they were trying to elevate a lot Raila Odinga Jr. To be able now to be the fatherhead of the family. But if I ask you, who is the fatherhead of Raila Odinga family now? He is Raila Odinga Jr. That is not in question. And anybody trying to question it does not see the reality. But now the leader of the Luo community is another story. So you could see those are the things happening now.
I want us to cross over to Bondo and listen to, of course, speaking to the media. Let's listen.
Funza kisiasa na maadili yake kubwa ilikuwa kwamba ni maisha bora kwa Kenya. Maisha bora kwa kila Mkenya. Haki ya binadamu, demokrasia. So hizo ndio kumbukumbu sisi tunasema baba ametuachia katika damu yetu iweze kutembea, na tutaitembeza hivyo. So sisi tunasema tu wafuasi wote ambao walikuwa wanamwamini baba, baba alitaka Kenya iwe Kenya moja. So hapa kwa matanga ya baba tukaribishe kila mtu na tukuwe na amani, tukaribishe kila mtu. Baada ya hii sisi vile baba ametuacha, tutaketi chini tuone kwamba tunaelekea vipi pale baba ametuacha hapa.
Lakini gavana, labda tueleze umuhimu wa mifugo ambao utueleze umuhimu wa mifugo ambao umeweza kuleta upande huu, ni wangapi, ni kwa nini?
Mifugo sana sana huwa tunaleta kwa sababu ng'ombe ni symbol kwamba huyu alikuwa mzee wa jamii. So ile symbol kwanza is symbolic. Ya pili, hii mifugo tumeleta pia ni chakula. Kwa wale watu watakuja hapa, kukaa hapa, hii ni mambo ambayo itasaidia hii boma chakula. Hiyo ndio haswa utamaduni wake mkubwa. Hiyo ndio vile ilikuwa kulingana na mila za desturi za Kiafrika. Na hii yote hii regali ulikuwa unaona vile nimewaeleza hawa, hii ni live with us.
Labda tumeona viongozi mbali kutoka upande wa magharibi, akiwemo waziri ama mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi, wewe mwenyewe. Tunafahamishwa kwamba gavana wa Trans Nzoia George Natembeya atakuwa akifika na kikosi chake na mifugo. Labda tueleze umuhimu wa kila kaunti kujipanga namna hivyo.
Sisi tunajipanga hivyo katika kila kaunti kwa sababu unajua kaunti ni serikali na baba ndiye alileta ugatuzi. So gatuzi ya serikali ambao ndio wamekuja kufungua njia na ya baba. So hiyo ndio muhimu. So katika zile gatuzi zote ambazo baba ndiye amekuwa kiongozi yetu, atakuwa hapa. Na kumbuka pia baba ndiye alikuwa kiongozi wa gatuzi zote 47. Kwa sababu kama sio baba hizi gatuzi hazingekuwa. So ingekuwa muhimu kama hata gatuzi zote zingekuja, lakini sisi wa kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi, hiyo ndio desturi zetu.
Kwa kitu chochote wewe, tuna yeye mmoja anaipanguza machozi ya watu wake, ni yule mfalme wa amani, ni yule aliyesema yote imekwisha. Mambo unayoyapitia ni yeye anayeyaona, anajua shida yako mama yangu.
Right, of course, that was Paul Otuoma, who is the governor of Busia County, of course, explaining to the media and the public at large what we were just talking about with Professor Gola here, in regards to what exactly that particular dressing and the arrival of cows actually means in terms of matters tradition. Of course, live pictures there of him getting into the compound that is live in Bondo. We also have live pictures from Kisumu County, that is at the Mamboleo grounds, where the body viewing is actually underway. The members of the public have been given an opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga before it is transported to his home in Bondo, whereby he will be laid to rest tomorrow. Prof.
Yes.
We've seen that, and I just wanted to ask in terms of how many people could come into the compound, dressed the way Governor Otuoma is dressed, and does it have to be people that, can anyone just do that?
No, I was telling you first of all when I finished the 3 pillars. Okay. I talked about the script written. The second thing, I talked about the tradition, and then lastly I talked about the hierarchy. What does Raila Odinga want? So those are the 3 things which are going, Raila Odinga and family, what do they want? So those 3 things will determine many things. And it can also go into answering your question. Who qualifies to enter like Otuoma has entered? Buy a spear and buy a shield and put on a dress they want. But the thing is that you don't just do it Bondo. Otuoma has come all the way from Busia. Otuoma was among the Raila Odinga's closest friends. certain things. Even speaking, not everybody will speak. That when the body of Raila Odinga lands in Kisumu, is a prayer by Archbishop Gonyo Gendo, the one who is in charge of parochies around the world. After he has given the prayer, there is no speeches. That decision had been made. Why? Because speeches tend to be more divisive. So people want unity. So you see, for example, the Luos have lived very well with the Luyas. That's why you hear them saying Mashemeji. So Busia is based in the Luya parts of Kenya, isn't it? So when Shemejis come, Shemeji, I told you Shemeji wameleta ng'ombe. You have been saying nimeleta ng'ombe to feed the guests who have come here, but also to honor Raila as an elder. So I guess that those things are what I call protocol. There must be people in charge of holding the protocol, Raila Odinga, and they have to define who comes, who gets acknowledged for doing what, and who can be taken as a Luo elder. Everybody will do it their way. But of course, you cannot go and do something that might be considered to maybe lower the dignity of the family.
Let me just interrupt you. Of course, let's cross over to Bondo and listen to Professor Wajakoya.
I cannot describe him. He's been a source of inspiration to me, and I've followed Raila everywhere. Remember, during the last elections, people are saying that, oh, Raila had bought me. I said, no. Cannot be bought. I've known Raila for years, many years. I've known his father, whom I used to be a food tester in England, eating before. If I had eaten and died, then he would have been. So if I can go to that level of eating poison on behalf of somebody, just to ascertain whether that food is commingled with bad objects. So that shows you how close I am to this family. And I know we are all going to die. So what I'm telling the world is we should know that our final destination is that. So he's left me as an orphan. I was holding on him. I was learning from him. Everything that you see about me is from Raila and Raila's father. I don't know how you're going to fill in that gap. Raila's shoes are too big to fill. And I cannot even move near there because they are big shoes. We pray that whatever he stood for, we shall continue with this legacy. Questions?
In your list of memories, what stands out for you?
He's a man of honesty, he has integrity, and he loves his enemies. There are those who abused him, called him names, and at the end of the day, you see him laughing with them and embracing them and even appointing them to be part of him. So that's one thing that I've learned from him. That's why I've said that my party, and as I prepare to run for the elections in 2027, I've instructed those who believe in me, those who believe in what we do, not to abuse Ruto, not to abuse Raila, not to abuse Gachagua, but to embrace each other. We need some kind of talk to Kenyans. We don't need to abuse each other. We need to tell Kenyans what we can do for them. I can see a lot of my friends and my colleagues are now coming up to form groups to take over power. Yes, it's a good thing. But none of them has ever come to me to ask me. What Roots Party stands for. That's why I'm not joining any of those fellows. Thank you. The next question? Say? Raila is an enigma, and Raila is a spirit. And Raila is one person who can climb a mountain without looking at it. He's not somebody that you cannot describe Raila. That's what I'm trying to say. He's the spirit. He's not dead, he's just sleeping because his spirit is well alive. Thank you. We don't need to speak about general elections now. Let's speak about barring the enigma, then we shall talk about any other thing. He's my friend. Yeah, I lived with him in London. He's a man who loved laughter
or laughter. And it's a man who never got annoyed. But when he looked at you, then you could just get a message and retreat in your system. He's a good man. Thank you.
Of course, the Roots Party leader, that is George Lushiri Wajakoya, speaking there, eulogizing also Raila Odinga, somebody that cannot be described, just trying to paint a picture of the kind of man that he interacted with and worked together with, especially in the political scene, because they say they were friends, of course. And of course, live pictures also coming from Kisumu, that is the Mamboleo grounds. Of course, the process of actually viewing the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga continues there. And of course, it's just a quick glance as people move, so that they also, pave way for others who are waiting anxiously to be able to be given another opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister one last time. And see that huge crowd there has not yet, made its way to the coffin. So it is waiting to actually be ushered in, as they chant and actually sing, songs as they wait for that particular opportunity to walk through the coffin, so that this process is supposed to be conducted quickly, so that the body is then transported to Bondo, where he will be laid to rest on Sunday. Let's get back here.
Yeah, Brian, before you go there, I wanted us to do some quick maths. If you look at Mamboleo grounds, can we predict that there's around 80,000 people who have turned out because they want to do this at Kenyatta Stadium, which has a lower capacity? Remember, 60,000, and the ones in Kasarani, the one we are seeing, the crowd we are seeing here is much higher. So if the body began viewing at 8, let's say being 8 up to 3, those are hours like, let's say 6 hours, isn't it? So if you divide this one just by 6 hours, isn't it? You discover that you need to be seeing 13,000 people per hour, isn't it? And then if you divide this one by 60, then you find that you should be seeing, we should be 220 people should be viewing the body per minute. And I'm trying to look at the organization there. If you do 6 lines, you can do that. You can do 220 per minute, whereby everybody just glance and move, glance and move. But you see how they are being told to move. Actually, see they are moving fast. They were supposed to do more than those queues because it's possible. And I'm realizing that some
if
people...
it was more than, if it was more queues, how would that, how do they line up?
No, 6 queues can work, because you see what's happening is that you just want to pass by the coffin. You don't want to see the details of it, the coffin. And you see the body is laid so well that you can see it even from far. So you can do, you can do 6 queues. I looked at the one on Nelson Mandela. They did 8 queues. With military precision, they did 8 queues. You come and pass. Some people come like this, some people come like that, and you make a curve and you move. So that at any given time, in 1 minute, 200 people have viewed the body. You can do that. I'm a professor in operations strategy, and we know. Even if you want to ensure that 6 people, you have a guest of 200 people who are going taking a tea break for 30 minutes. How do they serve tea, sugar, what? You have to plan it so well. I'm thinking that there should have been an improvement. But what I like about the people of Kisumu is that they have stayed calm. They have listened to the call from the leaders of the Luo Nation that stay calm, and how they conduct themselves, actually, how the Kisumu people conduct themselves will put Raila's legacy that he has. He had followers who can find time to listen, followers who can find time to be chaotic, and also can find time sometimes to be very organized, cool, calm, and collected.
How important was that particular call that was made, by the Luo elders and just the larger leaders from the community, calling on them to actually, accord Raila respect, especially when viewing the body? How important was that?
Yeah, what happens is that Luo community has always been branded as chaotic and violent, and less organized. But for us as Luos, we believe that no, we are not that. It's just that we have always gone to do something peacefully, then we made state disorganization and state, let's say, control, then we actually rebel. But here you see, everybody has one mission. The police, the military has one mission. The Luo elders have one mission. The mourners have one mission. The Raila is given a decent send-off. So being united in that very one thing, you see the policemen are really cooperating with people. Look at how they are standing close to the people. Everybody is trying to look for how this can be as peaceful, as calm as possible, as decent with dignity as possible. Because Raila is lying there, very peacefully lying there without any word. He's just lying there saying, I am here, I've fought for you, I've won this battle for you, but now I pass the mantle. So it is completely clear that everybody wants that. And that's why you're seeing that even if the policemen tell you move quickly, no one is opposing. Leaders have talked about it, and that's what leadership is all about. How they can listen to the person. And I was telling people, the only person who has power to keep these people calm is that man lying on the coffin, Raila Odinga. If Raila Odinga said, aya, aya, even if noise was there, it goes down. So I want to tell all the mourners in Kisumu, I want to tell all the mourners in Bondo, but I also want to tell all mourners countrywide, listen to Raila Odinga's voice crying, saying, aya. Aya means it's enough. Calm down now. It's a moment for us to show decorum. And that aya voice continues echoing in everybody's voice. You saw yesterday, his children were trying to say it, aya. Aya, hello, aya, hello. So as you try to make noise in Kisumu or in Bondo, listen to Raila's call. Aya, hello. Martha Karua, when Martha Karua was Raila's running mate, he used to call it hello, 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 isn't it? You see, it is a brand. It's a brand of the enigma of the Kenyan politics, but not just Kenyan politics. He defines Africa. Remember, Raila could have been an AU chairperson. Maybe we could be having a continental funeral at the moment, probably, if he died in office. So
before you continue the continental funeral, let me cross over to Kisumu County, where the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, Raila Amolo Odinga, is actually speaking to the press. Let's listen. All right, a little bit of technical hit there when it comes to matters sound, but that was the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, Raila Amolo Odinga. Of course, just maybe giving an update in regards to the process that is currently underway as far as the viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga is concerned at Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu County before it is transported to Bondo, Siaya County. Prof, you're talking about, international. We could be having an international funeral.
We have, but could have been continental.
Continental. But I want us, that coffin has a coat of arms. Is it any symbolic?
Yeah, Raila Odinga is given a state funeral. And state funeral is done by military precision. Remember, this burial, the military is in charge. It is like he's a commander-in-chief. Remember when Kibaki died, he was given military precision.
Let me just interrupt here again. We cross over to Bondo, speaking to the media.
There's what we're able to touch and say, his hand is here and here and here. And that nudges us to come here without even invitation. Yes.
Maybe on a personal level, what memories do you have with Raila Odinga that you can share with us and, remember as well?
Yes. Personally, one time when we were having lunch at the home of his mother-in-law in Stella in Uriri, he told me to keep to the work of the church and not to meddle into politics. And we were making jokes by saying, what is the difference between politics and church? So we were laughing over it. And we were saying that when we talk about people's liberation, the church also will talk about that, only that Then we're making a joke that in the church we can have decorum, but you in the politics, you may not have the decorum. And we're laughing over that. So those are some of the memories that we can have about close contact with Raila Odinga.
And then just in line with that, how can you comment about Raila's relationship? How do you balance politics and church?
I think that was the grace of God. Every generation, God raises a person who is so unique. In our generation, we thank God that we're able to see him. He had a way of balancing humility and courage. That's strange. Politics and religion. He wasn't just in the Anglican Church. You know, one time His Excellency was making a joke that is Raila an Anglican or a Legio Maria? So that was the unique thing about him, that he was able to be here and also visit others because his people were across all the religions. That art of balancing made him to be the enigma that he was. Yes. Thank you. God bless.
Of course, live pictures there, like we promised you, that will be on the ground, bringing you up to speed with what will be happening in different parts. So, of course, we are live in Bondo, we are live in Kisumu, live here in the studio here in Nairobi, and of course, just getting to understand what is happening on the ground as we eulogize Raila Odinga. Of course, and also I'll be crossing over to Bondo just so that we get to listen to Tom Ojenda, who is the senator of Kisumu.
Kisumu, and we have viewed the body, and we saw the large crowds that have turned out to give Baba a befitting send-off. So today we are here, and just to ensure that all the program is on course, as we hope to wait to receive His Excellency President William Ruto tomorrow for the burial, and of course the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and the entire team. So I'm also here to see my colleague Senator Oburu, who is the party leader of ODM, and other colleagues as we mourn. This is a painful loss for all of us, a painful loss as we saw, and the people in this region and indeed the entire country are mourning. It's a first.
How will you remember Raila Odinga?
Raila's contribution to politics, his resilience, the way he has stood for the defense of humanity and fellow countrymen, Africans, and protected democracy, not just here in Kenya, but to emulate a selfless leader who stands for principles and change. I mean, all the space that we enjoy in this country, including the 2010 Constitution, is a result of what Raila Amolo Odinga stood for. He's the reason I'm in politics, I must say. Thank you.
Now, speaking about him being the reason you're in politics, do you mind sharing some of the personal memories that you have with Raila?
Yes, I said that I previously led the law societies in Kenya and East Africa and Africa, and did not intend to move beyond and to get into politics. It was because of the constant engagements I had with Baba that at some point he told me that I should move to elective politics and represent the people of my region. And that is why I found myself here. And I think the constant advice, constant molding, and the constant concerns about the people and the need to work for our people is why I said it was important for me to join politics. Thanks to Baba.
Thank you very much.
Of course, Senator Ojenda there speaking on his reflection with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and some of the interactions they've had and how he remembers him. And also the Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu. The exercise of viewing the body of the former Prime Minister is currently underway, like we are discussing. were discussing with Professor Ogola here, whether we are actually going to make it on time. Exercise, right? Prof, before
Yes.
I interrupted you.
No worries.
Okay.
We are here for the Prime Minister, so anything for him we will take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were looking at, because I think before we crossed over, we were taking a look at the symbolism of that.
When the president announced that we will give Raila Odinga the state funeral, everything else it has got standard operating procedures. The Air Force knew what exactly they usually do. Parliament had to prepare for him. County had to prepare for him. So that is already very clear, because the state funeral is a very standard thing. It has got a manual, how it's been done. It has a budget. So there was really no need of having, well, I mean, he announced it, we knew how much money was going to be spent and everything else. And remember, Raila Odinga more than deserves to be given a state funeral. And then what I like is that how the people complimented that with, so that is always on the seal of everybody. Remember, even that flag which was put there, that's also a very special flag. It's not just laying a flag you can buy. It has got a seal, it has got many other things. So not many things you can see. But everything there, remember the gun carriage that was given. That gun carriage is also very standard, because he is like a commander-in-chief. So it has to be given a gun carrier. That is what carries the gun to the thing. Remember when Uhuru Kenyatta was being handing over to Ruto, he had to be pulled from the barracks with that thing. It has a very good symbol, a very important symbol. So everything is standard the way it is standard. It means that when you say state funeral, the states take over. That's why you are seeing even ODM is struggling, because if Raila Odinga died just like an ODM leader, this could have been an ODM funeral. This is a state funeral. You had when Kindiki said, and maybe thank for him in one way or the other, this is not a time to fight, but Kindiki said something very important, that we know Raila Odinga had got standards how his funeral was supposed to take place. The family have their standard how it should take place. ODM has what should take place, but then now it's a state funeral. So you have to find how the state balances theirs with that of the people. But remember that now the state takes control and dictates it more than the other. But because Raila Odinga was a politician, I don't think there's so much that can go against it. The traditional thing that there is going to control is going to be at the graveside. That still the military will be there. The people lowering the body to the grave will still be the military. The gun salute will be done by the military, but the ceremony will be conducted as per the ACK, because Raila Odinga was an ACK believer, and merging ACK with the family tradition. So everything you see there is standard. Look at the colors. They are state colors. Red, there's white, isn't it?
Okay.
Those are state colors. White is a symbol of what? Peace, isn't it? But red is a symbol of blood. Blood that was shed during the fight for freedom. But also Raila has seen a lot of blood. He has suffered a lot for this country. But also that that symbol there is a symbol of honor that's given to him, a seal that he has lived his life in the public sphere. Raila has led more his life in the public than in the private. So then the public may determine a lot about Raila than the private thing. So the coat of arms is actually a confirmation that this is a state funeral.
All right.
Without that coat of arms, it can be, remember that coat of arms cannot be used the way you want. Today, try to put on a cloth and seem to have breached the use of coat of arms, you can be taken to court. I've seen some people putting documents in their political party, documents in their own organization, is holding the sovereignty of this country. Remember that coat of arms is not, it does not look similar to any other. It is just probably Kenyan. If you go down to South Sudan, it looked very close to this one because there's a lot Kenya share with South Sudan. I don't know for what reason. Even our flag, you have to be very clear to distinguish the Kenyan flag from the South Sudan flag because the colors are more or less all there. So they have a bit of blue, I think, South Sudan. We don't have blue in ours, isn't it?
We don't.
So I'm trying to say that that is a standard way Raila Odinga should be buried because he deserves it. But even if you look apart from that, you might find that even some the clothings also must actually resemble the state. You cannot bury him, for example, dressed in Luo. The plane that eventually leaves Raila from Kisumu International Airport to Mamboleo ground is a military chopper. It's not your kind of plane. Why was it important? I saw some people making noise, oh, why do you fly Kenya Airways all the way? Why don't Indians bring Raila Odinga? Now look at it like that. That an Indian Air Force is bringing Raila Odinga to Nairobi. Raila Odinga was those people who really were very African. Look at his dressing all through and through. Look at even how he conducted himself in public. Raila Odinga would have not wished to be carried by Indian Air Force being brought back to Kenya as if they are donating to us the transport of Raila Odinga. It was crucial, and I have to applaud William Ruto for having honored him with Kenya Airways going all the way to India to pick them. But
it was very symbolic, right?
Yeah, but there's only one thing which I consider a mistake. You know, we saw the CS Interior flying all the way to India to take the body. And then not managing, because CS Interior has to do interior and coordination. So they didn't coordinate very well the mourners being on the body on that day, and we lost some people. I think he would have been better remained here, work with the PS Omolo, ensure that when Raila's body arrives, everything is good. But now when people are even climbing on the plane, there was a lot of security breaches. There were sort of lapses. And I think that when he came back, he was very tired. He was sleepy. And he looked like he could have been better remain in the country to prepare for the arrival of Raila Odinga. Because why?
To traveling to
than traveling to India, because it fatigued him. I know maybe he loved it. And I like the fact that on this time, you see what has happened. PS Omolo was in Kisumu earlier on. He met with the local leaders there. The local leaders are allowed to speak to the community. They were doing coordination. That we see now, even if that crowd is surging very much, it's being managed because leaders are already on the ground. PS Omolo did not have to come to Wilson Airport to fly with Raila Odinga to Kisumu, but he was managing the things on the ground, looking at how all procedures and all protocols are being done. And then what you see what's happening. As soon as the main leaders have viewed the body of Raila Odinga in Kisumu, they are traveling to Bondo, because immediately after this, the attention starts shifting to Bondo. When the body arrives in Bondo, remember that that body has to make its way inside Raila Odinga's home. You might be wondering why Raila is being buried tomorrow and the body had to go to Kisumu today. In our tradition, an elder like Raila, the body must sleep in the home. The body will go into Raila's room, house, and Ida and the family have to sit there. So people coming to give condolences will have to give the condolences when the body is at home. That's why if you are a Luo leader and you have not built a home, before you are buried, they must have built a home. So Raila prepared well that we don't have to build for him a home. You know, we have so many Luo professors in town here. When they die, you see now houses are being built, kitchen is being built. But for him, this was already prepared. The body must spend the night, overnight stay at home. That's why the body could have remained in Nairobi for more viewing, but it had to fly to Kisumu, then make its way to Raila's home tonight, spend the night there, then he's buried from there. Because I told you, the spirits of Ramogi Ajuang, the spirits of Jaramogi, the spirits of Raila Odinga must again combine, isn't it? And meet together, then Raila is laid to rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it important culturally and traditionally to have the body spend the night in the house and, you know, just make its way to the compound? Because some people argue and say, okay, let's arrive in the morning, you know, have the viewing and bury by 3.
It's a belief that Raila's spirits have always been there. Remember, before Raila handshaked any president, they always go to Bondo. Just check properly. Kibaki had been to Bondo. Uhuru had been to Bondo. Ruto had been to Bondo. And even so, this time when Gideon wanted to have peace with Ruto, again they went to Baringo, and they were there in Cabernet. They went to the mausoleum where the late president is buried. So the spending of the night means that you are there. You know, you cannot bury someone who was not there. Like in the Luo tradition, as men we are allowed to stay outside at night, but you cannot stay beyond cockcrow. That's why sometimes when people are being ferried bodies from Nairobi to be buried at home in Luo Nyanza, they must arrive at home at least before cockcrow. After the cockcrow, the day changes. It's the next day. For us Luos, we don't change the day at midnight like the English people. And it's a typical African behavior. That even if you are a husband, if you are drinking out with the friends, if your wife takes you before the elders, that you come home after cockcrow, umelala nje. Now, before cockcrow, hata ukifika 1 minute before, ndio cock start crowing, hiyo umelala kwa nyumba. Remember, Luos have these things whereby before anything happens, they must be sleeping together. Some people have called it badminton. Before you plant seeds, like for example, when it's planting season, before seeds are planted, an elder must travel back home. For example, you see those men who live in Nairobi, if tomorrow people are opening the planting season, you have to travel at home, spend the night in your home, then tomorrow you take the seeds outside. There's a correlation between that spending the night and the blessing that comes with it. They say the spirits of elders also do meet at night. So today the spirit of Raila Odinga will have to meet with the spirit of Jaramogi Ajuang, spirit of Jok, spirit of Olo, spirit of Chien, spirit of Choli. They meet together and therefore they wish him well in the journey. They say, go away my son, fly on your way, shine with the angels. So these blessings must be there. Remember when the Luos are praying in their own tradition, if you look, Raila was always dressing like the Legio Maria, which began with Ondeto. We don't pray through Abraham, but we pray through the elders like Olo, Choli, Ramogi Ajuang. We don't say Abraham, our ancestor. We mention the real name of the ancestors because for us, the Bible is there. But you see, the Western people pray to the ancestors, which is Abraham, which is Jacob. For us, when you pray in our typical Luo tradition, we don't mention Jacob, we don't mention Abraham, we mention the Ramogi Ajuang. We mention Choli. Choli is the one which is after a Choli community. Chien was a very, very fierce leader. People believe he walked from all the way from South Sudan to Kenya. Can you imagine that journey? People like Olo, who was promised the land that Luos have. So you look at the relation between the Israelites and Luo. Just like the Israelites were promised land, for the Luos they were promised land through Olo. That's why you saw the Israelites claim that they were given a promised land. Olo means land, but Olo also means lodge, which means power. That's why Luos believe that one day you have to govern this country. But also Olo means prosperity, that Luos would prosper at some point. So these are the three promises that was given by them. So even them, he has to go and unite. If you go to Migori, a place called Kadem, there's a place called Dalasingo. Dalasingo means a home of promise. So you find all the small huts constructed for different Luo elders. I'm sure this was actually also thinking about how this inheritance is given down the line. So Raila has to spend at his home, but also has to spend in the land of his father Jaramogi to connect with the elders, and that's very important ritual. Even if you marry your wife, also to bury your wife at home, the wife has to come and spend the night in your home before the burial takes place tomorrow. But I've seen some communities whereby somebody dies in Nairobi, then the body leaves Nairobi in the morning, reaches their area, they say a mass in nearby school, then is buried. We don't do that in the Luo tradition. That will have actually gone against our tradition, but also the writings, like I told you, which is called Luo Ki Tigigitembege, which means the way Luos should be perceived and their behaviors. Yeah.
There's something you mentioned. As we look at also tradition, we'll come back on that. Raila is being buried on a Sunday. And from what I understood some time back is that even the Anglican Church does not do funeral services on Sunday. Sunday is set aside for just going to church. I do understand the Catholic nowadays do not bury on Saturday. Or am I wrong on that?
The Catholic Church buries mostly on Sunday. The Anglican Church buries mostly on Friday, Thursday. The Anglican Church will prefer to bury on Friday. But Brian, I'm a theologian. And if you look at the Anglican theology, Archbishop Cordia was explaining it a little bit, not yesterday during the ceremony, but earlier. There is some things you do for pastoral reasons. And Jesus says that if your cow falls in a ditch on a Sabbath, do you let the cow die? No, you remove it. So Raila had said within 72 hours. So then everything else is done for pastoral reason. Why? To please the family and also to please the Honorable Raila Odinga. In fact, for Raila Odinga to be buried on Sunday, which means he has rewritten the history, and sort of that is how heroes do, without even having said it. Because when he said he was going to be buried within 72 hours, he didn't know that it will boil down to a Sunday.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe Raila had written this history in a way we didn't know how. And many people don't get buried on Sunday because on Sunday is the day where people go to church. So remember, most churches will be almost be half empty. If you are a priest, who will you be preaching to in a Bondo? If you are a priest in Bondo, or if you are a pastor, everybody. In fact, when you are in church, people will be watching Raila's burial live from their phone. So there is really no need. So I'm asking all the Luo community leaders and churches and all meetings, all eyes on Bondo, to give Baba just this one day. He's just asking for this one day. He's given you his 80 years of life in public service. What can you sacrifice really? Just give him that one day. Just give him that one day, maybe it's a few hours, but sacrifice your Sunday and give Baba the befitting send-off.
Could people use this as, you know, for Anglican church goers, could they use this in future and say, of course, if it was done, then we can also want something like that?
Yeah, you know, there's something we call precedence. So Raila has created a precedence. But you see what's happening, it must meet the criteria. If you never declared you'll bury in 72 hours, and your 72 hours is not on Sunday, then we cannot claim anything else. So it must be according to your wishes. And the best way to respect a fallen hero like Raila Odinga is to follow his wishes. And also Raila Odinga did not say this, and it goes against the tradition of the Luo community. It has not gone with the tradition of the church. And there's nowhere written that you cannot bury on Sunday. The reason why on Sunday is more of commercial. Let me talk about this for a little bit. Maybe it's controversial, but I think that's the case. You know, if you bury on Sunday, the pastors don't get sadaka on Sunday because the sadaka will be the funeral. And the sadaka on a funeral is never given to the pastor, it's given to the family. So they prefer to do their thing on Saturday burial, which if you're a priest, you get some money, of course, as a pastor or a bishop. Then again, on Sunday, Christians come and now do for you because now people are supposed to pay tithes. This Sunday, the tithe will not go to church. You understand? So it's more of letting the day for the Lord. Then lastly, which for me is for pastoral reasons, the Bible is very clear. Honor the day of the Lord. So honoring the day of the Lord, you should not make other plans to do on the day of the Lord, which is Sunday for Catholics, Saturday for SDS, Friday for Muslims, other days for other denominations. So normally you cannot start planning a burial on the day that if you have a chance to postpone them on that. Remember, even some people lose their families just before Christmas, and sometimes they decide to bury them quickly before Christmas so that people can have Christmas, or they postpone the burial to happen some days after Christmas so that people can have Christmas, because Christmas is a special day. The same day to Easter. I'm a Catholic. They say even you cannot go to pay dowry on the day like during Easter season, like Friday. You must postpone marriages, you must postpone some of your human activities to respect the Lord. So I believe that the bishops of the Catholic Church and also the bishop of the ACK must have actually deliberated on this matter and seen that for pastoral reasons, you can actually give it to them. For example, in the Catholic Church, they believe that if you are married to a man, if you are a woman, you are married to a man who does not go to church, but you and the kids go to church, the church cannot bury your husband. But then they said, for the sake of the family, not the dead man, sometimes they can be given a burial just for the sake of uplifting the souls and the spirits of the family members. Because if you don't come to bury somebody's husband, just because the husband was not there, you kill them spiritually. So I believe all this has been done for more pastoral reasons other than just for following religion strictly.
Okay. So a lot of people, of course, continue to send their condolences to the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And right now, of course, we want to cross over to Kisumu, where Jeremiah Kioni is actually speaking. Let's listen in.
Sisi kama wanajubilii, baba alifanya kazi kubwa sana. Zaidi ya kuwa ya kwamba watetea wa Kenya kwa kila jambo. Sisi kana wanajubilii pia alitutetea sana wakati chama chetu kilikuwa kinanyakuliwa, na alisimama kitete na sisi, na bila baba hatungekuwa na Jubilee siku ya leo. Kwa hivyo tumekuja tu kusema pole, na pia to remember that what he stood for. And I believe that the best way that we can remember Baba is to continue with the fight for the good of the common man or the common person, because that is what he did all through his life. Na wengi ni wale hawakumfahamu. Wengi hawakumfahamu. Uhuru Kenyatta was able to capture who Baba was to this country. Kuna wale walikuwa wanamfikiria yeye ni is a tribalist, but he wasn't. Wale walikuwa wakifikiria he is a divider, but he wasn't. Kuna wale walikuwa wanafikiria kwamba alikuwa akifanya mambo ajifaidi kwa fedha. That was never his goal. He was always there for the people. Na hii kitu yake ya kuongea akifanya mkono namna hii, when you are in the room with him, was a very warm thing, and he used to welcome all of us. When we were in Azimio, whenever there were disagreements, akikaa pale kwa kiti, within some 5-10 minutes, nyinyi wote mmeelewana na mmepata safari. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Jubilee na pia wanaazimio, this is a sad moment for us, but we thank God for those of us who are able to work with him, and we got to understand him. And I can tell you, we are here in Kisumu because of who Baba was. That is what has brought me here in Kisumu. And the fact that he was also a brother to my party leader, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Unaweza tuambia kibinafsi ulikuwa na uhusiano gani na Raila, na utupatie kumbukizi moja ambayo utabaki nayo licha ya kuwa ameondoka?
Tulifanya kazi karibu sana wakati wa Azimio. Na alikuwa akinipigia simu, ananiambia uko wapi Jeremiah? Ananiambia niko hapa. Kuja asubuhi tunaingia ndege tunaenda pande hii tukiwa juu kwa hewa. That was another Raila. And alikuwa naijua Kenya hii. Hata livers, nakwambia ile ni that liver, hiyo that is about that for this county. Ile nyumba ni ya fulani. That is Raila for you. On air, he was also something else. But he was Baba. Baba was Baba. And that's why we are here. So,
kama viongozi ungependekeza nini haswa nichukulie? Naona Mama Ida anasema
Mwanchomo waligerelia bweta TV yo Mama Raila Odinga.
Of course, Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, they are speaking to the press and just also condoling with the family of Odinga, and just reflecting on how he interacted with the former Prime Minister, especially during the campaign period in 2022. And I see a lot of people also sending their feedback. I see Lily Kemoli on YouTube, of course, say you can still go to church and watch the burial later. Church is a few hours. Burial will take almost the whole day. Prof, this is in regards to what we are discussing following the burial that will be happening tomorrow. John Chase says, Western region, we are going to miss you, Baba. Rest in peace. Viceman says, I don't know how many RIPs I will say or post to make you, Baba, rest easy. RIP. And of course, quite a number of rest in peace messages for the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, even as we continue to eulogize him and prepare and wait for his burial that is tomorrow. initially we talked about the military is going to take charge of the, the burial. And there's the aspect of the tradition that I was asking you about in regards to what exactly takes center stage. Now we say, if the military is going to do it the military way and take charge, do they get instructions in regards to what tradition demands for the burial of such a man?
I'm sure that already happened. That already happened already. Immediately the funeral committee was set up. The funeral committee has all the people who knows what needs to happen. Like Oburu Odinga knows exactly what was supposed to happen. He's in that funeral committee. That's why a family member must be in that funeral committee. The KDF must be, if you like, CDF must be in that committee. At the same time, religious leaders must be in that committee. Also, you can see, for example, the guy in charge of interior and coordination must be in that committee. So that's where the church shares what they stand for. The family shares with the tradition that needs to happen. Even the Luo elder, I'm sure Dungiranda, who is the elder for Raila Odinga's Luo arm of the Luo elders is there. They will also come together. But this is a time where all Luo communities are coming together. Remember, in the past, there's been these two care from the Luo community. Now, this is not the time to say you are here, you are there. Everybody comes together. Remember, everything must stop for Baba. Because Baba, as you heard, is Baba. So everything you explained goes back to, it is Baba.
It is Baba.
Why are we in Bondo? It is Baba. Why state funeral? It is Baba. Why are all enemies, friends coming together? It is Baba. So everything ends that, all explanation, it is Baba. So everything will happen the Baba way. So Baba has to define why on Sunday, it is Baba. So everything is that it is Baba. And for the fact that that is the case now, everybody rolls around that one. Remember, Baba, when I say it is Baba, Baba has got the state connection. Baba has the ODM arm. Baba has the Luo elders arm. Baba has got the church arm. Baba also was a man of the youth. Look at most people passing by are mostly young people. And those people love him to the heart. That's why you cannot insult Baba anywhere. The energy that was causing even the stampede in Nyayo was the energy of the youth. I heard people saying, oh, Gen Z separated from Baba. No, in death, they unite with him and beyond now. So you could see that everything will happen the Baba way. So I'm trying to say it's very clear the script from the church, the script from the tradition, and the script from the state have to come together, then they have a formula. Remember, Bran, there's nothing under the sun. Remember that Raila Odinga is not the first elder to die. His father was the same thing. In fact, the father died in Kisumu. The father was flown to Nairobi. And then later the father was taken back to Kisumu. Don't ask me why. I'm privy to that information, but everybody else thought that the body was being received from Nairobi to Kisumu. But actually, he died in Aga Khan, in Kisumu. The only thing is that the death of Jaramogi could not be announced in Kisumu. Why? You could not contain it. You have to fly the body out in a military chopper, then take it back and prepare. Because if Raila died in Kisumu and the state had not prepared for it, do you know how Kisumu would look like? You could, even Aga Khan hospital could be brought down through the walls with the power of the youth. So they buried Jaramogi. It was a state funeral, isn't it? And not like Raila. It was a funeral for the community, but it was a big funeral. But Moi presided over it. Moi was there. So they have buried more leaders. They have buried more people given state funeral. And I'm sure the only thing which is different from Raila's case is that he was the people's president. And there are more people to deal with than Kibaki. When Kibaki was in Nyeri, this was not the numbers we got. When Moi was taken to Baringo, this was not the numbers we got. But Raila has gotten this number. And I was discussing earlier with Mheshimiwa Pogisho. And we are trying to discuss what's the difference between Raila Odinga and any other leader. Do you know this love Raila gets? He does not pay for it. All other leaders get it from commercial. How much can I give you? Which position can I give you? Brian, I was with on television here during Mandamano when Raila Odinga was under fire. I stood with him, isn't it? I never even spoke on the phone with him. He paid me nothing. He never sent me anything. But do you know why I was here? I understood Raila Odinga's vision. I knew what he wanted, so I'm able to discuss about him. Now tell me, all those leaders you are hearing here that they want to take over, tell me if they were to be discussed, what can you talk about them? Do you need 1 minute or you need 4 minutes? Some of them you just need a second, isn't it? Like Fred Ogola, you only need 3 minutes to talk about me. But Raila Odinga, you can discuss about him for 20 hours, but you still have things you have not covered.
Yeah, there's
I'm
so
sure
much.
the media, you're overwhelmed with what to talk about Raila Odinga. Tell me which topic can you talk about? You can even have 1 million topics and you won't exhaust. So he is Baba. I told you, Baba is Baba. And therefore, the meet between people is critical. Moi, when Moi never had money, Moi looked very flat. Kibaki also was this thing, was talk about the economy, isn't it? William Ruto, without money, he is actually not a national leader, isn't it? And without the trappings of power he enjoys. Remember, Raila Odinga was not president, and he pulls crowd more than those who are president. And I tell you, that is the confirmation that Raila Odinga was elected severally as president. The only thing is that he was not sworn in. And that's what we are dealing with. We are dealing with a man which is an institution. An institution that can pull the church, can pull the community leaders, can pull even Kikuyu elders, can pull even the Luhya elders. He can pull the Kisii elders, the Abagusi. He has capacity that you can't believe. And he never paid anybody. Tell me who has been paid to attend this funeral. There are some leaders that when they die, you even pay people to
mobilize.
You mobilize people to come and
you
mourn.
have to organize school buses to make sure that
in fact, in the Luo culture, I don't know about your culture, we don't have professional mourners. Have you seen any professional mourners being hired here? People have mourned Raila their way in their own capacity and from their own heart and spirit. And that's what I am calling the people's president. And that's what I end by saying, Baba is Baba.
Baba. Baba is Baba indeed. And let's now look at the kind of gap that he leaves behind. And I'd like to talk about the issue to do with the office that he held, especially held an office at Capitol Hill. Served one of the longest serving opposition leaders in the country, but to some extent appeared like he's, a government official or a president to that particular matter, based on how many people went to see him and what transpired after that. To some extent, it looked like he's the solver of so many things. Whenever somebody had an issue, they spoke to Baba, and you saw those pictures on Twitter, and people will be like, oh, okay, this one already has been cleared of whatever damage or whatever, a stain that they have. What then happens after the exit of Raila Odinga, the man that people really just endear themselves to, went for solutions, even when he was sick, they still, are looking at him for answers and all that?
Yeah, what we have to do is to accept the truth. Again, Baba is Baba. No one will be one. So once we agree on that, then we can have a where to start. Anybody thinking can be Baba is living in denial. Fred Ogola, knows very well that you can't replace him. Once we know that, then we have to know that our politics have changed forever. Yesterday I told you that everybody must go back to the drawing board. If you wanted to become a leader of Kenya, you wanted to become the president, you wanted to become deputy president, even those who had done their strategic plan for the election for 2027, they have to hire again new consultants. Raila has changed not just the political formation for the country. He will even change people's profession. There are some people whose work was the commercial Raila Odinga. They earned a living just because of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga was a guy that if he buys a car and rides it, everyone will buy that car. Remember the hammer story? When Raila Odinga bought a hammer, everybody bought a hammer. When Raila Odinga went to eat at this Ronaldo, where people eat fish, everybody is now eating there. When Raila Odinga took Martha Karua to eat fish at the big fish became very big. You understand? People even go to places just to eat there because Raila Odinga had eaten there.
Yeah.
Who can create this brand? Nobody. Nobody, I'm telling you. Maybe somebody will begin, then accomplish this at 80, isn't it? But they cannot begin like Raila Odinga. But also, that thing cannot happen instantly. It will take time to happen, And when it happens, it will not happen the same way with which Raila Odinga did it. Raila Odinga did it his way, he did his way, Baba way. So we cannot do it Baba way. We have to do it our own way. And the qualification for Raila Odinga to become whom he is totally different from any other person's qualification. Like, he was a visionary. Who has a vision as big as Raila Odinga's vision? Raila Odinga was a leader who commanded a lot of respect across the country, who has built this network. But Raila Odinga also built an economic empire, because you cannot have not have this economic empire and build the legacy Raila Odinga has built. Even in the Maasai community, the Luo community, respect also comes with how much wealth you can command. And he never gave people that money, but just having that wealth, he had the luxury to do what he wanted with it. So this is something that can take centuries and centuries to build. And anybody trying to think he can do that, it can't happen. Remember, Raila Odinga also inherited something from his father. Who is my father? My father was a catechist. What do I inherit as political capital from him? Nothing. But I inherit at least the lessons he learned, the values he gave me, isn't it? But Raila Odinga inherited the political capital from his father. Who has that capital at the moment? And remember, Raila Odinga has a love that is not transferable. You know, the love...
you say his love is not transferable?
No. Bran, if you have a girlfriend now, and your girlfriend loves you so much, then you love me so much, you can't tell your girlfriend to transfer the love for you to me. He only loves you for you. So the people who love Raila also love Raila for Raila. You can't tell them because Raila loved you, no, Raila was with me. No, you must come up with your own leadership vision. Where do you want to take Kenyans? The issue of kingpin is a gone story. In fact, it's an end of an era. Kikuyus don't have one. Everybody claims to be one, but no one actually emerges to be one. Luhya is struggling with it. Natembeya probably is getting there, but probably the coast is also struggling with one. So it is not just going to be a simple arithmetic of instant. It is not an instant coffee thing. It's not a microwave thing. It's not an oven thing. It's like jiko ya makaa. You must take the process to make it happen. I can see Natembeya has arrived.
Just a moment. I want can you? Let's listen into Governor Natembeya.
Wote tuko nao hapa, kuna wazee wengine pia huko njiani wanakuja. Nafikiri watakuja kujumuika na sisi baadaye. La muhimu ni kwamba taifa la Kenya limepoteza shujaa. Yule mtu ambaye alijitolea mhanga, akaweka maisha yake on the line vile wasungu wanasema, ili Kenya pate kukombolewa tena, inaitwa second liberation. Baada yale matumaini yetu sisi wakati tulipata uhuru yalifika mahali yakapotea, ikabidi mashujaa wengine wa ukombozi wajitokeze, na Raila akawa kati ya wale ambao walijitokeza. Tukapata hiyo freedom ya kukaa pamoja na kuongea. Wakati huo, wakati wa Mzee Moi, mambo yalikuwa magumu sana. Baadaye pia Raila akapigania katiba mpya, katiba ya Kenya 2010. Kati ya katiba wakaweka kipengele cha muhimu sana kuhusu masuala ya ugatuzi, devolution, kwamba power, uwezo na mali rasilimali zitoke Nairobi zikuje mashinani. Yeye amekuwa anapigania hiyo, maana hajakuwa achieved mpaka sasa hivi, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao hawaamini katika maadili ya devolution, bado wanakuamilia fedha kule Nairobi. Lakini kama kuna jambo ambalo tutakumbuka Raila mambo ya katiba, ni mambo ya kuleta ugatuzi, na mpaka sasa alikuwa anasema fedha nyingi zikuje mashinani, fedha za kuunda barabara zikuje mashinani. Kwa hivyo mnaweza kuwa mnakinziana kidogo na approach. Kama mimi tuko tumekubaliana mambo ya kwenda kwa broad based, maana kwa tumesema tubaki katika kwa masuala ya kitaifa, na vile mimi alijitolea muhanga na kufanyia Kenya taifa kazi nzuri. Sisi lazima tumhenze Raila. Ametujenga. Mimi nikikuja kwa siasa, yeye alikuja kanishika mkono, na wale watu ambao walikuwa wanasimama kwa chama cha ODM kule Trans Nzoia, wote aliwaambia, mara moja sio mara ya tatu, hata alikasirika akasema anaweza kupiga mtu. Mbona wanajaribu kunipinga? Na mimi nikakuwa na njia rahisi sana ya kukua gavana. Amekuwa role model mzuri sana. Hata mkiona tunaongea bila uoga, tunajua kwamba unaweza kuongea bila uoga, hata wanaweza kukufinya, lakini kama unafanya kazi ya Mungu, hiyo haitakuua. Utatoka mpaka umalize kazi ya Mungu vile Raila amefanya kazi ya Mungu. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru na tunaomba kwamba tukue na mazishi ambayo itakuwa ya amani, si ndio? Watu wasizozane, watu wasipigane. So far so good. Ile emotions ambao Kenya wameonyesha, it has never been seen. Hata wakati Kenyatta alizikwa, Moi akizikwa, Kibaki akizikwa, hata wakati Amolo alizikwa, hatujaona zile emotions. Maana Raila alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa in touch na wananchi. Kila mtu ana feel personal loss. Maana kuna one way or another Raila amekuza personally. Sio kama tu prime minister, au sio kama MP, sio kama nani, lakini kama an individual aliguguza mali. Labda alisema jambo ambalo lilikuwa linakufinya na kuona mabadiliko yamefanya nini? Yamepatikana. So tulie Raila, na tulie Raila kwa njia ambayo ni nzuri, bila mambo ya fujo. Wala ambao wanaona watakuwa mayatima wa siasa, tafadhali watu wasilie. Maana Raila pia amewacha nyuma, ametumenta sisi tunakuja, tunatembea kwa miguu zake, will not go wrong. Wala ambao pia wanakuwa waoga sana, pia hiyo uoga wafanye nini? Waeke chini. Maana uoga haiwezi kusaidia. Mwanaume anaogopa nini? Toka nje, ukikuwa muoga watu wengine wataumia. Kama Mwenyezi Mungu amekupatia nafasi vile alipatia Raila, aliitumia vizuri. Ndiposa tunalia. Kuna wenzake pia ambao zaliwa na Raila, wamekuwa na Raila, lakini kuna mtu ambaye atawakumbuka kwa sababu hii mambo ya uoga. Unajua kitu ni kibaya na wananyamaza ukisema. Taifa la Kenya leo kwa mikono mizuri, tupewe time ya kumwona Raila, alafu tukijipanga bila taifa la Kenya litaendelea. Kwa mimi nawashukuru sana. Raila alikuja kule kwetu wakati Amolo kijana alikufa, alileta ng'ombe wengi sana. Na akalia na sisi sana. Na sisi tukampenda sana. Yeye ndiye amekuwa political leader wa Western. Kwa hivyo hata wakati watu wa Nyanza wanalia kwamba kiongozi wao amekufa, mkumbuke kwamba pia Western kiongozi wetu wa kisiasa amekuwa ni nani? Amekuwa ni Raila Odinga. Lakini ametufunza sisi. Tutashikilia hatamu ya uongozi wakati yeye ametoka, hakutakuwa na vya kubaki. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Asante.
Naam, huyo ni gavana wa Trans Nzoia.
Right, and of course that is Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya. Of course, also just remembering the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, the late, and some of the interactions, of course, that they've had together, what they agreed on, what they did not agree on. Of course, speaking about the issue to do with the broad-based government, that on that particular issue, of course, they had a little bit of a disagreement, because he was hoping, or rather opted for having an opposition that is very strong when it comes to putting the government in check and on its toes. And since that is the direction he took, of course, he's been able to maintain that particular decision that he actually took in terms of staying in the opposition and not joining the broad-based government. And of course, we've seen him arrive there dressed in what we have been describing here as somehow traditional regalias to honor and pay respect to the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And also we've seen him arriving with quite a number of cows just to pay respect to the late that is former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And like I said, Natembeya comes from Trans Nzoia. He came in dressed on exactly what we were talking about, we're holding a spear and also a shield. And I asked, does this mean anything to, is it just the Luo community, or can we just have anyone walk in and do the same thing that we're seeing? We've seen Otuoma do it, now we're seeing Natembeya do it. Is it a Western Kenya thing, or somebody from, we've not seen Arati, so I don't know if he's going to do the same, but is it a Western Kenya thing, or is it it can be done by anyone, even from Ukambani?
Well, if Kalonzo arrives there in the Kamba way, they'll welcome him. You've seen what Oburu Odinga said yesterday, and you've heard what has been stated there by the Luo leaders on the ground, that this is a time to welcome everybody. In our culture in Luo Nyanza and even in the Western Province, even your enemy is given a chance to come and mourn you. So today we are not talking about who is a friend, who is an enemy. All people are mourners, and everybody is allowed to mourn their way. So that's the classical thing. So even if a Maasai will arrive in a Maasai regalia, he will be allowed, he will get a chance to jump with the spear and show the Moran in them, isn't it? If you get the Somali community, they'll be welcome and they'll be given a chance. And remember, anybody arriving there is given even a chance to speak on the mic. And thanks to K24 that's on the ground, at least to show that everybody is united in the mourning of Raila Odinga. Nevertheless, you see that some of those people given that chance are noticeable leaders. Remember, there's a lot of security going on there. So no one that no one knows cannot just walk there with a spear. If they don't know you, do you think the security allow you to walk with a spear? No, spear is a weapon.
Oh yeah. Makes sense.
So who'll allow you to walk there that you're saying you're an elder that no one knows? So you must be noticeable.
Yeah.
You must be somebody that when they see the face, they can trust you. Do you know why the military is there with the guns? Because we can trust them. The policemen are there with the guns. Sorry, I'm saying some people don't, some people do. But of course, they should be trusted with a gun, isn't it? So you cannot trust someone with a weapon in front of people. He has a shield and he has a spear, and you are telling them you don't know them, and you're telling them just walk around.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there must be some of those security also happening, because if the security does not acknowledge you, they'll actually stop you. You won't enter. At the same time, what do you know about Raila Odinga? What can you relate with him? It's not just about showing regalia, but also you'll also see that this funeral of Raila Odinga will also make people. Some people will mourn in such a unique way that they become national figures all of a sudden. I remember someone who became an MCA by lying on tarmac naked in Kisumu, in the tarmac, and he became an MCA because people said, wow, this guy loves Raila Odinga so much. The only reward is that we give him the position of the MCA.
What had happened for him to lie naked?
It was Mandamano when Raila Odinga was under pressure from the state, and he laid naked on the street. And they rewarded him by becoming an MCA. And I think he does not walk naked anymore. So you could see some of those things is make or break. So Raila Odinga's death is a make or break for different people. Some people will be made, some people will be broken. So even here, when you see, for example, what the significance of Trans Nzoia Governor, George Natembeya, appearing before people in Bondo. Remember, Natembeya was from DAP Kenya Party, and it was a member of Azimio. I remember Raila Odinga going to Trans Nzoia to campaign for him and ask the people of Trans Nzoia to give him the governor of the kind of leadership of Natembeya. So of course later there was a bit of differences, but you see what's happening. Everybody must be given a time to have their Damascus experience with Raila Odinga. For those who criticize him, this is your chance to say sorry. In fact, do you know why people go to pay last respect? During last respect, that's why you see some people who had very many women, the women come to the funeral and say, I was one of the wives. So anybody who had something painful that they want to say about Raila Odinga, they're allowed also to say so. If someone believes Raila Odinga owed them anything, they should say it now, or they keep their peace. So someone said there was a time when they had seen I was tortured by Moi. But Raila Odinga took a fly whisk and went where Moi was lying. Actually, Raila Odinga was outside the country. He cut his tip short and came with the fly whisk. About bitterness.
All right.
It's a time to unite. Their differences and unite that community. Because I can tell you, if we walk the way that was done, the Luos also must remain united as one, and even those factions they are having should be united under a leadership. And remember, the kingpinship of the Luo community is not what Luos does. Luos were never led by one person like the Kalenjins. Remember the Kalenjins, you have one leader who is the ultimate leader, isn't it? The Luos, we normally have the elders, a council. So I'm also asking the Luo community, let us go back to how we were run before. Instead of somebody looking to become a kingpin of the Luo community, let us strengthen the council elders. So that the strength of elders will be people whom everybody's interest can be done, because you can't replace Raila Odinga with one person, but you can replace Raila Odinga with a council of elders. In fact, we need more than just elders, but we need a council of business community. The youth also need to be represented in the council, so we should have Luo council, but not just council elders. Luo council should be youth, should be women, should bring in the business community, should also bring religious leaders, should bring the media personalities from the Luo community. So all those sectors of the economy should come together and then unite to form the Luo Council, and that Luo Council is not to be dominated by one person, then becomes a community thing, and that can unite people. I think that is the way to go. But if you say one person should present everybody, Luos were never ruled by one person. We are ruled by elders. Even you go to my village, when you steal somebody's cow, you are taken before the chief. And the chief has his elders. Then the chief presides. You say your thing, the other person says your thing, then they rule. So we need to go back much there. That must be more important than fighting or who is the Luo elder, who is the kingpin. Those things were not how Luos were led. But Raila did it because of who he is, the personality. Remember, no one can describe Raila fully. Nobody, no single one person knows one side of it. Everybody just knows part of Raila. Then together we have the full picture of Baba.
Exactly. And of course, just on that particular point, we also saw Wajakoya actually say it's very hard to get to describe the man, Raila Odinga. You mentioned something in regards to how he mourned the late President Daniel Arap Moi, came and just whisked Moi to go rest with the angels. Now I'm borrowing your words. And in most cases, any person that, prominent that died, that was somehow tradition for him to do that. Do we get to see that done for him? I saw Oburu Odinga somehow do that. Is he the only person that will do that? Or is it, was it customary? Was it very important for that to happen? Because it was always somehow expected that he was going to do that, arrive at the funeral and, with his whisk and do that. Of course, we saw Oburu Odinga do that to him. But is that all?
Yeah, you see, if you look at the instrument which were presented at Nyayo, there was a fly whisk, there was a spear, and then there was this hat, isn't it? Now, people think the spear is for piercing people. No. According to Luo tradition, that symbol of a spear is peace. Means you are safe and you are secure. That's why when elders met, everybody put their spear on the ground. Putting spear on the ground means we are safe, now we can talk. Like you see, when elders come to a home, everybody carries their spear. So then when you put the spear on the ground, it means we are not going to use the spear. The spear is just showing we are safe, then we can talk. Okay. Now, I don't think that any leader would go and do the fry whisk thing. The one Raila did was very symbolic. Everybody who has been following Raila from Luo Nyanza knows that Moi had been his #1 enemy because of the torture he went through. Even the torture his father went through. But then when he did that, he was telling people, I, who was in your torture chambers, have forgiven him. So who are you who was just supporting me because of this? And that was a symbol that even the Luo community had come into peace with the Moi family. And now the interaction that we enjoy with the Kalenjin community is very rosy. And maybe this what actually opened up a path whereby now Ruto and Raila could actually find how to work together because the animosity that had existed between the Kikuyu community, the Luo community and the Kalenjin community is over. Remember, he also did that to Kibaki because the animosity which had been seen between Raila and Kibaki and the Kikuyu community also, that fly which Raila did was showing peace between the Luo community and the Kikuyu community. And I believe that for now, Raila has lived his life to show the Luo community that they do not have to keep grudges, that they can actually be able to forgive. Raila has demonstrated that forgiveness in action, even at the time when we disagree with him. In fact, I've disagreed with him when he went for peace. But now everything else is coming together, and we should be allowed to have Damascus experience by saying, Baba is Baba. Baba did what Baba did. So I'm sure that anybody going there who had issues, like I think there's a time when Kioni talked very badly about him, you heard what he has said, that Baba is Baba. So today, in anything you want to say, end by saying, Baba is Baba. And you can't disagree with your father, by the way, in our tradition. When you call me Baba, just respect what I say. And for me, for now, how Raila lived his life, and even how he has died, we respect just because he is Baba. And I want to say that you saw what Ruto was speaking about in yesterday's funeral in Nyayo. He visualized him as a great leader. remember, this speech could not be made by Ruto some years before. He called him some names that could never be seen, but now he came back and said he's great. Remember, Uhuru said that people call him Baba, but for him, he called him brother. So everybody was trying to say, how do you relate with Raila personally? For me, I can only say he was a father. A father whom, in spite of the challenges we had together, we could still talk. Remember when I was running for MP of Ugenya in 2027, I was looking for the ODM ticket.
2017 or
2027, 2022, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I was running for ODM ticket. I didn't get the ticket. The owner of the ticket is Raila Odinga. He didn't give me. But I again came back and to Nairobi. I met him. Then he told me, Professor, you are an educated person. Don't be bitter. Go to TV and talk about what is our vision as ODM and as Azimio. You saw that I did. And then later, when he didn't win the election, I met him in Kempinski and he told me, Professor, we must always begin from where we are. You can only begin from where you are. So from here on, where are we going? I told you that Raila Odinga had this thing in him that if you were to be cornered in a room where you have nothing to do, he could pick a fork and even begin piercing a wall with it, knowing that after doing this, something else will come and then you can get out. So look at how he navigated the Azimio team from the time when they had lost the election, people on the street, the economy. And look at where it is. If he had died still on the street, you could have seen it could have been a very bad picture if Raila was still on the street until today. Now I can even say confidently that they can open the server now. Now they can open the server because Baba has gone. So even if Baba won the election, the server will say Baba won the election, but he has died. So he can hand over power to the person who has not won. You understand? So Ruto is the president now because even if you open the server, the only person alive is Ruto, who is in the server. So the server eventually has opened. Everybody has acknowledged Raila Odinga as the leader. In fact, we don't have to open the server. Just look at the crowd and it will tell you he was the president. Yeah.
Right, and of course that is live pictures from Kisumu Mamboleo grounds where the remains of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga are currently, with the members of the public being given an opportunity to view the body of the former premier before he is actually transported to Homa Bay, to Siaya County, that is his home in Bondo, where he will be laid to rest tomorrow. I want us to listen in to what is happening on the ground, then come back and talk about some of the things that the former Prime Minister stood for. And what he was pushing for, and some that have not been achieved, and how do we go about as a nation to make sure that we actually get to honor his legacy.
Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe, lazima tuungane tuijenge nchi yetu. Pasiwe hata moja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera
Mexico, where the sun shines daily on a mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town, Kingston Town, Kingston Town, Kingston Town, Kingston Town. On the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on a mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. Mwanangu jali haina kinga, asaini hapo ni Mola Mwenyezi.
Joey! 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 Joey!
Ngoja Spider. Tukubaliane hivi. Hiyo kikundi imekuja, nimewaona. Umepata laini imepangwa vizuri. Wewe panga laini. Wananchi wenzako wamepanga laini. Panga laini pole pole. Pasipo na hapo umekuja ni sehemu ya watu kutokea. Jamani, marshals naomba mudumishe ile njia ilikuwa hapo. Clear the pathway so that those who are living can live peacefully. And line up along the pathway. Line up along the pathway. Ukimaliza kutoa heshima zako, nimeombwa na kitengo kinachoshughulikia maslahi kwamba kwa sababu jua imechomoza sana, nje ya uwanja wameweka sehemu maalum za kunwa maji, na maji hiyo ni masafi na unapewa bure bila malipo nje ya uwanja. Basi ukimaliza pitia sehemu hiyo angalau upate tama la maji. Niwashukuruni sana wananchi wapendwa, yale mumeonesha kama wananchi watukufu wa Kisumu. Nyinyi tangu baba aanze safari yake ya kisiasa, mumekuwa mstari wa mbele kuleta mabadiliko, kutetea haki na haswa katiba mpya iliyohakikisha kuna ugatuzi. Nyinyi watu wa Kisumu mulikuwa mstari wa mbele, na tunawashukuru leo kwa upendo muliouonesha na uzalendo mkubwa. Kama kuna mtu alijitolea kwa taifa lake, sio mwingine ni Raila Amolo. Raila Amolo. Raila Amolo. Basi alivyojitolea, wewe nawe jiulize alivyouliza rais mwanzilishi wa nchi ya Marekani kwa lugha ya Kimombo, ni kimnukuu: don't ask what your nation has done for you, ask what you can do for your nation. Basi nawe jiulize, ukiwa kiongozi au mwananchi, umeifanyia nini Kenya? Yale Raila Odinga amefanya tunayajua na tumeyanukuu kwenye kumbukumbu za historia za nchi hii kwa jiwe, hazivutiki kamwe.
Tendawili. Asubuhi marafiki tunacheza pamoja. Asubuhi tunacheza pamoja, jioni ni chakula. Tendawili. 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 Tendawili.
Wakati studio wanajipanga, ni kukumbushe tu kwamba kumetengwa sehemu maalum ya kukupatia tama la maji. Kwa hivyo unapotumaliza kutoa heshima zako, ukitoka nje ya uwanja, basi utapatana na maafisa waliovaa sare rasmi na watakushughulikia kwa njia hiyo. Niwashukuruni sana tena wananchi wapendwa na vikosi vyote vilivyohusika na maafisa mbalimbali wa nyanja tabaka za serikali ya kigatuzi za kanda hii kwa kazi kubwa mmefanya. Vile vile maafisa wa ambulansi, madaktari mlo hapa, ama kweli mmejitolea mahanga kuhakikisha kwamba safari hii ya kumpatia heshima za mwisho kiongozi wetu mpendwa Engineer Daktari Raila Amolo Odinga inakuwa yenye heshima ya kipekee, inakuwa ya kufana na isiyo na mshike. Nitarudia tu ile kikundi ambacho kinazunguka uwanja kikiimba, mimi sikuzuii kuomboleza, ila usizuie wengine vile vile. Hayo ndio maombi yangu. Wale walio kwenye laini wapatie nafasi yao ya kupanga. Spider.
There is a God who hears all our prayers. Yes, there is a God who answers. There is a God in heaven who hears all of our prayers. Oh, there is a God in heaven who answers all of our prayers. Whenever we pray, He hears and He answers. Whenever we pray, He hears all of our prayers. Yes, He hears. He sees all that is hidden in secret. He hears you when you call. Keep calling Him, He will answer you. Oh, hallelujah. You Mungu mbinguni, asikiaye maombi yetu. Oh, yupo Mungu mbinguni, ayajibuye maombi yetu. Oh, Baba, tunapoomba, asikia, anajibu. Oh, tunapoomba, asikia
sitapungukiwa kitu. Unlaza penye majani mabichi, unongoza kwa maji matulivu, unihuisha nafsi yangu, unongoza kwa njia za haki, nipitapo bondeni mwa mauti, sitaogopa, yeye yu nami. Hakika wema nazo fadhili zitanifuata mimi, nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana siku zote za maisha yangu. Hakika wema nazo fadhili zitanifuata mimi, nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana siku zote za maisha yangu.
Gongo lako na fimbo yako,
Gongo lako na fimbo yako
vinanifariji mimi.
vinanifariji mimi.
Waandaa meza mbele yangu,
Waandaa meza mbele yangu,
machoni pa watesi wangu.
machoni pa watesi wangu.
Hakika
wema nazo fadhili
zitanifuata
mimi,
nitakaa
chona okiweyo wasigolo sama wasikane no chokore.
All right, and of course, what you're seeing live on your screen is the viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga in Kisumu Mamboleo grounds, where that particular exercise, of course, started very early in the morning at around 9 a.m. when the body landed at the Kisumu International Airport, I beg your pardon, and later flown to the Mamboleo grounds via a military chopper for this exercise that is expected to go all the way to 3 p.m. Then the body will leave Mamboleo grounds for his home in Bondo, Siaya County. Prof, why is the body, of course from Nairobi it was flown to Kisumu, but from Kisumu to Siaya it will actually be via road? Why is that, and why is that important?
You hear team ground, the ground, you have to listen to the ground. I'm sure some people could not make it to Kisumu will be waiting to wave Raila Odinga's body all the way. In fact, that waving will be very crucial. Remember, it also happened to General Gola. People waited for the body in different areas, and people can be able to acknowledge those greetings. Raila Odinga, whenever he was a politician, there are some places flew by plane, then he got on top of the vehicle, and he could wave people all the way. So he's waving people now, not just physically, but spiritually. So that's a very spiritual exercise that is taking him there. You wouldn't want to fly him there because some people will resist that. Remember even what happened to Albert Ojwang's body. They took it at home, then people took it back again and took it to Mawego. So there's a way Luos want to do their things because this is Baba for them, they have to do it their way. So I think that is a good thing to do, because remember from Mamboleo, Raila's body will pass through Kisumu, and then after that he will make his way. There's a place called Otongolo. Otongolo is a very famous place. I think it will going to make its way to this road that goes to Bondo. It's in Kisian Junction. So that Kisian Junction is very critical. Then as Raila makes his way on the Kisian Bondo highway, remember there is some very important landmark areas that I would want people to go and visit. There's what you call Kit Mikai. Kit Mikai sits on the left as you leave Kisian Junction heading towards Bondo, where they talk about the stone that has been set in a certain way. You can't explain. It's a very major cultural area that people visit. So that is around same area. Then Raila Odinga proceeds, and after that, Raila Odinga has come from Kisumu County. He'll be crossing over to Siaya County in a place called Lakala. So I'm sure those are very landmark areas Raila Odinga must pass. And then now it has making its way towards Asembo, isn't it? Asembo, that's why you see Tuju was actually on the screen there. Tuju comes from Asembo. And then you make your way now to Bondo and eventually enter Bondo. And of course, it's a very remarkable area. Along that area also there's the lake, where as you take the body, you can see the lake on your left, and also somewhere again as you pass toward Uyoma, the lake can be on your right. So I'm sure that journey, that will be a stretch where some people just want to see the glimmer of the motorcade, because Raila made his way there in his motorcade. People waved him, and now this time now he has to wave. People have to see that flag passing there, the state funeral, the precision of the military, how he's going to move there. We still do not know how many vehicles will be following, but you see most of those leaders will be a very serious motorcade, and I'm trying to ask people to do caution. Don't go to the road. We don't want to lose any more life. We've lost away too many. But it must be managed properly, because those things can take 30 minutes. I know Raila Odinga's body will not arrive earlier than 4 p.m. Because some people might actually disrupt it. And because he's the people's president, when the people says, let the people's president stay here for 2 minutes, sometimes people might do that, but let them not overdo. Those who have to respect the family, those who have to respect the state that has given Raila Odinga a state funeral, so that this does not bring a bad image. All I know is that by tradition, Raila's body must arrive in Bondo, in his home in Opoda Farm, before 4 a.m. in the morning, before cockcrow, so that they can consider that actually Raila Odinga has spent the night in his home before the battle takes place.
Could we see some people following the, procession all the way to Bondo from Kisumu?
Of course. I'm telling you that because some people use motorcycle. You know, Boda escorted Raila to every single campaign he went to. People will carry many things. You know, there's a time when you saw when Raila Odinga was hosting William Ruto on Homa Bay Stadium. Somebody arrived on a donkey. Some people arrive with a goat. So everybody will be looking how to mourn Raila Odinga their way. So you'll see a lot of creativity. You'll know that that part of the world people are very gifted and very creative. So everybody wants to do things their way to show the creativity that even Raila Odinga had. Also, the way was a leader of this community, but also just Kenya and Africa as a whole. I'm sure that there will be a lot of things, and I'm wondering now, when Raila wants to enter that home, when Raila body needs to enter that home, looking at the number of people who are in that home already, I think also there's a need for caution, and there's a need to manage that crowd very well, because the home is not that big. That's why the funeral ceremony is taking place at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, because it has a bigger space. But the home now will have a private ceremony. So you can. So
what happens to the people that are already at home? Will they be?
I'm sure some people will be asked to get out of the home, because the number of people coming in and the number of people already there, adding together, cannot be able to work there. You know, science don't lie. There's a certain maximum number of people who must be there. And when that number has reached for security reasons, I would urge anybody, the time to see Raila Odinga is in Bondo. I'm sure there might be some people given a chance to view the body tomorrow morning, but I'm not sure what the state plans the funeral to take place. But the official viewing in Luo Nyanza is in Kisumu. And I'm sure some people will not have the chance, so we don't know how much time, but I'm sure the body will arrive there just before the mass begins, and the church will take over. So I'm sure some people will just say, well, go well, Baba. I don't have to see you, but I've seen a lot of pictures already. And I was also telling you the significance of viewing the body. Viewing the body for the Luo nation is to confirm that that is their son who has come home for burial. Because what if they just put something in the coffin and you don't know who has been buried? So some people are coming to confirm, is this Baba? And sometimes also viewing the body always confirm that the body has been taken care of with dignity. Like you see state funeral, look at how Raila's body has been taken care of. He lived in India. After some treatment has been done to the body, it went to Lee Funeral Home for further treatment. So they want to see the body being done that in a way that when you look at him, you still see this is Raila Odinga. It's recognizable, and you could see they did a very good job in preserving the body and also in the treatment of the body and how the body has been laid. Remember, you can see this odium thing which has been put on his neck. That's also a symbol that this was the odium leader. So there's a state there, there's odium there, but also there's a family there. So all that people want to see. Somebody just want to see which suit did Raila Odinga put on, you know? How expensive could that suit be? I don't know how much you think that suit could be. Maybe that's a $500,000 suit, because there's a time when James Orengo bought a $500,000 suit in London. So maybe Raila Odinga could be putting on a $1 million suit, who knows? But I'm not saying it's expensive. I'm trying to say people come to a funeral for different reasons. Some people want to know how much food was there. Like I was telling you, if you look at the cows there, an elder of the stature of Raila Odinga, mine is that the number of cows that will die there will signify the stature of Raila Odinga. So
now we've seen quite a number. So what are we looking at a possibility?
Which funeral had the highest number of cows eaten? I think the person who broke record so far was Magoha, Professor Magoha. I heard there was something like 110 cows. Maybe I'm sure there are Luo elders that have arrived there. I'll be calling in the ground. Maybe I can be able to send you a message later on for tomorrow. You can see how many cows will die, but we still do not know even how many cows will die. Some cows have already died. Remember, Luo tradition is that when someone dies, people begin eating.
Yeah, exactly.
And last night people ate. Today people will eat. Tomorrow people will eat. I think for Raila Odinga, these cows might reach over 1,000 cows. So if anybody keeps cows in Luo Nyanza, this is the best time to do business, because you can sell so many cows, goats and sheep. Because we don't just eat cows only. We also eat cows, goats, sheep, chicken, ducks, isn't it? All of them must be slaughtered. I don't know who is on the screen is talking. I don't know whether...
And of course, this is... Are we going to Kisumu? Of course, the sister to...
That's like look like Ruth.
Raila Odinga, Ruth Odinga. Let's listen.
Making our home a museum. I was the first one to protest. I told him, so where am I going to go? Because I'm the last born of Oginga, and I didn't know where I was going to go when our home has been made a national museum of Kenya. But afterwards, schools go there. There's a lot of heritage. People are learning from it, and now it's even more monumental. Now that even Raila Odinga is buried there, that means that our legacy, Odinga family, will live forever in people's minds. Asante sana.
Looking at the outpouring of love that has come as a result of this, how does the family feel?
I want to say something. You are the same people, especially you as a Gen Z, who's telling me about the outpouring of love when he's dead. How about when he had not died and he was dead, and you're saying that he died only knowing you people telling him that he was dead. You only ask what I see there.
And of course, we keep bringing you live pictures from different parts of the country. That is, of course, we've had Bondo, and also we've had Kisumu, and also we just saw Ruth Odinga speaking there, and then we also saw the brother to Raila Odinga, that is Oburu Odinga, who is also the senator of Siaya County. Make its entrance into the compound, of course, just in preparations for the arrival of the body of Raila Odinga, which is supposed to be leaving Kisumu Mamboleo ground at around 3 p.m. when the exercise of viewing the body is done, so that it makes its way all the way to Siaya and at his home in Bondo. And Prof was telling us that it is a process that will take a little bit of time because some people will be waiting to see and just to wave to Raila Odinga as he waves back, of course, not literally, but that's a route that he has used during his campaigns, and of course while also going home, waving to the crowd, and this will be his last wave to the people of that region. Prof, you touched on the, of course, you touched on the issue to do with the cows and how many, of course, are going to be slaughtered there, an indication of the stature of this particular individual. You talked also of the issue of viewing the body, and, it's somehow cultural, that's very important for us to be able to do that, but some people prefer not to. And, behind the scenes, we're just talking about how some of the individuals that have died in the country and their bodies were not viewed. Why is this something that we really have to do as a nation, as a people? And why do we find comfort in making sure that we have actually viewed the body? And how many times can we really do that? Yeah, because it does not even matter how times we do it. It is viewed severally. Like, first of all, if the body dies in Nairobi and the family is in the rural, they always require to come and view the body sometimes before even the morning. Sometimes the first morning is to get the news. Then the second serious morning is when you have confirmed that actually that person is the one who is dead. Then also viewing the body throughout, the people of Kisumu is confirming that their son has come home and that is the son. Remember, there was people coming with so many conspiracy theories around Raila Odinga. Somebody says that Raila Odinga died in Nairobi and the body was sitting here in Lee Funeral Home, but all these things are going to India was a joke. All those are jokes. I told people, the person to believe is the family, because the people who are aggrieved closest to Raila is the family. So any position everyone has is called opinion, but the real information should be given by Mama Ida, Oburu Odinga, and the Rosemary, Winnie, and Raila Odinga Jr. Those are the people who can say. And currently, this thing. You know that even just before the body is now put to rest, still they open the coffin, they view the body, and then the priest
pours that holy water, and then the comb is closed. Then after being closed, it has to go down. It's again confirmation that the person buried there is that person. So that's very important.
So that particular exercise is done in, before everyone's.
At the same time, you give the family the last minute to say bye-bye. So it's saying bye-bye, at the same time confirming that this is the person. So those ones are very important thing. You know, if a body is buried, when it's not viewed, someone can go to court and say the person who buried is not the person. So you have to exhume the body and confirm for people that that person is the person. Remember, sometimes for political assassination, there are some bodies that have never been viewed. Remember when Ouko's body arrived in Kisumu, the people of Kisumu insisted they have to view the body. They want to know, they said the sun was burnt. To what extent was it burnt? If someone dies with a plane, for example, the one of General Ogola, the body was not viewed. I didn't view the body. Did you view the body? I have no collection of the picture of General Ogola in the coffin. But people just believe that he was inside. But people say he was burned beyond recognition. But if it was burned beyond recognition, how did they recognize him? Of course, the postmortem was done in the military hospital. So this thing is legal, is traditional, but also is cultural and spiritual to say bye. And those are things people must be given a chance to do so. Everybody has a right to be with the body. If they have that opportunity, they should be given a chance to be with the body and confirm that this is the true leader that they believe in.
You mentioned something, during that particular period, there's so many conspiracy theories in regards to what was happening, with Raila Odinga. And of course, you mentioned something that he died in Nairobi, and of course, theories. People have no facts whatsoever, but just spreading rumors in regards to this particular. How dangerous is that, especially with this kind of stature? And why would that be there so much conspiracy around that in terms of somebody dying in Nairobi, flying them to India, and then flying them back?
You see, we are in the era of fake news. So fake news is all over the place. That's why K24 is here to confirm the things that has to be said, the way they have to be said. We are here, that's why you bring experts to say what should be said. At the same time, there's these things of content creation, where someone comes with a controversial position, believing they'll get more views, and sometimes views they get paid by being viewed. So some people also want to make a name. So I told you this death of Raila is to make or break for some people. So some people want to say some things to look relevant. Some say, oh, I agree with what Fred said as opposed to what Brian said. So all this is content creation. But I want to say that there are some things you can be controversial about, but some things you should not dare to bring your theories. Because if you do not know, why in Lee Funeral Home? I saw a young man who even created pictures of military standing next to Lee Funeral Home saying that the Lee Funeral Home was being guarded. Those ones are AI-generated videos and photos. The truth of the matter is that we know the position of Raila Odinga. The eulogy was read by the son of Oburu Odinga, Jaoko. And he read until they explained the last minutes of Raila Odinga. There are video footages, CCTV showing Raila Odinga walking, taking a walk. Video footage showing that he had just come from where he fell. He was put in some kind of a vehicle, which I criticized was more like a matatu instead of an ambulance. He's getting the CPR, trying to resuscitate him. They failed to do so, and then he passed on. And the Indian authorities cannot be lying to us. So what we believe as for now is those positions. Also remember, the death of Raila Odinga was announced by the head of state. Why head of state? Raila Odinga is a public figure. So why do we want to go rumors? Officially, the issue of Raila Odinga will be written that he died in Ingda on 15th, isn't it? So anybody writing theirs, those are just for now. Those are passing cloud. No one will ever write that Raila died in Lee Funeral Home. Then planes were taken to India to pick him. You are just enjoying those things for the sake of, they're called intellectual entertainment. They're just for intellectual entertainment, which is okay. Everybody has the freedom to think. And we believe that more or less people have actually gone in to say, no, let's not bring conspiracy around Raila Odinga's death. We should not be able to make money with the people's death. Some people take opportunities of every moment, whether it's joy or sadness. But remember, you are hurting the family. Remember, if it was your family, someone coming with conspiracy theories that forces you to come. I heard there's a time when not I heard, it was clear that Oburu Odinga had to come in the public to clarify certain rumors which were spreading in the media. And I'm sure that when the family dies, there's a reason why we have the family official
Even Winnie
spokesperson.
Odinga, you know, said there's some information I'm seeing on social media in regards to how you're explaining how my father died. That is not true. He did not, you know.
Remember, Bran, if you get lost, you ask a Kenyan, can you tell me where this? They tell, I don't know, but follow here. That's what a typical Kenyan behavior. But not just Kenyans. Even when I was in Spain, people do that. I don't know, but follow here. So if you don't know, why are you saying? So to say you don't know, actually is knowledge. And Socrates says, you are wise if you know that you know not. So not knowing is not a bad thing. You just say, I don't know. And when you say you don't know, you are so free because the truth sets you free. For us, we are only relying on what is the official communication from the state, and then secondly, from the family. And once those information is verified, we want to work. Remember, even before Raila Odinga died, some people had killed him in the social media. Some people had killed him in different media houses. I think K24 didn't do that. But why do people want to bear us of bad news, that I'm the first one to disclose bad news? Why don't you be the first one to disclose good news? Kenyans want good news in the economy. Kenyans want good news in healthcare. Kenyans want good news in food security. Why don't you bear those good news by declaring that today we have 20 sacks of maize to feed the hungry? I'm sure we should focus more on how we can be leaders who are focusing on good news for the community rather than people rush to bad news. But it's not just Raila Odinga. Mandela, people killed him several in the media before he actually died. Pope Francis died so many times before he actually died. And these people use it for popularity. But does it take that much of destroying an institution just to get views? What if it's your father? What if it's yourself? People killing you before you died. Raila Odinga, that sometimes he had his brother Oburu Odinga had to clarify that Raila is not dead. Ida had to say, my husband is recuperating in India. Why were people killing him? And when he died, they said he has now died. Then why don't you believe them? Because when he had not died, they said he has not died. When he died, they said he has died. What are you with conspiracy theory? But let me tell you, give people rights to think, because people always have to think. You cannot stop someone from thinking. And I'm not here to tell you, don't do that. Who am I to tell you? There is no monopoly on knowledge on any leader. You must allow people to think freely. But what I'm trying to say, what we think, what we say, what we do defines who we are as a society.
Prof, as we wind up, I think the death of the former Prime Minister was announced by the head of state. But even before that, there was already speculation. News had already broken. Some media houses, mainstream media, for that matter, had not broken the news. But some media, online outlets, of course, had already broken the news, announcing the news to the public that the former Prime Minister died in India and all that, before the confirmation from the head of state. How did that get to leak, if I may? And maybe you don't have the answer, but how did that get to leak, and what is the consequence of having that particular information broken before the head of state actually gets to confirm that information?
I'll answer this in two ways. First of all, Kenyans is a population of 56 million Kenyans. The phone penetration is 130%, meaning that there's around 80 million phones in the street, meaning that how many cameras are there with media houses? How many cameras do State House have? Very few. But everybody has a camera. Like now I have 2 phones here with 2 cameras, which means that information with a phone with cameras will always come much earlier. Nowadays, mainstream media is not the first one to displace news. They are the first one to confirm news. Before, CNN newspaper used to say, be the first one to know through CNN, but no more. Now, it is not K24 that know first. Sometimes social media drive mainstream media. Secondly, it is always strategically to start giving people a feeling of what has happened before he says it. Because if he was the first one to say, oh, you have killed Raila Odinga, you understand? So you have killed him through announcement. No. Even when, say, for example, we have been following election with you when we are in this set. You hear that breaking news, I think they are going to announce Ruto as the president, isn't it? Then people say, oh no, then eventually they do it. Uhuru Kenyatta was the same. It was like some rumors were saying, oh, Ruto has won with this number. It started breaking on the social media. Then again, it was breaking by the mainstream media. Then eventually, IBC comes in and declares that who has won the ticket. You understand? So official communication normally come after. Just like innovation happens before regulation. You cannot regulate what has not been innovated. So news also has been innovated. Then now regulator like State House has to announce what has been known. In fact, by the time he was coming to announce, Kenyans knew what he was going to say. Every cabinet reshuffle, people know before he announces. Remember the day he dissolved the cabinet. It was a surprise, but some people had predicted he was going to do it. You understand? So the day he declined to assent to the bill, people knew he was going to dissent to the bill. The other day, Kalonzo Musyoka was nominated as the party flag bearer for Wiper, isn't it? But who didn't know he was going to be the one? You understand? When Raila was being revealed as Azimio presidential candidate, pictures had been all over the place showing us the candidate. So normally, sometimes people know before it's officially announced. It helps to manage information strategically. You prepare for it.
Okay.
Like, you know, even if you have to lose a loved one, normally the doctor tells you, Brian, things don't look good. They try to prepare you psychologically, and you start beginning to accept what is going to happen. Then when the inevitable happens, then you are not at a very big shock.
Is there a possibility that sometimes it breaks and some family members find the news about it on social media without even having to...
Yeah, which is very annoying. Like you remember the soldier who had died in Haiti. The family was so heartbroken that they learned of the death of their son from the media, where they had not been informed. But let me tell you what, they always say procedure. The procedure is that immediately Raila Odinga had been confirmed, or they say, was some information he had passed on, the president had a call with the family. And the family confirmed that to him. And the family confirmed that you actually can go and disclose, because the death of Raila Odinga cannot be announced just anyhow by the head of state. So there must be a procedure. That's why once it has broken news that he has passed on, the family gets informed and the family confirms that that is the case. Then the family gives permission to the head of state to announce. So that time lag is the time upon which now the information begins leaking, isn't it? Information begins leaking. Remember, even some videos were coming that the family never released. They were never released by even the head of state, like the footages, the CCTV footages. How did you access them? So all these things is a process. So the process normally there should be, when such a thing happens, there must be somebody informed. Remember, even the election for the president, like I'm giving an analogy. Immediately you are won the election, normally there are people who need to know first before it is announced in public. In fact, you need to be given security and all those kind of things, isn't it? Remember also, Mama Ida had to know earlier, because some people can take advantage of the situation. So all these had been discussed, and then they follow a procedure. And sometimes you have to move fast, but you cannot move faster than this camera.
Okay.
That's why even the people are being shot the Gen Z. Before they even told us who shot the Gen Z, cameras had shown exactly who shot, at what point, how, and even you show the pimples of the guy who shot them. So it means that technology has overtaken the humanity. That's why you talk about AI. And we have to accept that the advancement of young people, the creativity of the young people, have taken this world to another level. We just have to agree.
Okay. All right, Professor Fred Ogola, of course, thank you so much for your time and coming in to mourn and eulogize the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as we prepare to lay him to rest. That is on Sunday at his home in Bondo, Siaya County. Right now, of course, it is in Kisumu, where the body of the former Prime Minister is at the moment Mamboleo grounds, and members of the public are actually viewing the body one last time before it travels by road to Siaya County for the final send-off. Right, that does it for me here. Of course, I want to pave way for Fatma Chidagaya, who comes in to continue with this coverage of the final journey of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the enigma, Agwambo, father of the nation, the face of democracy, the leader, like we say, will have no other like him.
Thank you.
Baba, 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 Jeshia Baba, 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 Sini wa Baba.
It was new. It was new. It was seen as a novel thing for us to be doing. But we are very, very happy that we were able to do it. And we come here to Bondo to salute the man, to salute the captain. Thank you.
Bodongo wuru mindado jako makoa ya kendo Shima unya siayo jako makopo Obela wuru mindado jako makoa ya kendo Shima unya siayo jako makopo Okwa nyumba mangangane manyocho ya nya Kisumu Hane manyocho ya Kisumu Barikiwa studio Kanato wacho na onge katananga Manangane manyocho ya nya Kisumu Soko udabimbo Kangato wacho na onge katananga Tusimbane manyocho ya nya Kisumu ng'ato wacho na onge kata ot. Mang'ang'ani manyocho yanya Kisumo. Sibera moko chunye ni mwande. Ng'ato wacho no pidho gwela manene. Mang'ang'ani manyocho yanya Kisumo. Nyathina ocho adilorega mos mos. Ocho adilorega mos mos. La mekura ero. Nyambita gigo aditeroga mos mos. Aero onge yueyo. Apuji gigo adidhiega mos mos. Ni gigo adilorega mos mos. Nyambita gigo aditeroga mos mos. Para kuduseme. Mayara duanga maoya oya. Engineer. Nyambita era duanga maoya oya. Era duanga mamule kakoyo ngich. Nyambita era duanga makwake kochopo tieno. Era duanga mamule kaweche dek. Nyathina era duanga madembe ademba. Nyambita era duanga maoya kainge imalo. Inge kama. Atulija kwa Angelina. Kadwani tinge kama. Nyathina chunge gikanyo. Ai maka kama. Nyathina chunge gikanyo. Ai maka kama. Teni kama. Korki chwado ginyundo. Nyambidi teni kama. Korki chwado ginyundo. Inyone kama. Aninyono ginyundo. Nyambida loke gibate. Kadwani loke kama. Loke gibate. Loke kama. Nyathina chunge gikanyo. Ai maka kama. Nyathina chunge gikanyo. Ai maka kama.
Raila
serikali.
A very good afternoon and welcome. I am Fatma Chidagaya, taking over from my colleague Brian Amwai and the team who have been with you since early morning, walking you through every moment of this historic day, from the time the body of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga left Nairobi to its arrival at Kisumu International Airport and thereby being aboard the military aircraft Enigma 001 on its way and arriving at the Maendeleo Stadium in Kisumu. We are now receiving confirmation that the public viewing has been officially extended, a decision that has been made to accommodate the overwhelming number of mourners streaming into Maendeleo Stadium. The turnout is massive and emotional. It speaks to the deep connection that Kenyans have with a man fondly known as Agwambo, a leader whose influence transcended politics to become a part of our national soul. Meanwhile, in Bondo, final preparations are underway ahead of tomorrow's burial. Bulls and cows have been presented by community leaders. Amongst them, we have Governor George Natembeya, former CS Eugene Wamalwa, and several others, in readiness for the traditional Luo ceremony known as Teroburu. This is a ritual of honor reserved for elders of immense stature and respect. To help us unpack this afternoon the meaning of these moments politically, culturally, and emotionally, I am joined by two distinguished guests, Dr. Julia Shege, who is a political and governance expert, and also an aspirant for the parliamentary seat in the year 2027. She's with us in the afternoon, donning the symbolic orange in tribute to the late Raila Amolo Odinga and all that his movement represented. Alongside her is Dr. Peter Mbaye, also a respected political and governance analyst, bringing his insight into what this moment means for Kenya politically the history and the nation's path forward. So welcome. You are tuned in to K24. Like I said earlier on, my name is Fatma Chidagaya. Welcome to my very left. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Peter Mbaye. Welcome and thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you.
All right, and Dr. Julia, you look amazing in your orange.
Thank you.
Especially with the moment that is going on. Our screens are covered in orange. It's only rightful that we don on the symbolic orange. I wish I had worn my orange hijab as well. Next time, maybe we can communicate earlier. But thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Now, a lot has happened since the 15th of October when the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga passed away that morning following a short illness that led to a cardiac arrest in India. Now, we know the body was moved from India to JKIA, and from JKIA it was meant to go to Lee Funeral, then to Parliament, but due to the immense number of people, the plans were changed, and instead it was taken directly to Kasarani Stadium for people to be able to view. Now, I think the state took note of that and took it as an example to ensure that today the viewing, as earlier planned when the Deputy President told us that the body will be moving via road from Kisumu to Bondo, and now they've changed, which is the most recent news that we've received from the state. They've changed the mode of transport, that now they're going to travel via air. If I start with you, Dr. Julia, what does this symbolize for Kenya in regard to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga?
Thank you so much. First of all, regards to my constituents, Kagema constituency, and every Kenyan who is viewing us at the moment, and also to condole with the Raila family and everybody else who is in our country. To be honest, we have almost witnessed something I can call like a Madeira moment. That's what I would call it in quote. Though not in terms of leadership, but we have seen something that has never been seen in this country since I have been voting, and the time I've been around. You know, I've not seen something like this. And that tells us where we are as a country. People have shifted. There is some mind shift that that began on the 15th of this month, and everybody in our country has started to look at things in an objective way, because I do not think it is just the rural community that is actually eulogizing their son. All of us as Kenyans, you are making fun that just by someone dying, I have converted. No, it's a coincidence actually that I'm like this. But I can tell you, Kenyans right now where they are, people want to mourn the best way they can be able to mourn. You saw the twigs, you saw anything that is happening. It's a way of mourning, and people should be allowed to do this. But I'm surprised that our government didn't see this coming. And sometimes maybe Dr. Bai here is going to tell us who advises the executive, because you have worked with the executive, right? Yes. So, and we saw this. We knew there will be masses, there will be people will be so many, and I mean, we knew ourselves from where we sit. But I don't know the executive why they thought that thing cannot happen because somebody is dead, you know? 10 years to come, Raila's legacy will still live on. I can tell you, because of the seeds that he has planted on many people, and especially the young people right now. They are now coming into terms with the reality that he may have been called a traitor because he merged or he did a handshake with the current president, but it is not the case. We have seen this man was actually not only looking at his stomach only. Yes, looking at your stomach as a leader is very important, because hungry politicians will not be able to deliver. That is my thinking. But then there is some morality that he had about the country, you know, and it is this time that people are realizing what is happening. That is my thought. Number two, we are realizing that in this country you need to die for us to celebrate you. because the kind of celebration that he has been accorded right now, I wish they did that 2022, you know, and I'm sure we would be having, he would have been the president by now. Though a lot of stories are emerging that election was stolen, whether it was stolen or not, that is a non-issue. It's about celebration we are talking about here. So I would like to ask the Kenyan community, all of us, let us celebrate somebody when they are alive, so that we do not fall like what we are already seeing here. You know, we are already seeing a lot of celebration. I wish it was done in 2022. I maybe would have a different setup altogether. So the mind shift that has shifted in the Kenyan mind right now should actually take off, and it is a momentum that needs to be maintained until August 2027, so that we can still change the same thing on the ballot, you know, because we have to carry our mind and ourselves and our brain to the ballot.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Julia. Surely a lot to learn from the passing of Baba, and as you rightfully speak, there's a right time for everything, and everything should go rightfully, as you rightly say. So, Dr. Peter Mbae, if I could just come to you regarding this change of transportation, because initially, remember, we were supposed to transport the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga via road from Kisumu to Bondo, and they've just announced that change of plans. He's actually going to be airlifted from Kisumu to Bondo. Now, putting his personality aside, let's look at the state for a second. What does this significance mean in this transition for a state funeral setup?
That's very serious. And allow me, Fatma, from the word go, on my own behalf, on behalf of Nakuru County residents whom I represent, and on behalf of my party, the DCP, where I sit in NEC, I want to, just on record from this show, to deliver my and our condolences to the Mama Ida, the family, the ODM fraternity, supporters across in Africa and across the world of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. I want to say from the word go, we are coming to celebrate a statesman, no doubt. And I'll tell you this for record, anybody who may not have ever voted for Baba, ever supported him, all along they knew they wanted him around for some reason.
Regardless.
Regardless. That is what you mean by becoming larger than life. You become an institution. So all of us, we may not have voted, but there was that thing of we need Baba around. He spices the environment, you know. So everybody misses him. So that's very important to say that there's a time you go and grow beyond just being you and being an institution, whereby you touch many people. Never mind, others fear, others respect, Laila mania, Laila phobia, but at the end of the day, you are an institution. That's very important to note. Now, I have a problem with two things on this plan. One, Fatma, I don't believe that to celebrate Raila who has passed on, we have to shed blood. I have a big problem with that.
Okay.
We shed blood at Kasarani, we shed blood at Nyayo, and we have been praying since morning. It should not happen today or even tomorrow. Because could it be there some spirits asking for blood or something? You know, we don't want that culture. So we are saying, please stop blood, because already someone has lost his life. We don't have to lose others. Exactly. Simple. So it's all an issue of management, because military is the most sophisticated, agency we have. You combine with police, you have it. Then surely, crowd management should not be a problem.
I mean, we even saw it evidently yesterday at Nyayo Stadium.
Surely.
They handled the crowd quite well.
That's what I'm saying. But you see, some people also lost their lives, you know, starting with the Kasarani.
At Kasarani, yes.
Yes, at Kasarani. And people died. And also, how do you shoot? Really, who comes up with that idea? And then, sorry to say, we saw the minister tend to run around and no. That shows lack of capacity in governance. You cannot be the minister, you are there, then you are getting shocked. That bullets are being shot. Really? You are getting shocked when I'm getting shocked? I mean, surely I saw that and I thought that was PR. You cannot be, because people cannot, there's no way, I keep on saying, there are only two instances where police can shoot. Either they have been given the orders to shoot, or the bosses have no control over their juniors. There's no way you can justify killings. So that one is something I just felt is not right. Number two. But this change of programs at every moment.
Exactly.
This morning, a lot of people were inconvenienced who wanted to move on with the body from the airport to Mamboleo, right? The last minute, the military decided they are going to throw the body. So question is, hadn't you, you know, when you talk about planning, planning is ahead. You need to look even the hours. You go planning. How long is it from here to here? Now, according to my estimation, Mamboleo is about 30,000 capacity, and they have exceeded that because some of them are outside. So planning is you sit down, look at the hours. Government has all the machinery to look at the hours and determine how many hours it will take from Kisumu to Bondo by road, noting that it will go like maybe 10 or 20%, 20 kilometers per hour. So this is going to disorganize a lot of more people, because the people were saying earlier that even the ones who have viewed the body, they are waiting for the body to go to Sia. So now imagine the people who are on the road. And all what they wanted on the road is just to wave. To just wave at the body. You know, that thing of going home. That thing of going home now is going by choppers. Listen here. Listen, that is a culture of that community, which we want all of us as Kenyans to respect. Because the culture is, there is coming home. Now listen, the culture is that we have to view the body. And that's why you saw, they made all the efforts in Nairobi, even when it corrupts at Kasarani, they had to make alternative arrangements at Nyayo to make sure all the Nairobi people who wished to, because it's part of the culture. So the other part of culture is to view the body in Kisumu. Maybe, we can assume everybody from the region. But the other culture was that going home. Remember they cancelled Karen?
Yes,
right?
Carrying the twigs and the
very good.
That's a Luo culture.
It's a culture.
From
Very
what
nice.
I believe, yes.
That culture, very nice. The singing, the dancing.
So the people have been denied their culture. Is
They
that
have
what you're trying to say?
there is that thing of you, when you put the body in a chopper and you fry. I mean, you are just three of you with the body. They want to be with the body. That thing of being with the body moving, that is very, very significant and very culturally, culturally right. So people may sit in Nairobi and make decisions for the common community, the common Luo, who owned Raila before he came to Nairobi. Raila came from Luo community. So don't come and plan here some committee here and try to switch things without consulting the culture. Sorry to divert. It's like that issue of digging the grave. I mean, I don't know the depth because I'm not whatever, but some people are like, you don't dig a grave using an excavator. That's neither here nor there, but I'm just saying the importance of not sitting in Nairobi because you are a committee, you need to consult. I feel the people of Luo.
Dr. Mbaye, one of the co-chairs was Dr. Oburu Odinga. Isn't he well versed with the culture?
I have a problem, let me tell you. Me, I've talked directly, as we used to talk to the ground. I've talked to so many Luos who wanted just to have that feeling of going home. From Mamboleo to Bondo. Dr. Oburu may be limited by time because of lack of prior planning. When you do, then another thing, let me ask you, who told them to announce it? It is them who announced. So people planned by the whole government machinery planned. So people say, wow, this is good, we'll have a chance to move with the body. I think what scared the state, together with the funeral committee and everything else, is this issue of Laia going to JKA. No, moving there and moving with the body for 5 hours.
For 5 hours.
To Kasarani.
Yes.
I think that, it shook them a bit.
But if anything, people are saying that's the moment where the body should have been airlifted. But from Kisumu to Bondo should have, and rightfully still, have remained the movement via road.
Now, and
what's
that's,
your thought of that?
And that's the whole issue of planning. The issue of disruption of this traffic all the way, cancelling things in the middle. I mean, these are the first time guys are doing logistics, really. State protocol and all that.
Okay.
So, all what I'm saying, I just felt that you don't go announce such a significant milestone. Already you missed the morning one by lifting the body. Now you want to lift it to, okay, you can say people want to watch it. I saw it coming a while because the announcement was the body viewing would start at 8.
All right.
Like, even if they were to announce 8, by 7 be there because people came there at night.
Okay, if you just hold that thought, Mama Ida Odinga is on our screens. And if you could just listen in.
Ji mang'eny waduto we've lost. Well, I've lost my husband. My children have lost their father. People have lost their brothers. And many, many people. Kenyans have lost their loved one. The world have lost their loved one. In this home, Edalaka Kawuono, one Gijok Moa Zimbabwe, one Gijok Moa South Africa, one Gijok Moa Southern Sudan, one General Olusegun Obasanjo, Moa Nigeria, one Gijok Moa Kunimo Pogori. To Gimadwa Her Nimondo Gine, an image mag jok mayuak. Ok en gimutimoni nikech ang'enu nukiagi, ang'en gino litnu. To gibende gino lit nigi emomiyo gia kuonde ma gintie ka gibiro kar kae. Onego kik wanyis timbe moko makelo gimiluongo ni insecurity. Kik wanyis timbe moko mamiyo ji paro ni wana jok ma useless. Ka gineno gik moko mutimo marichogo, giwaro ma society mara iloai. Omiyo beduru gi kwe, tulia. Ng'ama ywak ok ochuno nyaka iringi kokoko.
Okay, that or rather was Mama Ida Odinga speaking from Bondo Live. She's speaking in her mother tongue, that is the Luo language, but it can be loosely translated to how she's feeling about the losing and the passing of her husband. She's emotional, speaking about how she was his wife and how they together parented children to where they've reached until today. So meanwhile, as I had introduced earlier, I am in studio and I'm joined by Dr. Peter Mbaye and Dr. Julia Chege, who are both political and governance experts, and they will help us just take this journey with Baba Raila Odinga from now until perhaps when we get to Bondo. Now, Dr. Peter, I think we were speaking to you, and you were of the thought that the planning was not done very well. But at the same time, Peter, remember, they were supposed to conduct a state funeral and have Raila Amolo Odinga buried within 72 hours. By the time they were told of Raila Amolo's death on 15th of October, they were expected to come out with an itinerary by the evening of that day. Shouldn't we at least cut them some leeway for at least attempting to try?
I like the word attempting to try. I like the word attempting to try. So, number one, I don't know why when we are talking about this programming and discipline and all that, we are going back to it was 72 hours. It was meant to be 72 hours. By the way, I don't see why we are going back to 72 hours.
Okay.
There is a reason why Raila said he'd be buried within 72 hours. Because he could foresee some confusion going to 1 month. You know, if left to the people, everybody would come with a demand. Bring cows and say, I've donated cows for another 1 week, right? He foresaw that because he knows the culture. So he put it such that, guys, I love you so much, I know you love me, 72 hours. Actually, they had to, that 72 hours has been extended to tomorrow. It was supposed to be today. If you remember, 72 hours, we 72
count. 72 hours ends today. Yes.
They actually pre-did. The only caveat they went negotiated is because they said he passed on abroad. So they were able to negotiate for 1 day. I can tell you today was when it was supposed to be. Because what? He knew. And he knew the amount of energy and logistics because he also had an idea. Of course, it would be a state funeral with military honors. So that's not an excuse for anything. Let me tell you. Military, we normally talk about military precision. Always, you know, when you're talking about somebody who is well planning, they say he planned that thing with military precision. So I don't want to go there. The issue is consult quickly, consult as fast, make a decision, and let it work. I have no problem. I'm only feeling for the locals because we are normally accused that when we elect you, you go begin flying by air. Listen, before you used to work with us, now you're flying with air. That's what exactly we are trying to do.
Isn't that for security purposes as well, Peter?
No, what security? What harm did Raila face when he moved from JKA to Kasarani?
It's a prevention.
It's only time that went, but the love. People were happy because that is who the Raila they used to. This is a people's person. Okay. So for me, it's not about me, but I'm here speaking on behalf of everybody else, even those who are watching us. So I'm just saying, even if you thought time will not allow, don't announce it.
Okay.
As government, you don't announce. Then continue, you scrap this, you scrap another. What about that person? I remember, I know the road, from Kisumu all the way to Siaya. I can imagine people lining up. You know,
yes,
I can imagine people lining up.
People must have lined up from the day it was announced.
No, like today, because they were waiting for the exercise at Momboreo maybe to finish, around 4, 5, maybe 3. And then they were lining up. And remember, they were not demanding to see the body, just to wave at the caravan, just that moment. Later has been around for 80 years. And surely you cannot rush him and put him on air when he's going to the final resting place.
Okay, okay. Julia, I can see you're nodding your head. You are in agreement with this? What do you have to say?
Yeah, we are Africans, and I can say being an African is our business. And there's no way we can borrow from the Western. The part of frying the body left, right, center, for me, from where I sit, without faulting the government or speaking on his behalf, they haven't sent me anyway. What I'm seeing is the fear of mobilization. They are fearing the mobilization. This person, even in their death, is coming along. And I fault the organizers in a way, because they want to control the national narrative that is already there. You know, we have a king, you know, Joey, we have the culture, we have, you know, the enigma. We have this person that needs to be buried according to their culture, you know. Yet they said something, they oversaw something, maybe we don't know what he has written in his will. Maybe we'll come to know about it later, because Raila's name will be in our mouth in the next decade. We'll still talk about him. He has done quite a lot, and we must agree on that. But the government there didn't do as it was supposed to be done. And also I want to ask my friends from ODM, of course they cannot overrule the government, but if I was in the ODM party, I think I would have said this is our person, we do party politics also, although I know they were involved and all that, but then there is still something that is missing. You know, we wonder what is the government fearing? What are they fearing? Because like now, if they said the body leaves Kisumu by road, I think people will be so satisfied. And we are told also that it will be a private burial by the end of the day, so they will not access the grave. The grave site. So why are they giving us information that we do not need to know? The only thing they would have done, let the body travel, it's going home anyway. So even if it reaches at night or whatever happens, from where I sit, I know people from that side, they would like to see the body pass, and the cops, they are waving, and they will have a closure. You know, why do you want to preempt what other people are doing? And like what we saw at JKIA, the microphone that was speaking was just speaking to 100 people. Then we had, you know, like thousands of people out there, and they felt there was something sinister. That's why you saw everybody storm, you know. So why are they allowing that? Why allow yourself, you know, to be cooked when you know already you are cooked, you know? So like what we saw the minister do, I'm still stuck. I can't understand. Somebody has died and you want to kill more. And I can't understand, like the shooting that happened in Kasarani. I can't still understand who is not in control of what, or who is in control of what. I mean, I can't understand. If you play back that how the minister walked, I am still shocked.
I mean, by all means, nobody deserved to die.
Yeah.
Nobody was supposed to die. Nobody is supposed to die.
Nobody is supposed to be killed.
I echo the sentiments of Dr. Oburu Odinga last evening when they held that presser, and they were giving their thanks to all the foreign leaders who sent in their tributes and their condolences. And Dr. Oburu Odinga said, Raila Amolo Odinga was tear-gassed so many times in his lifetime. Let's not allow him to be tear-gassed in his deathbed as well. So it all goes both ways. Yes, we are looking at the government and the kind of planning that you have done within such a small window. But then at the same time, even Wananchi, even the people, need to be told to at least calm down. You see, there was a bit of a push and shove even at Nyayo Stadium yesterday when people were trying to view the body. So it also goes without saying that, yes, we talk to the state, but yes, we also talk to the people. That this is the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's funeral. It's not a political rally. This is a funeral. Let's accord it the respect that it deserves. Now, speaking of the 72-hour window notice that the state said that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga wished to be buried within, do you think that perhaps some counties, and I want to specifically point out to stronghold ODM counties, for example, Mombasa, feel like they were left out from this burial proceedings? Like, they feel like the time should have been elongated so that even Raila could have traveled to a place like Mombasa for them to be able to view. Let me start with you, Peter.
This is my thinking. I just alluded to it, and I said, why do people say, let me be buried within 48 hours, 1 week, 3 days? Why do people write a will to be cremated? Because they have considered all those factors. And there is nothing that's important that supersedes all other wishes than somebody's last wishes. That's why we do wills, we do wishes. It supersedes. Why? Because they have put in consideration all that. And in my opinion, Raila was like, the way I'm loved, once Mombasa asked for me, no, this time you'll ask for me. And you're not going to justify why you gave in to now this time. And I can tell you, Raila would see himself being taken around for 1 month before being married. Because the love is there, it's genuine. Sibarati will come and say, Kisii was a bedroom. If Luo Nyanza was a bedroom, here was a kitchen. Somebody will say, Masais will say, he was our person. And imagine, and this is somebody who is passed on. So he could see that. Now ask yourself, knowing how much he was loved, why 72? You know, that's a question, put ourselves in Raila's shoes. He knew how much he's loved. He knew he had people everywhere. His people from Mount Kenya, those supporters of 20 years would come and say, no, here, he used to sleep here. He used to take tea in Moranga. So we want his body he was a day in Moranga. And once they make a request and they do some madamano, the central committee would give in because they have no limitation of time. So he knew all that, but then he knew, guys, I am gone. Let me go last so you guys can proceed with your lives. That is the whole essence of saying that. Now, when people say I want to be cremated, I may disagree. Actually, if there was a law, if my kin say cremation, I would go to court to try to stop it. But now, where will be the defendant? He will be gone. Yes. You know, you can't go to court to say that, you know, he should not be cremated and all that. Maybe to go and discredit the witnesses. The witnesses and say that he forged or he was not in mental sound mind when he was writing cremation. This is very true you can do. So for me, 72 hours it is. We are not being told, I'm saying today, it has been extended already by another for 24 hours. It's going to hit 96 hours. Let it be so. The only problem I have, there is something called precision, and I'll go back. You cannot, let me tell you, you cannot excuse planning and execution. You go to plan by the minutes. You plan. You say, if Nyayo, how much does it take for 100 people, for example, or 1,000 to watch? Then you times 30. So you know how much. I'm only, by the way, I don't want to mourn more than the bereaved, by the bereaved. I'm just hoping that the people from the whom I can imagine that road lining up, I just hope they will understand. Otherwise, they may have bitterness. And by the way, you're not going to exhume him to the body. So if something can be done to ensure it goes by road, I don't know how possible it's going to be by now. Time is going. It's not yet over.
I think they've extended the time at Kisumu. So that as a consolation for the lack of road.
But I'm just saying, you cannot say the people are so many in Kisumu, so you are killing the road trip because the people in the road trip will not come to Kisumu.
Okay, so Peter, you insist that the road carnage should have remained.
One, because they announced
how long would that have taken?
Let me tell you.
Peter, look at how long it took just to move from JKIA to just to cross Mombasa Road. It took us about 5 hours. This is a place that is approximately 1.5 hours to 2 hours away from Kisumu to Siaya in Bondo. Now, how long would it have taken, genuinely, through road?
But I agree. That's what I'm saying. I wish some planning ought to have gone into this so that it's not possible, so you don't announce. People can know. don't give people hopes.
Okay, so the
And these are
issue
people-
is the
the
announced
communication
it,
and
the
how
communicated
the communication and the planning. If they would have considered, planned the time, known what will happen. By then, let me ask you, they would have known that the emergency was not this. That was more important because that's local, going rural, and maybe put a day, fly there. This exercise you would have completed on that day for the one at Kasarani. But anyway, again, I must say this, because of the magnitude of the person we are burying, and also the issue of the time. I mean, some things are subject to changes. That one I also agree. So it's not a big issue. I'm just saying I hope the people lining up to Bondo, because they'll never see Laila again, by the way.
Okay.
I hope they understand.
All right,
I just
Julia.
I hope they understand.
Yes, I hope so too. Julian, let me move to you. And we're still sticking on this particular topic right now because I still feel like we haven't exhausted it. And in future, taking from what happened this particular time regarding a state funeral, this is not the first state funeral we're having in Kenya, but this particular state funeral, things from the get-go have not been going as planned. Now, on the first day, we would have excused the committee and said, perhaps the outcome was much bigger than they had anticipated. But today, being the third day, I think they should have preempted something like this. So with this in mind, do you think that we need to have legislature for how state funerals are conducted in Kenya? And by that I mean even the number of days of mourning that are given by the head of state. Should they be written in law somewhere? Should there be state instructions that if a state funeral is to be conducted, this is the law of how it should be? And I understand we have different cultures, but is there a law that can just cover the whole Kenya so that we can have, no confusions?
If that happens, it will be an awesome thing to happen to the people of Kenya. But we also know that we have different cultures. Some would say, irrespective whether you are a statesman or whatever, you will be buried in less than 24 hours. We have such cultures,
The Muslim culture,
yeah,
for example.
Yeah, for example. So it's a delicate balance to actually go with, but if such a registration would be there, it would be important. But as my friend Dr. Baye is saying, it's about planning also. You cannot leave anything, like for example, what is happening, a national figure, it doesn't need to be a state burial. Even when we are burying business people, like in our community, and that person has done a lot, and we anticipate thousands and thousands will come. People have to plan properly. If you don't plan, I'm telling you, by the end of the day, irrespective of where the burial will happen, there will be chaos, And burials, they come along with emotions. We cannot detach emotions and the people. We will not see later again, and you're feeling, oh, I need to pay my last homage and all that. But I feel if the registration will be done, it will be a good thing. But then, how is it going to be done? Because it's a delicate balance. And also the unpredictability with our burying of the state people and all that. And also trivializing the whole idea, politicizing the whole idea. Like this, it's looking like it's politics by the end of the day. And who is calling who. And you can see, like at Yao Stadium, some key people who we know very well actually did a lot of work with Raila. They were not recognized, So when we politicize even death, now that is where we begin with the problem. And the other thing, when you talk about registration, we have a culture in our country currently. We are registrating and getting bills that will favor us, the current people. Like they'll do a law that is going to suit them. But when it doesn't suit them, then they want to change it. So we must get people who are objective. And there, we will go back to now what Laila believed in with the NGCDF and the money, the allocation of funds and all that. Because if we do not have objectivity in this bill that we are talking about, it will just be to suit some particular people and not having the face of Kenya. So we need to change. There is so much that needs to be done. And as I began, I told you, there is a mind shift that is coming along with this kind of a value. And I'm sure we shall witness it in the month of November. We won't go long before we realize where we are with this kind of a shift. So from where I sit, registration, and like now, please, my sister, don't remind me, the president is actually accused, because I haven't seen the bills, that there are some bills that he has passed when this is happening. So we still revisit that. You know, it's not that we are quiet yet. We want to give Raila a befitting send-off. But then there are bills that have gone under the table and they have been signed, and those are laws, yeah? You know, like the computer law, I don't know what is going to be happening. So I don't know where we are as a country, and I keep asking Dr. Mbai, tell me what was happening at the legislature, no, at the executive, because it's funny.
Perhaps you can shed some light.
Yes, definitely. Now, you see, we have this issue. We are coming here to say bye-bye to a man whose credentials involve, of course, the father of democracy, the leader of second liberation, and actually the one who birthed, more or less, the new constitution. Now, one of the things, what the constitution talks about is about human rights. It's about all these other issues in the constitution. So here we are, something very interesting. And it tells us whether, and I first of all want to say this, we all respect the decisions Raila Odinga made in his life, because you cannot be like myself, and that's why you remember us as the official position. When Raila Odinga came from AU, we had hoped he would join us to liberate the country, right? But when he decided to join the broad base, we said, it's okay, it's your right. We cannot, I mean, we cannot begrudge you because of your political decisions. But now, unfortunately, the person who invited him to the broad based is like he had other ideas, which was get numbers in parliament, okay, so as to begin encroaching on the gains we made in the constitution. And I'll give you quite examples. Look at the issue of the issue of the corruption, trying to kill all these institutions and have the issue of corruption reported to him. You know, and put somebody there to be reporting to about the corruption. The issue of compensation, which we went to court as our team to say that's not the route because it's not constitutional. Now look, this is very serious. On the morning, because of course State House knew the president, the Raila Odinga has
died, and the bills were signed on that morning.
Very early.
Imagine.
Now, if you look at the bills, they are a product of the incestuous relationship in parliament.
Okay.
And when I say that, I mean before government, you don't know who is opposition, who is whatever. That is incestuous. So, in short, are we saying, whereas we thought and we knew Baba, of course, how we do it, then at night, something happens in Bunge, they collude to pass anti-people, remember, anti-people bills, then sign them very fast, so that, look at the dishonesty, so that it can be covered by the issue of Raila Odinga's death. How dishonest can somebody be? How insensitive? How inhuman? Illegal, unconstitutional. Look at the spirit. What are you telling us? And then you go and shed a tear. Really? Really, what is all this about tears?
So you're saying it's hypocritical?
All those words, I'm trying to look for all of them. Insensitivity, inhuman, hypocritical, and then you go shed a tear. Like, really? You mean, are you saying you loved Baba for what he helped you to do in killing the constitution? And that's why you saw Baba was struggling. Remember, Baba was struggling. He would say, you know, I want these guys to be compensated. Remember? He began saying that. He wants these kids to be compensated. He would even go and say, I want devolution. I want more money. Against sometimes the wish of the president. Baba would go and say, he was, what is the word? He was conflicted. He was conflicted because he is supposed to support the president, but his heart,
sometimes he's with the people.
He's with the people. And that's why he would send Sifuna and Babu to go and, you know, Koroga, you know, go be in the opposition. But then you tell Wanga and Joho, Oparanya Wabadi, you continue singing the song of the president. Because he was confused.
So he can keep a balance on both sides.
Exactly. Please, people may argue that's also dishonesty or wanting to eat for both sides.
A lot do.
But now, me, I talk one as an expert, as a political scientist, and also an expert on leadership and governance. But, and that's why, the other day, what did Baba say? Who said we are not going to vie? Number two, Baba has consistently said their MOU with this government is only up to 27, but not including the elections. What does that mean? He was, because I can imagine, can I tell you today? Let me tell you what I think. What I think today is that these bills were passed long time ago. They were never passed, they were not passed on Friday evening, so they can be rushed to State House. They were not passed on the eve, so that now we say today is when they have been completed. Let us take them to, or what is on Wednesday morning. They were
signed on Wednesday morning.
On Wednesday.
Yes.
Then I mean, subject to whatever, because I may not have that information. I bet they were not passed on evening of Tuesday.
Or passed way before.
They may have passed way before, waiting for an opportunity. Because my sense tells me, if those bills, and I can sense from the depth of my heart, Baba was not briefed on those bills. Because I sense if those bills were signed, Baba would call a presser or call the president and tell him we are no longer together if you are going to continue that direction. The moment he dies, does that. Who waits for somebody to die so that you can come and now hammer the constitution?
Okay, and aside from that, perhaps you could also shed some light on what is the legality surrounding the president ascending bills in secrecy. Let me put secrecy in quotes, because that is what is the word out there. What is the legality surrounding that?
Let me say to this. For me, to be fair, I wouldn't call it in secrecy, because the law says once the bills are done, the clerk shall submit them to the president, of course accompanied by the leadership of the... For me, I have no problem with the fact that if they were done. My problem is that the broad-based people who saw, people who people know are people, so to be able to safeguard their interest, were involved in passing such draconian rules, which anybody can see even without going far. Just reading one statement, we're able to do analysis of each, just one sentence each. It's completely illegal. Now, my problem is not that they were signed, because nothing says, you know, they have to be given a notice and all that. Once they are done, they can be assented to any time by either the governor or the president in this case. My problem is that what we are going to do, we simply, the only savior in Kenya right now is the judiciary. In the face of a dictatorial executive, in the face of a legislature which has been captured, the only solution with the three arms of government is judiciary. So what we are doing, our to escort Baba, in the spirit of Africa.
Okay.
You know, you keep aside your wars, start them after, which is going to do. The laws already assented can only be challenged in court. Because the only thing that would have happened is the president to return them back to parliament. He assented, saying, I agree, I'm the author and the finisher of all what is contained therein. Right?
And I've signed.
Of course, to do the majority leader, I have signed. They are law. By the way, they are law as we speak.
Yes,
We need to quickly go to court and stop all of them. The richest thing, I hear the speaker boasting that this is the highest number of bills to be passed at one time. That will be the highest number of bills to be killed at one time. Why? Because as DCP, we have a battery of lawyers, right? They have been working off the clock to try to go to study them, and consolidated, and they'll be kicked out. That shows. Can I ask you, are we saying that we called Baba to broad-based so he can help us, he can help me, Lazar, talking as a president, to kill the constitution? This is the danger that we are talking about. So the whole idea about Baba, many years, he has fought to be the people's person, people's president. Somebody has been trying to take that on him so he can use him, knowingly or otherwise, to kill the constitution. That's not the spirit of this country.
Okay, Peter, thank you very much for that. And by using the word secret, I actually I put it in quotes because it's more of framing.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's whether the process felt opaque to the citizens.
Yes.
That is what I'm talking about when I talk about secrecy.
Yes.
And do you feel like, let me come to you, Julia, do you feel like this process felt clear enough to the citizens?
You know, it's very unfortunate that we have registrators that are supposed to registrate and look into our bills and policies, that some of them, without blinking, they do not even know what is happening or what happens, because they are left, right, center, chasing for empowerment programs that are not even acceptable on the ground. We have registrators who cannot stand on their own and say no. We have registrators who are greedy. We have registrators who want to amass wealth. And therefore, I know it started from Parliament. The committees that are involved in planning for this, it's unfortunate. I do not want to use this language of telling them shame on them, because they knew what is happening. And it has, for a bill to be assented into law, there are several steps that it has to go through. Maybe those steps, because of minuting and all that, because they will go to court and will have to fault these bills, maybe they did it in a day, and maybe they have backdated and all that. But there must be a process. It's a process. There's like 4 or 5 in our primary school. I'm sure we read about those, how a bill is assented into law. So therefore, we have the first legislature. Actually, they failed us. The people that we elected, the people we have given power to actually protect us and speak on our behalf. And therefore, I'm appealing to Kenyans, even as we bury Baba, next time when you are going to registrate 2027, look at the people that you're going to put there. Are they Tubocrats? Are they sycophants? Are they Togeges? I'm not the one who called them like that. You know, in my culture, they are called like that. Who are these people that you are setting there? Are you looking at the money that they are going to bring to you? And if they bring you money, because the country is not doing very well economically, eat the money, but then use your head when you're going to the ballot to vote them. Let me leave that point. Going to the president to assent this bill into law and to sign it, sincerely, it's a lot of hypocrisy. That's how I look at it. It's a lot of, he wanted like to take advantage of the man who has fought for this constitution. And we believe in the constitution, but then he has proven to, we have a constitution without constitutionalism, because we do not believe in the constitution. And it is one. It is, and it is one of the best in Africa and in the world. But then we are not following it, and we really don't care. So I fought the two, you know, the executive and the MPs. Why were they discussing this? How did it come? They knew about it, but because of the per diem, because of the handouts that they'll be given, the money that will be given when they sit on those meetings and all that, I think that is where we have a problem. And that's why I want to appeal to our citizens and our constituents. When people are coming to look for votes, when they are coming to ask you to vote for them, ask yourself, this 200 shillings I'm being given, this 1,000 shillings that I'm being given, will I use it in the next 5 years? And if you're going to use it in the next 5 years, then you can vote them. But if you're not going to use them, and I know 1,000 shillings is nothing today, if you go down here, it's 1,000, it's nothing, you must use your head. And that is where I want to actually tell our people, kindly let us use our head as we go to vote, because you see what is happening. You know, and we have seen when power is in the wrong hands, what it can do. Exactly. Power to assert bills and to registrate bills is in the wrong hands. Yeah.
So speaking of voting and someone's vote, that particular day of voting, leave alone lasting you for the rest. And things are, corruption is at a high end, but these are the same leaders that you have elected and put into power. Now, speaking of election, let me fast forward to 2027, the month of August, where we're expected to have our general elections as per the Constitution. Now that Baba has passed, how do you think that's going to reflect on the 2027 elections? Now, I want us to look at the fact that Baba formed broad-based government with the current President Ruto. And now that he's passed, Is that going to enhance Ruto's position, or is it making Ruto weaker?
Whether is, and I don't want to be rude because tomorrow is Sunday and I'll be going to church. Whether it's broad or bread, whether it's broad or bread-based government, that was not going to be a popular opinion for the Kenyans,
in
you know.
2027,
because many people are feeling oppressed, many people are suffering, many people are seeing the bills that are being passed without them being involved. There is no public participation. You know, in most of the cases, there is nothing. Our president has become very unpopular. He became in as a very popular president, you know, but then he is very unpopular now because of the things that he has continued doing. And now, Baba going down and Baba dying will not enhance his presidency. In any case, it has even, I don't want to think on his behalf because he hasn't sent me, but I can only imagine that his savior, like June 2024, this year, I am telling you, the savior of this country was Baba. It's Baba who actually said no, and people would listen. So I'm wondering who is going to pop up. There is no vacuum in leadership, but then I want to see who can actually be.
Who do you see popping up?
There are many people, including myself, and then we can have Babu, we know, we can have Sifuna, we can have even Miguna, wherever he is, he can actually come back. You know, I mean, there are so many people. We are not short of people who can emerge. We are not short.
Do you agree with this?
I agree with it. We do not have short of people, but 2027 is gonna be an uphill task for the presidency. I can tell you, I do not want to imagine that he is going to be the president, because I will not vote for him personally. Because how do you agree the rights of doctors like Bai and myself to be away from you, people who can actually objectively advise you, and you have idiots around you, people who are not going to actually give you real information. And no wonder I think Dr. Bai left. I mean, when there's a level you reach in life and you are like, okay, if this is a pen, we can't call it a pencil.
Okay.
And we can't call it a material to write. We have to call it the way it is, you know.
Exactly. So Dr. Bai, why did you leave?
Thank you so much.
She brought it up, not me.
I agree. Any day. Because exactly what you are saying, lack of the passion and the willingness to deliver. You know, when you in a journey you agree, you are going to deliver to the people. The people comes first. You work towards that thinking. That is what everybody thinks, especially the top. Because remember, ours is a presidential system where a lot of powers are concentrated on the president. So if there's no political goodwill from the top, there's nothing that will be delivered. All the issues you see today on health, on education, and everything, all of them we had seen. And we had said this is what needs to be done to avoid this calamity. And all of them were ignored. So there are two issues there. One, failure to simply agree to the experts. I came in as a delivery expert, and like other many civil servants that we found there, who are very sharp, they know what to do, they know the policies on health, on water, on education, on irrigation, on agriculture, on livestock. You know, remember those things we used to call some value chains? They all are experts. But when you come and say, this is what needs to be done, story change. Up to now, 1 year later, you are told I'll call you. And that's the end of the day. But because you have given...
If I may just interrupt you, because as we are seeing on our screen, they have closed the casket, which is symbolizes that the ceremony has come to an end.
The question is whether everybody has viewed.
No, definitely.
That's the question.
No, we saw it when
that's the question.
Yeah. They're opening, closing, opening.
No, I think they're just tidying it up, and then they're closing it right now, which they're symbolizing that the ceremony has officially come to an end. This has been the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga lying in state at the Kisumu Mamboleo Stadium. Remember, he left Nairobi the morning of today via a plane to Kisumu International Airport, after which he was chartered on a military plane, Enigma 001, from the KIA to the Mamboleo Stadium. And from approximately 9 in the morning to around the hours that we're looking at right now, there has been the state viewing of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, where the local civilians have been allowed to view the body. Now, the chopper has landed, which means the ceremony is over. It is over. So they are loading the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. It's only our hope that the people are satisfied. Yes, because they've already announced that he is not going to be traveling by road to Bondo. But at the same time, Peter, I'll come back to your point. If they were to finish the ceremony at 3:15, isn't that enough time to have tried to move to Bondo? It's early. It's quite early.
It's quite early.
Yes.
And,
I expected, they said they would extend the time. I didn't think they were going to extend it with 15 minutes because the initial plan, the viewing was from 9 to 3.
3, yes.
It's 3:15.
Even if they did it up to 4 or 5,
yes,
he is going home. That's what we are saying. Yes.
Maybe what information we need to get right now that is of concern to all of us is whether everybody who was in that field has viewed the body.
And if they're satisfied.
And that's the word. If they're satisfied, the people who are there. Like
yes.
I think may have happened in Nairobi.
Yes.
I think in Nairobi, people may have been, whoever wanted to view, viewed.
Yeah, but because at the end of the day, the funeral proceedings tomorrow, Sunday, are just scheduled for a private few people. So this perhaps is the last moment that people can get to see the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Yeah.
Remember, he's not going by road. He's being airlifted now straight to Bondo.
Look, as you can see.
Yes.
Because they want to avoid all these kind of things. But now the question is whether the people in Siaya, remember this is Kisumu, there is Bondo. There will be a function at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga tomorrow. Now, whether the locals will be allowed to be in that function. That's the main burial service, right?
They did say that the burial will only be attended by a few close friends and family.
My thinking, those are the kind of things we need clarification, because my thinking would be there will be a burial service, like the what happened, this was a memorial at Nyayo. It will be there, then the service we are talking about is, I think, the people who to enter in home at the home within the Oponda farm now. So we need clarification because there are so many people in Siaya, so many people in Bondo, where he grew up, where he calls home. Then maybe after the service, then I think what they are saying is that everybody else should not follow them into Oponda farm.
Yes.
Then now only very few, extremely few people, I think about 500 people only, who could now get into the farm. Now the issue here is also, I have seen that gate. There are people who are trying to force their way in. They need to do a lot of enforcement of that gate into the entry of his homestead. So what? So
from what I'm understanding, Peter, now the body of Raila is being airlifted directly from Mamboleo to Bondo.
To Bondo now.
There is no more road travel.
No, now there's no more road travel.
Okay.
It is to Bondo. Now where is going to have an overnight stay. Yeah, ready for the burial service at
that
Jaramogi.
Is scheduled tomorrow.
Tomorrow at Jaramogi Odinga Oginga. Then after that, now the burial into his now the Oponda farm, where I think just a few people will be around anyway.
Okay.
I mean, because again the space and all that.
All right.
Just a few people to be around there. That's I think what will happen. What's likely to happen.
All right. So politics aside, let's talk about the man himself, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. He was known as Agwambo. I don't know, Peter, maybe you can tell us the genesis of that name, Agwambo.
Good. What happens during the many the changing times of Raila, he has gone acquiring names appropriate to the season.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right all the way. I think in the 90s, you know, he came all the way. I mean, in the 90s when now he properly got into Liberal Party, that he got into partnership with Moi. Then at some times, you know, Tinga, at some point Agwabo, at some times, you know, Nyundo, at some point, all those names have come until finally now, everybody, including city presidents, call him Baba. You know, finally everybody had agreed. At the end of the day now, he has become a Baba.
But Baba is quite obvious. It literally means father.
Father, exactly.
So Baba, we understand why he was called. So he was an elder.
Now, when you look at Tinga and Agwambo and all those other things, those are what I would call these. I would call political names. Like, for you to summarize Agwambo, you know, that like a king, like a master, like a mystic being who nobody can understand. You know, this kind of a thing. like a master, like the king, like the real man, like the man who conquers. You know, this kind of a thing. Words just to, what do you call that in politics? Words that meant to, one word to summarize everyone. It's one word that summarizes you. When you say that word, and these are words that take a lot of time to think about, remember, because it has to be apt. When you say agwambo, when you say tinga, when you say, you know, so and so, those are words that are meant to capture the moment, to capture the person. And they are very unique, and they separate many things, by the way. So, for me, Raila went through life. And through every stage. Now, from my recollection, I think the 1970s, when he was a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, just like that, engineering department. Then, issues come, 78 happens, Moi takes over, 82 happens, he's implicated, whether or what, that's another part of the history anyway.
The coup?
The coup.
He was detained?
Detained over the coup.
About 8 to 9 years?
8 years.
Yes.
Up to 1988. Comes out, then again, then goes out to exile, goes all the way to 1982. Then now joins that young Turks, you know, the young Turks, you know, in the year 1982. Now then he was under Jaramogi. He was under the shadow of Jaramogi, remember?
Then we get the multi-party.
Then goes to the multi-party. He's elected MP. The father is also elected, you know, MP in Bondo. Then it goes all the way, and then he feels...
Becomes Minister for Energy.
No. Then he feels it is time. And I want to say something here. This mantle is never given. Political mantle you take, and you learn with it. And we can discuss that when you come to discuss about the future of ODM. Listen, Raila just felt time is up, and he cannot continue with Ford Kenya. He was fighting for leadership. I remember that issue that is being said about the father being the party leader for Kenya and him wanting leadership. Whatever happens there.
And it brought about so much controversy to the point where people were even discussing how he's being buried next to the mother as opposed to the father. But it's been clarified. He's being buried next to the parents. Simple, period. Let's just stop it there.
Exactly.
This issue of mother and father, we're going too deep now.
So, it brought an issue. But what is important, when he couldn't fit in Ford Kenya, he moved to another party. But listen, at no time did Raila wait to be handed over the baton for the Luo kingship.
He took it.
He took it. At no time did Luto wait to be handed over by Moi. He ran with it.
He ran
to a point that their relationship was so bad, he didn't go to bury the political godfather, right? So there's also another lesson there about even now, ODM, if you wait to be given this thing, and by the way, it's not the party. You may be denied the party, but you run with the people. That's what is happening. And by the way, I can tell you today, seated here. The next thing in Luo Nyanza, the leader who will just come and run with it.
All right.
Yeah.
Peter, if you could just hold your thought for a minute. They are moving the casket.
Really?
They're going to put it into the military aircraft. And this is the time where they're going to airlift it directly to Bondo. So for the people who are in Kisumu right now, we can safely say that the ceremony has concluded at Kisumu. And it is our hope and prayer that everybody got to view the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Various people, as we spoke about it earlier on, I think Peter said that it wasn't possible to take Raila to all the counties. I personally hailing from Mombasa County, I will tell you, Mombasa County are generally called Coastarians. So I will tell you, Coastarians are feeling really bad about it.
I can see.
In fact,
now I can see where it's coming from.
Coastarians took to the street. They walked on the street on 15th.
Oh, yes.
Yes, they did. A lot of them. And the thing about Raila is you'd be so amazed. On the streets, a majority of the people walking are women. Mothers and women in Mombasa. Remember, Mombasa is a county where people don't really...
He has been loved a lot.
Yes.
A lot. He has been having
Mombasa
a fanatical following.
Yes.
People loved the Baba. Anytime things would mess up in Nairobi, he would go and do a rally in Mombasa.
Mombasa was his home.
And it would full.
It was his backbone, right alongside Kisumu. Mombasa was right there in his backbone. And Coastarians were saying, if if the body will not come, can the state provide some form of transport for us to go and see Baba? But then again, as you rightly put it, you can't. It will not work. It will not work. It will be opening a Pandora's box, because tomorrow Wasingishu will say the same thing. They will say, yes, we are also ODM supporters. Where is our bus? Where is our flight to go see Baba? But as you can see, the military is Raila Amolo Odinga passed away on the 15th of October after suffering a brief illness following a cardiac arrest in Kocha, India. He was then transported to Nairobi the morning of 16th of October by a committee that had been set by the President William Samoei Ruto. The President accorded the Right Honorable a state funeral. I think he's the second person in history to be accorded a state funeral who was not sitting in power. Who was not sitting in power. He wasn't sitting in any seat in the government, but he was accorded a state funeral because everybody on ground says, in as much as he vied for presidency 5 times, he was never a president literally, but he was the president of the people.
But that brings another issue.
Tell me.
That we need to know who deserves state funeral with military honors.
Thank you.
Because the very important, right now we don't have a law. So it is only the Security Council, the National Security Advisory Council, that seeks to decide, and mostly upon the recommendation of the president. So if Fatima, by bad luck, you're not in good books
with the president,
he will not even bother to take your name. But the advisory council. Now, let me tell you
Julia, that's what we were talking about earlier with Julia. Yes.
Let me tell you what happened. Now, Jaramogi Oginga, the men who actually refused to form government to allow Kenyatta to come from detention to come and form government.
Yes.
He was the first vice president. He was actually what you'd call one of the founders of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
He was not given a state funeral, neither military or anything. Why? Because he was in opposition. They were not in good books with the President Moi.
The president.
Look at that. Now, we thank God because Raila is Raila. It's only because he was in good books with the president, despite because even Jaramogi had done a lot. But nobody was there good enough to consider him for state funeral because of what he had done.
So he was in good books, but that's just a recent development.
That's it.
He was the man who opposed President Ruto in the 2022 general elections for the presidential seat. So say they hadn't come together and formed a broad-based government. Let me come to you, Julia. Do you speculate that he may have not been given a state funeral?
But probably he may not have been given, but bearing in mind who Laira is, and Baba is Baba, you know?
Yes.
I think the government would have been forced by the circumstance and the people to actually do that. And that's why we need to register this objectively without thinking who will be the next culprit. I mean, we are all candidates of death. And
at the end of the day, and as you rightly put it, there should be some legislature to govern the state funerals that happen in Kenya, especially the issue of a mourning day period. You know, the president announced a 7-day mourning period. So somebody else dies, it's another set of days. I think there should be some number of rules, putting everybody's cultures in place.
In place.
Yeah, but there can be something that can accommodate all the Kenyans and say that this is what forms law. Because something like a mourning day period, that has nothing to do with the culture. I don't think so, because I'm speaking as a Muslim. Muslims, we don't partake it. I don't think we don't have state funerals. Even if you look at the Arabian Peninsula and Islamic countries, when a king dies, they die in the morning, they are buried in the afternoon, and people
then you can
move
have commemorations later or something.
Yes, we don't have the aspect of lying in state, because first of all, we don't even put our dead in caskets. Our dead are not put in caskets. We don't believe in caskets as Muslims. So if we are putting all that into consideration, days of mourning still affect even if you are a Muslim. It's not something that is forbidden even in the culture of Islam, and I think it's not forbidden in the culture of Hindu. They have their way they bury, some cremate, Some have to put their dead in a sitting posture. The other time, there's a tycoon in Mombasa who died. His name was Hasu. Hasu's body was viewed in a seated posture, not lying instead, because that is their culture. But there should be a committee that can be given the task to come up with set laws.
You are right.
For that.
That's what we are saying. There needs some understanding so that immediately this happens, however much honor you want to give someone, in respect to their culture, so that if it's Israel, Muslims or Hindu, to the extent that honor applies.
Yes.
You get to know. But this thing, let me tell you, for example, Wangari Maathai, who everybody knew and thought she deserved. Tick. Then Kiptum dies. He's given state funeral.
Yes.
So who decides?
Who decides?
Who gives? It is very dangerous. We may have legislated so many things, including one of the most progressive constitutions.
Exactly.
But we need, and these are things that come to tell us, we need to clear some of these things so that we know who qualifies. Because if somebody, and God forbid, if somebody passes on and they're not in good books.
I mean, you've given the example of Jaramogi Oginga
Very
Odinga.
good.
It doesn't go without saying.
The father of...
He was not accorded a state funeral.
Simply because he was feared and somebody thought it's not necessary. Remember, when you talk about the military, the chief, the commander, the chief commander of
chief,
all
the
president, is the president.
Yes.
If he is not in good books and he doesn't feel like, and there's no law, how will he command the army to give you state funeral?
State funeral.
Never mind, of course. I think for the military honors, they'll be given only the sitting presidents. With military honors, I think President Moi, President Kibaki, and this one, this is, I think...
This is the second.
With who was given, who have not been having any formal position.
Yes, if you look at the history...
Well, he was a prime minister.
Yes, let's look at the history of the state funerals in Kenya since gaining independence in 1963. Yeah? Kenya has accorded the formal honor of a state funeral to only a handful of individuals whose contribution were judged to have national significance. The first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, who died in 1978, was accorded the first state funeral in Kenya's history. And then followed by Michael Kijana Wamalwa. He died while he was a sitting vice president in the year 2003. And he was also accorded a state funeral. And Wangari Maathai, who was a Nobel Peace Prize winner, died in 2011 and became another notable figure who was accorded a state funeral. After Wangari Maathai, followed by Lucy Kibaki. Lucy Kibaki is the former First Lady who died in 2016, and she was also accorded a state funeral. And then the former and second President of Kenya, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, died in 2020 and was also accorded a state funeral. After which the third President of Kenya, Moi Kibaki, passed away and was also accorded a state funeral. But it's important to note that aside from the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, also the widow of the freedom fighter Dedan Kimathi, that is Mukami Kimathi, died just 2 years ago in 2023, and she was also accorded a state funeral. Now, these are two people who are not actively sitting, occupying any seat in the government, and they've been accorded.
The difference between Mukami and Raila Odinga, Mukami was given a state funeral without military honors.
Oh, Raila has been given military. It's a full package.
It's a full package.
Yes.
With military
honors. Yes.
That now is an extension. I think even Lucy Kibaki was given state funeral
without
but no
military honors.
So Raila has been given the highest ever. Because it's like actually like a sitting.
The epitome
it's
of
like
state
the sitting
president. Yes.
Who died in office.
Who died in office.
Because only him, Kibaki, I think Moi, and Jomo Kenyatta.
Jomo Kenyatta,
and I think Wamalo Kijana.
And Wamalo, because he was a current vice president at that particular time.
Those are the beginning with the military honors. So that is a decision we need to make. Who gets, like now, I don't
What is the criteria?
I can tell you the only reason, and this is, I'm just saying, now purely from a leadership and governance perspective, because we are trained to put laws and systems, which when you are not there or not, they affect you or not. If this issue of ping pong is dangerous for government.
It's dangerous because Peter, before you do tell me, I want to actually lighten this moment a little bit, because if we are going to base state funerals on popularity, you're going to say somebody like if somebody who's extremely popular like Babu Owino, if he passes away today, are we going to accord him a state funeral
just
also?
Because people will come and demand.
Because people will, because Babu Owino, people will go to the streets and demand. That that is something we can foresee.
That's it.
Yeah.
We need to have a law.
Yeah.
If you look Kiptum, he's a learner, everybody loves him, state funeral.
State funeral, yes.
Good. No, nobody said no, but
Yeah.
you're just saying, okay, fine. This.
But we will lose the essence and the meaning of...
let me come slowly. We are going to Mashujadi on Monday. The same issue about who is a hero. It's just something where, and I know, there are some things I say that I know. Because I not only studied politics and government, I have practiced it at both levels of government. Look, who is a hero? So listen, when you dish out heroes like some bread in the market, it loses the meaning. Even if you give it to me, I will not use it. Because somebody will challenge me and somebody will know I don't deserve it. If I come here and say, oh, the way I have a PhD, but the way I reason and the way I do things, somebody will say, really? Is this the best you can go and you earn MBS or GW behind your name and you don't look it? People doubt it. Now, let me tell you what happens, unfortunately. Because there is no a scientific written law that governs, a lot of times people go and put their names there. If you look at, for example, last year, if you look at the people who give, forget about, I respect military a lot, and I suspect that more or less the military, because themselves is a very disciplined force, there are very many, you know, they are very, okay, let me tell you how it works. Judiciary have an advisory committee that proposes people to be honored, right? Military have their own. Now, Parliament of Kenya have their own. Executive have their own. Maybe county governments have their own. They come together. So now this is what happens. I may not know everything, but I know some. You sit down, like Parliament, and just pick who else needs it. Come. But just put your name here. Oh, no, even you. Come.
I mean, even people can be justified to say, if you put your person for a state funeral, I mean, why not consider mine as well?
That is it.
So the tug of war is also,
now,
we are opening a Pandora's box.
What is happening in the offices today, if I get an MBS, we are in the same office, the same floor, the same job group. Put mine.
Put mine, yes.
That's what is happening.
Yes.
So you have people with MBS, they have no idea what it is. You know what, at some point I told someone, I'll get this thing when I deserve it. I just told someone, I was in government. You are approached and said, Doctor, do you want an MBS? You know what I told them? Yeah. Let me first of all feel I have served my country to a level because I know what is an MBS myself. I've done strategic leadership of government. I know what it is to get an honor. I don't want to get it happy for what. So these are the things we need. Don't lump me with a title that I myself know I don't deserve. This is the kind of integrity we need. But because you're in the same floor and you are in the same job group, you are hired the same day, and you have access to the computer where you add your name, then somebody will come and say, also add mine. Now, let me tell you what you're going to see.
Let me be the devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I hear they're also paid so that you can get those things.
Okay.
Yes.
So money talks.
Money talks.
Now, you'll see the people in the same offices, especially some executive offices, the people who are able to know what happens and they got last year, and they didn't get last year because they didn't know, you'll find them in this year. I can tell you for sure, these are the staff, because these are people I know. They work in these big offices. You'll find them in this year. So what is the purpose of that thing? I mean, how do we, let me ask you, how do you pray with something as critical as a hero, as a word?
Honestly, Dr. Bai, like when I got HSC, somebody asked me, how much did you pay? And I asked them, you normally pay or what happens?
I mean,
you know, and I didn't say anything. So I got to know people pay.
And the worst part about that is you can genuinely get your accreditation, yes, and you're given perhaps honor of the Golden Heart, HSC, CGH, but at the end of the day, you can't even walk with them proudly because people assume you bought it.
You know.
That is the level of corruption that our country is dealing with. So you've brought about a very interesting topic.
Assuming, yes. and this one has to be kept alive until Monday. You're going to see wonders. Mashujaa is when? They give it on
Monday, yes.
Do they give them on? Do they give on Mashujaa
on Tuesday
and Jamhuri? You're going to see wonders. This thing has to be alive. We need to have integrity in our awards and honors because they are going to lose meaning.
You remember you are ordered the Githeri man.
Even if you don't buy, it's given to you because of favors. you would not be proud about it. Me, I told them, excuse me, guys, let me feel I've done enough for this government to earn it. I don't want you to best because I can earn mine, okay? I can go to school and the ones I want to earn. So please, these ones you are giving me, let's be very sure that I deserve them. I don't want to be given this for the sake of be given out. And this is the essence of what we were discussing that because of this issue of the state funerals, plus military honors, you know, and all that, this kind of thing. And for me, congratulations, Raila Odinga. For some reason, how you played your cards, you are able to be in that level where you are friends with the president, and so he gave you state funeral with military honors. That's important to say, somehow, because in this world, that's the biggest honor you can get upon your death.
Exactly.
I mean, that's it. But we need to see how. For me, I have no problem. Let me tell you the truth. Raila, we used to study Raila in school, at the university in political science and government. Like, you used to study him like a specimen.
I'm telling you, yeah.
Who is Raila? So for me, I have maximum respect for Baba. I've always said in my shows, by the way, even all the time we have been talking about opposition, Baba going to broad-based, I've always said I cannot talk ill of Baba because one is an elder to me. Secondly, we used to study him in school. So really, whatever your elder makes decisions, just like your parents, you just say maybe they know what they're doing. You can differ politically, of course, be on the opposite sides, but you give that maximum respect. For me, I'm happy for Baba. What he has achieved, very few Kenyans will achieve. Like you and I have counted, he is among the 4th person to be buried as a state funeral with military honors. That's a big thing. He is just second to the people who sat, the sitting president. And by the way, and why not? Raila has managed to get into the bottom berry, into the heart and the berry of all the 4 presidents. Right from Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and Ruto. He has managed to be at the center of their government and cause confusion, for example, during the campaign.
Okay, so if we're going to head in that direction,
4 presidents. He has managed to get into it.
He has managed to get into it, but people are looking at it from 2 different angles, yeah. And there are those who say he was a genius and he managed to get into different governments and he managed to bring about laws that today we are experiencing, such as the Bill of Rights, the devolution that was spearheaded by the man Raila himself. And we are enjoying these things today. But another school of thought would say that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga would always look for a place where he would get the most opportunity. How do you respond to that, Julia?
And why not? Because
and why not?
Like
you said earlier, to be a politician, you must also be
sometimes it's
not
good
hungry.
to look at into your interest. It's good to look at into your interest and all that. But the man Raila is having contested several general elections and lost, and not fairly, and he has gone to court and all that. I think it is in his last days. It was important for him to join the government because. How can Kenyans be lucky to be having somebody to actually talk on their behalf and then he is not rewarded, you know, in a positive way? Yeah, so for me, from where I sit, and I've said this over and over again, it was good that he joined the government. After all, they are eating. He can also eat. So from where I sit, it's good that that happened. But then going forward, we may not have another Raila to be able to do that. In the near future. This would remain as our history, and I really salute him, and I thank God that during his lifetime I was able to meet him on a one-on-one. He was a pleasant man. He was a good guy. You joke. I remember our last joke that we joked when we were at Pakra Sports Club, and we were going for the elections, and people were saying, and I was asking him, now, both of you, you people who are contesting, we don't have a Madeira. Then he told me that eventually we'll have one person by the end of the day. And very calm, very calm. And he's taking his something there and quiet, you ask a question.
Very humble.
Very humble, without...
in fact, for very many people, they talk about how much he was such a nurturer. I've had several guests here, and I've tried to ask each one of them if they've had any personal one-on-one relationship with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So what was the relationship?
Personally, I've had a one-on-one with him. And
what was it like?
He was a pleasant person, you know. And then he is taking interest in what you're saying and, like offering... I remember that was 2017. That's when I got to meet him one-on-one. And he told me, why are you not vying now? you are live for vying, and who said you cannot vie? And then I'm like, oh, I'm asking my dad and my mom, can I vie? They're saying you are still young, you need to bring up your kids. But his voice is louder, you know. So that kind of a person, he is motivating you and encouraging you. I can only imagine how much information the people around him have been able to get. And what I actually admired, and I'll speak like this because I know the men and women from my culture are listening, is his ability to lift women, you know, his ability to move along with them. You know, most of us, and Dr. Bai, I don't know, you'll tell me what you are going to do about our women. They need to be held, you know, like I can say, Dr. Bai held my hand and has walked with me, you know, like that. We don't have people like that in our community, and if they do it for their own interest. But Raila, I could see, not all of them, but their own interest, most of them their own interest. But him, you can see how many women he has mentored. It was even rumored that he was trying to make sure that the governor for Homa Bay is the deputy, you know, in the next general election. And no, he is that kind of mentor. From where I sit, I admire that.
Even his running mate was a woman.
Even his running mate was a woman.
I mean, he championed devolution that brought about the women reposition.
You know, so I appreciate that, you know,
that brought about the third gender role.
However it came, or whichever route it used to come, and it happened, I actually like him for that, because anybody who does not support women, they should not be looking for their votes.
They should not. Women are the future.
But I want to, because this point should not be lost. I want to restate what I said. The more you are saying about what Raila, the issue of gender, he had the Raila, the man, was very committed to some very great progression and revolution. But he was, in his later days, he was held captive a bit by these forces of being in government, where again, the kind of personality, you know, I may come to ask you, please help me, but you have the same spirit of moving forward. But he got to a person who somehow he wanted to be a Kagame, a Museveni, you know? So that is I can tell you the truth, that is a struggle Raila Amolo Odinga had in his few weeks and months. Okay? Where he wants to be progressive, but there's a man here who wants his help. But immediately he gets helped a bit, he begins fighting everybody. You know, you can help someone get out of the river, but the moment you get on the dry land, he's fighting everybody else, like he was not ready to be assisted. That's the struggle Raila Odinga has died with. I can tell you he was conflicted between moving on with this whatever, but let me answer your question quickly. You asked a question about, some people may argue that Raila Odinga was an opportunist who saw, because he's out of government, to weave himself through. May I say this? Everybody in this world comes up with some unique characteristics of being yourself, right? I can tell you today, I don't think you'll get somebody else like Raila for many years to come, so that you know he was unique. Where you can come, weave something, call it opportunism, call it anything you want to call it, and you have that capacity to get a whole half of Kenya behind you and move and shake the current president. And by the way, you know what happens always? Always before Raila before any election, Raila is always castigated with all the bad names.
Just 1 minute, Peter.
Just about to.
It's just about to fly. That is the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga on the military chopper. And 2 minutes will be home. It's just about to leave the Mamboleo Stadium in Kisumu, marking the close of the public viewing and the beginning of the final journey at home. This is, the more we watch, the more it becomes so surreal. And this is a moment right now. This is a moment. Look at the people at Mamboleo. There is no chaos. There's no push and shove. They are taking this moment in. Because they know. Very commendable. Yes. Some are even waving by because
this is very commendable that they were able to take it in their stride and just let it pass there. You know, oh, the kind of excitement that was there in the morning.
Look at how they are waving. They are waving bye-bye to their Baba. They are waving bye-bye to their leader, a fallen hero. And that's a military aircraft that has just loaded the body and the remains of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga en route to Bondo in Siaya for the final journey home. And by home, I'm using home in a deeper sense. I mean home to the Lord, if for religious people out there. Now, today, we can comfortably say it was a success. And I think part of the reason why it was a success is that they started this very early in the morning. The body was already leaving Nairobi by 6 and by 7 a.m., sorry, 7 a.m., between 7 to 8 a.m., the body had already landed in Kisumu. So the earlier you start, the more. And Peter, you were asking if people are satisfied. That looks like a satisfied crowd.
That's what I'm happy about,
yes,
because
like
even Kasarani and Nyayo, it was not so about me, but about the people who want to see Baba. You know, for us, we talk about not about me, but about the common good. When you saw the chaos in Kasarani yesterday, the crashes. So here, one thing we are happy about is like the people seem satisfied. Satisfaction doesn't mean maybe they may have seen, they viewed the body, but they are okay with the circumstances.
It's okay.
That is what is important. Being okay with the circumstances.
Let me just read some of the comments that we are receiving regarding this very emotional moment. We have Srinivas from YouTube who says, Raila Odinga believed that nations grow together. His continuous efforts to strengthen Kenya-India relations will always be remembered with respect. That's Srinivas Good Biargoni. Thank you very much for that. I also have some comments coming in here from Abdallah Muhammad, who says, may your soul rest in peace. We will always remember you as a legend, and may God bless us with another Raila in future. May your soul guide our president in this office until the end of leadership in peace. Kingman's rescue team says, good send-off for Raila. The government tried the best they can to show respect, but we're still getting comments from various people wishing that Baba had still been taken to Bondo via roads. Now, as you can see from your pictures, the military aircraft that's carrying the body and the remains of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has just departed from the Mamboleo Stadium in Kisumu. This marks the close of the ceremony of the public viewing. And now, Raila is en route to Bondo in Siaya, where the final funeral arrangements are to be made, and he will be buried tomorrow right next to his parents. Now, you saw the casket of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was being escorted by military, and that's what my guest here, Peter Mbai, was explaining, that this is a state funeral with military. You could see the military, it was draped, symbolic of what a leader the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has. Now, as the chopper flies off, people are still waving, waving.
They are now streaming out.
I know this.
I mean, the crowds at 9, at 8 in the morning, they slept there.
I know. Yesterday, we were getting people in Kasarani who said they've been at the stadium from early in the morning, and they know, when the deputy president made the announcement that the viewing will be at 2. They made their way early enough because, you know, maybe they want to avoid traffic jams, they want to avoid congestion. People have stayed a whole day. They probably haven't eaten. Look at the weather. It could rain any minute. The clouds have closed, but nobody cares about that.
And it was hot in the morning.
And it was hot, so people are sweating, but nobody really cares about that. So this is a very, very symbolic moment, and this is a moment that will go into our history in Kenya. This moment will not. It will not be forgotten. I pray and hope that we don't forget it. I had Michael Ganda here the other day, and I was asking him what he thinks should be done with these tribute books, because the governor of Mohammed Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir announced, I think that was on Wednesday or yesterday morning, stating that for those who wish to give their condolences in the form of writing, they can visit the various county offices in their counties. So you can imagine the number of books that are going to be present, because I myself am going to make my way there to go and
just
sign
write
the
a
book.
sign of the book.
Yeah, and Michael was of the idea that, you know, there need to be some form of museum where this book can be kept. So the books now will also end up belonging to the people. So you can go and view and see.
Yes.
And then it can be published like 1 or 2 books, counter one.
Yes. And to further look at that, I am trying to look at our generation right now, our current generation, the Gen Zs who've come out with full force. Some of these things are probably quite new to the Gen Zs. I don't think the Gen Zs have witnessed a state funeral of this magnitude in their lifetime because they've just been born the other time. So some of these things are quite new. And I hope that they get to learn a lot from this because the country Kenya right now, everybody says the Gen Zs are the future of our country. So I hope they pick a lot of the good side and even the bad side so that they can know what to avoid in future. So these books, if they can be put in a museum or somewhere where they can be, you know, put well and conserved, it will mark a historic moment. We just need to ensure we don't forget Baba. Julia, let me come back to you. I don't know how well versed you are with the culture of the Luo community, but I understand there is something known as hold on, let me just get the correct word. There's something known as teroburu.
Teroburu, the inheritance, Right.
I don't know. Peter, you're laughing. You want to step in here?
You know, by the way, I know Amakikuyu, and for sure I do not doubt Amakikuyu, and the Kikuyus know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
if I was a man, I'll be in the council of elders.
Okay.
Yes.
But I thought Kikuyu was such a matriarch community.
I'm a Kikuyu in our, I don't know how, our clan is called Bariamonogo.
Bariamonogo.
Yes,
that's
and in
nice.
the 9 daughters of Kikuyu, I am a Mojiro.
Okay.
Mojiro in Bariamonogo.
Okay.
You know, Daktari, I hope you are listening to that. You know what that means, eh?
Yes.
So I don't know much about the Luo culture,
yes.
but now I do not want to get to what I am thinking you are asking me, because I think Aida, we need to accord her the respect that she deserves, and I'm an Agrican, and she's an Agrican, and I know the Agrican culture and setup. At her age, I don't think that that you called it what?
Teroburu.
Teroburu will happen.
Oh, it contrasts with the religion?
I don't think it is right to do that.
Okay.
And I don't think it is done in our church. Maybe to start with that. I know she's also an elder in our church.
All right.
Yes. So and at her age, I don't know why it would. Somebody would be interested to do that. And who is that, by the way?
All right.
So. I would like to leave it at that and give her time to be able to mourn, because I also know her at a personal level.
At a personal level. I'm glad you do. I want
you know why I know her as a personal level?
Few,
I've been in the women movement for long, and whenever we wanted to see Baba, we would go through Ida and would ask her. I remember my professor, and I know she's watching, Professor Wajiko Kabira. I have a lot of respect for her because of the woman I've become in the women movement is Kataseha. And she would say, let's ask Ida, when are we going to see Baba? And then she would say like this, when are we going to see your husband? You know, when are we going to see your husband? Are you seeing what we're talking about? As in, you're asking me how you're going to see my husband. I say him every day. So it became like a metaphor, you know, like an analogy that came out so strongly, and I learned how to actually interact with these big people. And we could see Baba, by the way. We could be able to communicate, but through Ida. And I would like to wish her all the best. And she mourns the husband. I know they loved each other. You know, there is no doubt.
Yes.
And Baba was a family man. Yeah, irrespective of the shenanigans that can be said aloud, a political person, me being one of them, he loved the family.
He his family.
And he loved Ida.
What
and
is a man if it's not his family?
Yeah.
And you're told if you want to know, if you want to know whether a woman is kept well, or rather whether a woman is happy in the marriage.
Yes. Look at.
Or if you want to know whether a man is happy, you look at the other spouse. Yes.
Yeah, and true. By the way, you know, Ida has also suffered. You know, she was even sacked at some point.
Because of association
with Baba. And,
she couldn't get certain
and
positions.
And those are the rules, by the way, that were punitive at the Teacher Service Commission. Because you shouldn't be sacked. That's the first time she was ever sacked from a job because of that association.
With Baba,
she has suffered her fair share, and that is why we call her Mama Ida, you know, in the women movement. And I know most of the women, they are actually going to condole with her. Personally, I will not be traveling to Bondo, but I'll be waiting for her to come to Kalen. Then we can be able to visit her and walk with her through the grieving process. And I think that will be more important in the women movement.
Thank you so much,
but basically,
Julia.
just for record,
yes, you could add a little bit onto that.
Yes, in the actual sense, from an academic point of view, it simply means driving the bull.
Yes.
Do you see how governors are coming with bulls?
Yes, I've seen Governor Natembea.
I've
seen Eugene Wamalwa.
There was Eugene Wamalwa. There was Busia Governor Otuoma was there earlier today.
Yes.
It means driving a bull. It normally happens when a senior elder dies.
Somebody, so it is also reserved for somebody extremely
yes, of course.
Senior by age or senior by status?
Senior, what you call by senior. There is what we call, culturally, you know, seniority is not just political. There's somebody who can be senior, like, for example, the chairman of Local Council of Elders is senior.
Yes, so it's senior by status.
Yes, by status. But of course, you see, it goes to where you come from. Now, if you have seen that, it's normally called driving the bull. The actual issue of driving the bull, you know, like, you know, we are coming with the bull, meant to like chase away bad spirits, you know, around there, and also it's an issue of respect and honor to the deceased person. That's why it happens to very senior people. I know a lot of times it happens after the burial, but this time around, you know, because of the changing and the issues that are around there, it's also happening before, because also the bulls are also meant to feed the mourners. So there is a whole multi-meaning of the whole issue about the way it is. Already, I think you have seen Natembea came with I think some 50 bulls and maize. Eugene Wamalwa the same. And also now here, culture comes in, because Raila is said to be having roots from Nabongo of Mumias. So there's that issue of why the Western governors are really trooping there to issue there for that ceremony. So there are all those cultural issues tying around, and that's what mostly you have seen there. So it's a very unique, but reserved for really very senior members of the community.
In this case of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because I'm meant to understand that Oroburu also clashes with religion, is it going to be performed? Or is it being performed?
It is being performed.
It's currently being performed.
It is being performed. Also, let me say this. There's this issue of religion and tradition. We want, some of us who are progressive, we look at it like not competing. It's simply complementing.
Yes.
Because it's just something like, oh, I came. You see, you saw Raila Odinga would get into a compound with a spear and some, you know, some shield, and perform some stuff. That is chasing away the evil spirits from the homestead of the deceased. And all that. So for me, I would call for those are things that should coexist together. So it is being performed already. I don't think that crash is something that should scare anybody, because these people are bringing the bulls. They're also good for food anyway.
At the end of the day, that is food, yes.
And tomorrow the Anglican Church will talk about the ceremony, and the elders will have no problem. And I'm saying this simply as I'm neither too old, neither too young, and I'm a bit progressive. So that we like now, how would you call that? And remember, there were elders to receive the bulls to complete the ceremony.
I mean, the bulls are to be received.
Okay, but, so as the military chopper is en route to Bondo, we can see people are still standing there. They're not moving. No, they're not going home yet. They're taking in the moment.
If you compare the energy this guy, me, I was so scared that these guys would overrun everything.
I know.
Take over the body and run with it and say, we don't want this kind of thing. This is our Baba.
We will do it the way we want to.
I was so worried. And I'm so happy. No, we must thank the Kisumu people. There was raw emotions in the morning.
Yes.
A lot of it. Some of these people spend the night here.
Yes.
So there was that low. I was like, oh my God, I hope these guys just cool down a bit.
Well.
So when I'm seeing they are there seated and the coffee is being loaded in the plane, that
just goes to say how much Raila was loved.
Yes, because
people are putting aside their differences. Remember, there are some people who were confirmed dead at the Kasarani Stadium. That is bound to have caused an eruption in Kenya, based on the history, how we know our Kenya. And nobody has reacted up to now, because everybody is thinking there's a place and there's a time for everything. We will deal with that after we are done burying our Baba. So for now, let us respect. They've given him, they've accorded him the highest of respect.
The best they can do.
Yes.
And also the leaders, they have played a very big role.
They have played a big role, like
uniting and calming people, telling them, well, let's finish this, let's accord a peaceful, let's be peaceful.
Exactly. Even politically, on the first day at JKIA, and everybody was talking about how the current president, Ruto, was seated side by side with Uhuru Kenyatta. That's a sight that you probably would not have seen in a very long time. And we saw that at JKIA, and that's...
but please, for record, let people... stop nagging the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua why he never went to Nyayo.
Okay, tell us about that.
I want to put it on record on this show.
Put it on record.
We don't want,
clarify it.
Adna, let people mourn the way they feel.
They want, It's not that it's not mourning, by the way.
No, look, even
let's start from the top.
Look at that. Look at, even you, Fatma, you're following the same trap.
I want to know.
Look, I mean,
I want to know, where is he?
Look at that.
You see,
let us stop expectations.
Listen, we allow him to mourn the way he went. We just want to know. And I'm asking where he is because I'm also concerned.
Thank you so much.
Is he okay where he is?
Oh, good.
Maybe he's hurt.
That's a very good question.
So
where he is, he is 100% okay. That's number one. So let people know the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is very okay. Number two, people mourn different.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the first thing that Honorable Rigathi Gachagua did is to post in his official Facebook a message of condolence.
And we did read it here on air.
Okay?
And he gave so much praise to Baba.
A lot.
He stated that he wanted to learn so much that Baba was his actual mentor.
That's it.
He wrote that on his Twitter.
And credentials and what he has done. And that's why I started by saying, whatever political, because you don't have to agree with anybody on this earth, whatever political differences there could be, everybody in this country and actually Africa and the world, they can testify that Odinga was a big man, was a great man. And that's good enough to leave it there. So what we are saying, let me tell you, there are people who are very political in this country. They see politics in everything. So that statement was well written. The DCP party sent another statement as a party. We as members of NEC and supporters of the DCP party and officials, we have said the same, that let us all unite in mourning. How you do it physically, or sending a condolence, or going to Mama Ida, or flying to Bordeaux, those are other stories altogether. But also, I want to urge the planners of this thing, Padma, let's not put so much politics when all of us are coming to bury our elder. Raila Odinga doesn't belong to any particular faction or anybody. He doesn't belong to government or the state. He belongs to everyone, even us. Because I just said he is my political, I'm his political student. Because I studied Raila Odinga.
And so, we appreciate that, Peter.
And saying that, therefore, when Kalonzo Musyoka appears, who is Kalonzo Musyoka? Kalonzo Musyoka has stood with Baba since the 2013, 2017. He was humiliated in 2022. Being made to go for an interview, which he failed in quotes. And yet, he appears, look here, Kalonzo Musyoka didn't go there as the opposition,
he went as a friend,
one of the principles of opposition.
As an ally.
He went there as an ally because they have stood together and fought on the same trenches with Raila Odinga.
Okay.
So sometimes, to give him 2 minutes, somebody who has been his running mate, Mother Karua was the running mate. But let's stop seeing the political lens. Can I tell you something very interesting? Maturity is when you lay aside your political differences or lack of them, you come together for a certain cause. Once it is done, you go back.
Maturity is realizing priority takes priority.
That's it.
No matter how, even in a family household,
you must know.
You and your wife, even if you're fighting, and say suddenly a kid gets sick, you have to, I'm sorry, what?
No, she cannot be, she cannot be the host.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even in a family setting, and you're having an argument, perhaps with your wife, if your kid gets sick, you will put your hatred aside, and you will have to. You'll put your hatred aside, and you will have to take that child to the hospital. Is that so? Isn't it so?
Yeah.
All right. So let's.
Yeah. So that's what we are saying. And by the way, we don't need, listen, we don't need to come here, look at this,
yes,
and being the one to coach government people how to behave in such protocol issues.
Can you imagine?
We shouldn't be the ones here.
I was waiting for you to talk like that.
To come begin coaching government.
I was waiting for you to talk like that.
I mean, who does that?
Imagine.
And then, sorry to say this, you are telling now, Kalonzo is here, mother, people who have been crosser, then you are telling us to send Rigathi Gachagua to add to the confusion.
By the way,
okay, so Peter,
something. I feel for the current deputy president, Professor Kithure Kindiki. With all disrespect, he's a scholar like me, so I respect him.
Why do you feel for him then?
I feel for him because whatever they were doing, you know, it's like I said, how he was sent to go and do all what he has been doing.
The committee he co-chaired.
The committee,
yes.
I actually feel for him and I respect him. He has tried.
And and remember how he said they literally have not been sleeping.
Yeah.
They've been working
How
day
would
and
they
night.
sleep?
How would they sleep?
I do
I'm
not
sure you
even
cannot sleep.
I can.
But here's the thing, Peter, and we do appreciate that you've taken the time to speak on behalf of Gachagua and explaining to us that people mourn their own way. That's okay. But we do expect to hear from Gachagua. I hope that we will, at some point, he will come out and explain to us and tell us where he's been.
Does he?
This whole time.
Does he have to explain? No, look.
He has to. Come on.
That is the problem with the people.
He has
to. Listen to this, Fatima. When the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua talks every day, you say he's talking too much. When he keeps quiet to moan. When he keeps quiet to moan, Raila Odinga, like people moan differently. When he keeps, and remember, just for the purpose of record, yesterday, when whatever was happening at Nyayo, it was 1 year anniversary since Rigathi Gachagua was impeached. He was fighting for his life at Karen Hospital, and a year yesterday. Okay, that's the Senate impeached him.
All right.
And he was fighting for his life.
So we can say it was an emotional day for him.
It was an emotional day. We tried, I must admit, we tried to tell him, can we go? But he felt this is a very important day for me also. And because the days came together, he had a choice to do what he must do, and please let it remain like that. In any case, Kalonzo Musyoka is part of the United Opposition, so he was there to represent all of us.
Okay, Peter, thank you very much. I think live on our screens from Bondo, the chopper is now in the vicinity. The military aircraft is in the vicinity and it has reached Bondo, and you can see there's already a crowd of people under the tents. They're all eager, the atmosphere there, they're all eager. Preparations are complete in Bondo. The elders, the religious leaders, dignitaries, all of them are awaiting for that plane to land. I can imagine the people who are there right now, the anxiety and the anticipation that they're feeling. And that is the chopper, the military aircraft that left Maendeleo Stadium in Kisumu, carrying the body and the remains of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga en route to Bondo. It has just arrived in Bondo. Peter,
yes, please.
I want us to look at the broader picture of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and I want us to look at the number of foreign dignitaries who attended yesterday at Nyayo Stadium. Now, many people perhaps expected a larger presence at Raila Amolo Odinga. Could it be that it was short notice, or what does it reveal about the relationship that Raila had across Africa and beyond?
I must say from the word go, many leaders in East Africa, in Africa, in the world, knew Raila Odinga and respected him a lot. That's for sure. I want to tell you that. Because Raila had grown, and thanks to even his attempt at AUC, he had grown beyond Kenyan borders. And the beauty is that he had met most of those presidents one-on-one. That's the beauty. He had met them one-on-one during his campaign.
So he had a personal relationship with most of the presidents.
And Raila is widely traveled across the world. He has been to many people and many governments. I must say the time limit. I mean,
it was short notice. And I'm pretty sure presidents have things to do.
Yeah, surely in a week. You know, in that week already, if your everyday president has a whole 1 month or 2 months or 3 months booked, that was short. But again, bad news don't wait. Because bad news are bad news. Somebody dies, you can't say that I need a notice of 1 month.
Exactly.
So we want to say, if you want to know how it went, look at the condolences that were read. Because sometimes sending a message of condolence is as good as saying, if it was my will, I would have been there. That's also very telling. There were many from presidents and others. And by the way, the delegations that were sent were something.
All right.
When you get a Minister of Interior sent by this, you get some people. I mean, our good brother Jakaya Kikwete. For me,
can we hold that thought for 1 minute? Because the aircraft has landed. Yes, the aircraft has just landed in Bondo. That is the military aircraft that is carrying the remains and the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and it has just landed in Bondo, Siaya County. This marks the final leg of his journey. From here, he's not traveling anywhere else.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the final leg, and we started here together on Wednesday as a country, and we are still here together on Friday, still on Saturday, still as a country. We are still here together as a country. This is quite impressive. As you can see, we have the family elders are there. Mama Aida Odinga is there, ushering and welcoming the guests, trying as much as possible to hold her composure, because remember, she is hurting. Julia, you did tell us that they were in love. They had a beautiful family. This is a man that she's been living with for so many years. She's lived with the man longer than she's lived alone. So she must be hurting.
50 years.
Yes.
She said 52 years. It's
She
no
probably,
joke.
yes, she's lived with the man longer than she's lived alone. As usual, there are crowds that have flooded at Bondo. It goes without say. Anywhere Raila would go, whether alive or dead, he would always pull a crowd. He would always pull a crowd. He was a crowd puller. And everybody kept talking about the fact that right now, this particular crowd that is out there just because of Raila Amolo Odinga, the only person they would actually have listened to is Raila. If Raila had told them, nendeni nyumbani bwana, patane kesho, they would have gone home. They would have gone home. And as you can see, the transport is under very, very tight security. Their armed defense forces and the military are all over that military chopper. They have just landed in Bondo, very, very tight security. Now, from here, we are yet to, the body is going to sleep in Bondo to be buried tomorrow.
Yeah, inside his house.
Inside, yes. It will sleep in his house in Bondo.
They may have skipped that in Karen. But
to be married at the Opoda farm.
Yes.
Tomorrow, the Sunday of 19th.
Of 19th.
Okay. Yes.
So in his house, then tomorrow moved to the celebration at Jaramogi Odinga University. Then now gets back to Opoda farm, and then next to the father.
Next to the parents.
Next to the parents.
Next to the parents.
Now
please.
Listen to this. Now listen.
No. We are not going to start that debate here. Next to the parents. I mean, like, okay. Say.
He was supposed to be buried next to the mother, but because they want to do a mausoleum later, the space where they will be buried next to the mother was very small. I think just a space, just like a normal. But you see him is not a normal.
He's not a normal person.
A normal person, like, okay, so to say, average person. So they need a museum where maybe they're going to do a library, like the one of Jaramogi. You see, normally see that.
Yes.
That's why they moved from there to somewhere where it can be on its own, so that a museum can be built around it.
All right, thank you, Peter. I'm glad you clarified that, because that was something that was actually in the minds of people, and everybody was debating, why is it next to the mother? Why is it next to the father? I don't know. I don't really know the Luo culture very well, but from where I stand, to me, next to the parents just means next to the parents.
It may not. What happens, remember the mother died and was buried when Raila was in detention. He got to know 3 months later, and he was being told casually. that you know by then your mother, 3 months ago.
We buried.
It was very painful. So that's neither here nor there. Just the way you can say, the way I didn't see you when you died, I would want to be with you in eternity. It's just some satisfaction.
All right.
I don't think for me it's big issue why the mother, why not the father or the other way. After all, both of them are parents. Yeah, but there could be that connection. But then because of that mausoleum thing, it will be done somewhere next so that later something good can be constructed.
Okay, so as you can see on your screens, they are now preparing to offload the body from the military chopper that has just landed in Bondo. These are pictures coming to you live from Bondo, where the military aircraft carrying the body and the remains of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has just arrived in Bondo. They're just trying to figure out the best and strategic way to offload the body from the chopper. Family members, we have ODM party officials, regional leaders, they're all present. Mama Aida Odinga, with all due respect, she's also present at Bondo. And we also saw a number of people at Kisumu, Mamboleo Stadium. It was filled to the brim. Yesterday at Kasarani was filled. Yesterday at Nyayo, sorry, Nyayo was filled to the brim. Day before yesterday at Kasarani was filled to the brim. Other members of other counties, we also wish to salute you. Those who also came out of their homes to walk in solidarity in the spirit of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, this is the final journey. This is the final journey. Raila Amolo Odinga's journey began with the first flight, Rao 001, which was initially known as KQ202. It was renamed Rao 001 from India to JKIA in Nairobi the morning of Thursday. That was on 16th of October 2025. Remember, he passed away on 15th of October 2025. From there, he was transported by road to Kasarani Stadium for public viewing because, this had to be done to accommodate the masses of crowd that had come out to walk in solidarity with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And at Kasarani, there was a public viewing. From there, the body was taken back to Lee Funeral, where it spent the night. And yesterday morning, the body was prepared and taken to Parliament, and they got to conduct what they wanted to conduct on the 16th of October, and it was so dignified, and it was so beautiful, the process, the way it did, because we did see the President and the First Lady leading the way to give their salutations and tributes while viewing the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that was lying in state in Parliament, which was followed by the family members. Followed by the various CACs, various MPs, MCAs, and all dignitaries from around Kenya and beyond. And they all got to give their thank you. They all got to give their condolences. They all got to sign the condolence book. And from there, the body was again taken to Lee Funeral Home. And that was also a slight change in plans because he was supposed to go and sleep at home. At Karen, but it was changed and he was taken to Lee Funeral Home. And today morning, the body was shipped again, transported via air from Nairobi to Kisumu. And it landed at the Kisumu International Airport, of which the military aircraft took over, carrying the body from the airport to the Mamboleo Stadium. And then people also got to view the body and pay their last respects to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, after which the ceremony ended and the body was then flown again from the Mamboleo Stadium, and the body has just landed in Bondo. It has just landed in Bondo, and this marks the final journey of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because from here is now the literal burial. So it's surreal. The moment is now 100% real. I mean, people have cried from all corners of the world. And on 15th, actually, I had a very interesting conversation with one of my colleagues, and I was wondering why the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, we were announcing the death of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and there were some people who tried to downplay the man. They tried to downplay his death. But I think all those people from 15th all the way to today, 18th, based on what they're seeing, this is not a man that we can downplay.
Exactly.
This is not a man that we can downplay.
Exactly.
This this is a great man. This is a man who has stood for the country. This is a man who has been given various nicknames, and all the nicknames are just big words and positive words. I mean, look at some of our other politicians. They're given nicknames, but they're bad nicknames.
Yeah.
And I don't want to mention names. I'm an anchor. I'm supposed to be impartial. But at the end of the day, this is something that will go down in history. So, Julia, if I come with you, let's look at also the bigger picture. And sorry, Julia, Peter, we were still with you. We were talking about the attendance of foreign leaders at Nyayo Stadium yesterday.
That was very good within the shortest time. Actually, that kind of honor is only reserved to either sitting deputy presidents or sitting prime ministers.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Raila may not have been the president, but his stature and how he was able to carry himself, he was just about there. Actually, in Kenya, Raila, and I want to say this very conservatively, Raila was, if not equal, he was equally powerful like the presidents of Kenya since Moi, if not much more powerful. Because the beauty about more powerful is that he's not in government, he is out, so he's able to quickly rally the people.
Yes.
You know, you as an incumbent, you have your own challenges.
Yeah.
But him, he is inside the government, and he has some power to rally people outside the government. You know, so that attendance, the fact that during his last days, Raila was able to go to the whole of Africa, that's also something. So he has been able to get around a good sizable followership and support. So if you look at the names that were read, people who send the condolences, those are presidents and senior people in heads of government and heads of state and government, right? But number two, the people also who came, former presidents came to somebody who was a former prime minister.
Yes.
Former presidents, really. Presidents sent their big people, ministers, you know, prime ministers.
Vice
That was
presidents.
huge. Presidents.
Presidents sent their vice presidents.
Sent their vice presidents.
And even two presidents attended. We had the president of Ethiopia and president of Somalia.
Of Somalia.
Yes.
Now, that alone is big. Remember, this was a former prime minister 10 years ago. But he has been able to get some network across, you know, for them to be there. That to me is telling, and that's very important. So, that's very important. Now, there's something I wanted to mention, if you don't mind. There's something you have just said, and it brought my attention. Now, there's something that is within the mind of many people, which is important to mention here. It's important, Fatma, that when we are handling the health of senior people, leaders, it needs to be done with the thinking or putting into mind the fact that these are people that everybody is concerned about. Let me qualify. There are people who are feeling that they were not properly briefed about the state of health of Raila Odinga that would have occasioned such quote-unquote sudden death. We don't call sudden death because death has been going on because of the stature of the state of his health. But people didn't know. I would want to see a situation when, like happens in the Western countries, just brief so that people can have an idea. Sometimes doctors will say, this and this ailment, A, B, C, D. Okay? Do you know why? People thought, many people thought Raila Odinga was larger than normal life here. Like he had access to the best medical care, right? That if he was going by bad luck to pass on, it's something that would be known a year before.
Oh, yes.
Nobody
saw it coming.
There was some thinking among many people, many Kenyans, that there ought to have been either some good management of information by giving hints to the people, especially the time, Mama and the brother, Dr. Oburu, they said, not a big deal. And because people know Raila has been falling sick and getting up, that to many people was a sign that all will be well. So there are people who felt like we were not prepared for this, the death. It happened so fast, and they were like, how comes all the medical attention that Raila was exposed to in the whole world, missed to sustain his life? There's that general feeling, okay, among many people. Like I just said in the beginning, people like us would rather to have Raila around. We even contest him, either we defeat him or not, but he's around. So we would have loved to see him even 100 years, just being around there. So especially now, if me I'm feeling that way, but let me ask you, if me I'm feeling that way, what about his people?
The diehards,
the
fanatics.
The fanatics, Luo Nyanza and his supporters across the country. They're feeling, what happened? How did just Raila slip out of our hands?
Yes, and you can
you
can imagine a few weeks prior to his death, a week or two prior to his death.
He was very energetic.
He was energetic, and even when he fell sick, and there was rumors about Raila's deteriorating health, we still had political leaders, the likes of Orengo, coming to tell us that Raila is in good health. I just spoke to him. He's
Dr.
fine.
Oburu,
yes,
the same.
Dr. Oburu telling us the same thing.
Mama Ida, the same. So people are feeling, how did all the medical care in the world simply let Raila go? That's number one. Number two, if Raila was this sick, why didn't you give us hints to prepare us? Let me tell you, the personal stature of Raila Odinga ceases to be just a clan person or an ODM issue for that matter. It becomes a national concern. Like I have a right to know how he's doing. And that's where we need to also get to another level, in Africa especially.
So you agree that we also have a right to know where Gachagua is?
No, and that's why...
It's in the same lines.
Yeah, I agree.
It's in the same line.
And that, the beauty...
Your words, yes.
The beauty that authoritatively I can tell you he's okay. And I've tried to explain to you where he is and where he's not.
You have explained. I'm just saying, you agree that we are justified to ask.
Very important. That's what I agree. Any public figure who goes out there, there are people who are like, we demand to know. Many people have been asking why he didn't attend. We had to get in touch. And this is what he explained, and he said, this is ABCD. But to cap this up, Padma, is the fact that, you know how when we get to this marriage, a very serious marriage, you have the coordinated opposition. This is how we play our cards. I mean, people are busy. Somebody can go here, the other one will go there tomorrow. The only thing we are requesting, because we have not been in touch with them, I've not been able, I've been busy the whole day, is that if Kalonzo decides to go tomorrow, he'll be given a chance to mourn his brother and Mother Karua. We are going to send them again, hoping that they are going to be.
Yes, a chance to talk.
A chance to
they need to be given.
Sure, to say, like, this is. Of little-mindedness with some people.
And you know, just thinking out of the box here, if say Raila had become president and won the presidential election in 2022, and indeed if Raila was our president and he passed away today, Kenya would have been witnessing history by having the first female president in Kenya.
I don't know to tell that thought. That's a very bad thought. First of all, I had
Why is it a bad thought?
No, I had that story.
You have two women on set, you know.
Kenyans are very superstitious. So I don't know. Let me tell you the truth. But also, who said if Raila would have become president, he would have passed on? You get the point, eh? You see the argument, eh?
Yes.
Also,
it's a hypothetical talk.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
The president, the female president in Kenya is going to come at the right time. That was not the time, and that was not the formula for the female president to come to Kenya. So
you're talking like that when I'm here.
It is going to work.
Julia, why are you allowing him to say that?
What
Julia, why are you allowing that?
That wish you are saying.
You know we are friends. Please don't spoil our friendship.
That wish you are saying, that you know, if it had happened, who said if it happened, he would have passed on if he had become the president? You get
hypothetically, if he had passed on, who would have been our president now?
Let me tell you.
Automatically.
Who would have been our president?
Automatically.
And
yes.
we would have been witnessing two histories that ago. One, the burial of the state funeral of the Right Honorable and the swearing in of the first female president in Kenya.
Not only that,
and now two countries in the East Africa that would have female presidents.
Oh, you're
bado Uganda too.
Anyway, well, me I keep on saying, I have heard stories, especially somewhere being said, and I want to correct that because tomorrow we are doing a very major issue of laying to rest a statesman. Eh?
Yes.
You remember the prayers that were made in the morning by Archbishop Zacchaeus Okoth? Zacchaeus, what happened? He read the prayer, and he was really prepared because it was a well-written prayer. One of the things he said, and that the retired Catholic bishop for Kisumu.
Yes.
One of the things he said that Raila won 3 times. And he was shortchanged the presidency, and so now he was trying to say that he is very patient and very forgiving. Me, I want to address, if you want to heal and move on in this life, don't keep on with this thing that some victory was stolen from you. Let us not bury Raila with that notion among the people who loved him that there was some election that was stolen, because it will haunt you then. You'll not be able to move on. Me, what I would suggest, what I would want to urge, of course, it's good to say something for hearing, but I would want to say leadership comes from God. That's what we believe. You cannot be a leader if God has not agreed. And if you deserve to be a leader, nothing will stop God from...
Nothing will come in your way.
Nothing will come in your way.
No
Let us agree. Leadership is something that sometimes it goes beyond our human nature and our efforts. There is some crowning there. So having said that, if God wanted Raila to be president, he would have been president. So let's stop that thing of we 3 times. Because look here, I'm a professional. I believe in research and scientific method. So when you come and tell me I have no basis, I have no legal Supreme Court judgment that said Raila had won, but he was denied a chance to be sworn in. I don't have that in my record. So I want us to cool down and say, if you are meant to win an election, you are going to win. Whatever, that's why for me I say, whatever Raila method he used to come back to government, he's okay to have done that. But very important is to say this, the same case. There are people who feel that they may have made a mistake, and people are saying, oh, if we knew, we would not have voted the current president. But I'm saying no, don't regret. There's a reason why people get into, even in the case, I'm sure you have the examples in the Quran, even in the case of the Bible, there's a reason why God allowed somebody to be a king. For 2 reasons. Either for them to be helped like King David, or for them to not to run a kingship like Saul. Right? Saul was called by God and said, a prophet was sent, go and anoint Saul. But he messed up his relationship with God. And God literally pulled him down and put David. So leaders are put in, and I'm saying that again, the connection between politics and governance. So that somebody can help the people. God listens people all the time. He's able to listen them to help the people, all to be set as an example. So that it is written, please so and so, Loza, he did evil in the eyes of God, and God brought him down. So what are we saying? Please never regret electing the current president. We all loved him. Me, I say with confidence because I was his campaigner.
You're asking people not to regret.
Yeah. Because
it's a tough ask.
What God wanted, maybe, he didn't know what would happen after he becomes king. But God, in his whatever, he has been able to expose him. He has been able to expose himself, what he can do when he gets power. People have learned and they have seen. And now they are ready to say, never again.
Oh, okay, I get you.
You get now my point.
Don't regret, rather learn from it and make better decisions tomorrow.
Better decisions. So if
tomorrow is literally around the corner.
If he didn't get in, today he'll be saying, look at the angel that you lost. All over the press. Look at the angel you lost.
Yes.
But now, here you are, 2 years later, all the political betrayal, political conmanship, political deceit, to the people who brought you in. Nobody can forgive that, even God himself. I can tell you because I'm a student of the Bible as well. If somebody helps you in deceit, you come and, you betray them and say, no, me, you didn't help me. I'll go kick you out. Nobody on this earth and in heaven can forgive you. That is something which you put a rope on your own neck.
Okay.
I can tell you because for you to be a leader also, you must understand culture, you must understand religion, you must understand government. Then you're able to interpret. I can tell you what happened even today. No, we have never seen anything like that since independence. I don't think we are going to see it. Where I come and say, Father, help me to jump this river. The moment I help you, you turn on me and put me down on the river. That one is something which is unforgivable. Let me tell you, there were many mistakes, there were many issues that we could see on issues of delivery, right? In terms of the approach, you want to propose ABCD. Let's do government this way. And sometimes you find a lot of resistance. That one we could try to hammer, the way you hammer until somehow, out of 100, you achieve 55 or 60, right? But then, the moment you bring political toxicity, there's no delivery or development that can happen when people are angry at you.
But what happens during the polls then, in view of your explanation, which makes so much sense? But I feel like practically on the ground, it doesn't work like that, because what happens during the polls where people keep electing I wouldn't say bad per se, but what happens when people keep electing the same leaders who keep disappointing them? We have seen people going for 2 terms, and I'm not necessarily presidential, even gubernatorial. We have seen people going for 2 terms, and you wonder, how was this governor re-elected when the first term already, he or she was already a mess?
I'll give you that.
What happens at ground level?
I'll give you that answer directly. Because I've had a lot of both practice and whatever training at the political level. Now, let me tell you what happens. Number one, and we are going to use the current example. Let's do presidential as an example, then I go down. Now, in the presidential, like I just explained, okay? Nationally, the president had 51%.
50.49.
50.49, okay? Majority of votes, you know, out of the votes that he got, quite a number, out of 100%, 47 came from Mount Kenya, for example. I'm giving an example.
A majority of his votes.
Now, today, the rating is at less than 5% in Mount Kenya. Now, people have learned, and the issue I have kept saying, what the president did, the mistake was, he opened so many battlefronts. Do you know why Adolf Hitler lost the war? He opened so many battlefronts. So he didn't know what hit him. Here, the one issue is mismanagement of the economy.
Of the funds.
And it started around the time, the time of the Sufuria Revolution by Raila Odinga and that team. People ran to protect the president. They thought, this is the issue, Raila. But by December of that year, January 2023, there was some murmuring of the economy, right? Do you know how it happened? The issue of the taxes. And listen, and we would say, please, don't force taxes on the people. Kibaki simply talked to people who agree to pay taxes. You can't go taxing everything.
In fact, that's actually one of the biggest mistakes.
That is a start.
That was the start.
Do you remember the finance bill? The first one? The president had this idea, I'll tax these people for me to run the country. Now, that is the idea that he had in his mind. We kept saying, look here, please don't force. Actually, expand the base. Don't increase. This is early as 2022. When we say the advice, we know what we did. Please don't expand the base. Let everybody who was not paying, pay the 20 shillings per day. Don't add. But when you go taxing bread and saying it's diabetes, we could see the problem. The taxation happened. Then all along it went down. Now, number 2 problem was, you could be forgiven. But when you add the political toxicity of kicking out the people who helped you to form government, now that corrupts on its own. So the problem, and let me clarify, the problem therefore has not been just the president and Mount Kenya, it's the president and the across of the country. There's a problem with everybody because of the failing policies. Of health, education, of housing, the issues, public debt, all this of ETC, citizen, ghost schools, like 20 scandals. And then there is now the deeper one, emotional one. Emotional of the Mount Kenya of you betrayed us. How can you survive? Now look at the rating so I can go to the other one. Look at the Ruto at 3. Okay? The Ruto at 3 give a no, a disapproval of 70 to 75%, depending on which company, which media house was conducting the poll. 70 to 75 at least by year 3. By next year, that thing will be at 80 to around 80 to 85. By August 2024, during the elections, the disapproval will rate between plus or minus. It will come back to around 75 to 80. That one is what I can tell you from my analysis. So what makes people to be re-elected? What happens? A good number of people, let me start with the MCAs, the re-election rate, the disapproval rate is about 95%, those who don't come back.
Yes.
That is MCA. MPs, because they have some money, okay, it comes to 70. Those who are not elected. 30%, those who are not elected comes to 70%.
Re-elected or elected?
Those who don't come back.
Re-elected.
They are 70.
70%.
70%.
Yes.
MCS is about 95, 96, 97.
Okay.
Very, very high numbers. So now, what happens with the 30? Not all of them are good, those who are re-elected. Again, they use manipulation. They use money. Because they didn't want to empower the people, what they do, they keep people under a cycle of poverty. They don't empower. They will not give you tarmac. They give you maram after every 1 year. You cry, the maram is washed away by the waters. They come again, put maram. And they survive you to make sure you depend on them continuously. Now, they make sure every secondary school, they give bursary. So that you depend on them every day.
Hey, you're speaking too much truth.
And in every meeting,
I'm telling you.
the beauty about me, I study on the ground and I'm not.
Been there.
Yeah, I've been there. I
You're
know.
a political aspirant
Yeah.
in the
You
year
get the point.
2022.
Exactly.
Yes, yes.
So I think she can back you up once you're done. So
That is
you
it.
can add
I
on to
mean,
this conversation.
I've been
Yes.
elected as a member of the county assembly.
Yes, you
I
have.
voted for MP.
You have been.
I am running for Senate.
As an MCA,
So
yes.
I'm all over the place. I hear every day and I'll be there. So they keep you in some slavery. Then they make sure every meeting they go, they give you 200. Even today. That's what many people do, governors especially, because they have the money. They make sure every meeting they go, one, kabasari, some classes, they are doing ABCD, but they never do anything to empower you. Anything that will take your kids to general unit, army, anything, give you opportunities to go out, they don't.
They do not.
Yeah.
They will never speak in parliament, most of them. They have no network about the 23 ministries. Representation means you go and knock doors, get real projects to the ground. Move every day to the Ministry of ICT, get to know what they have, some money, lobby to your constituency. They will never. Some of them, they don't know the minister personally. They can't talk on TV, they can't talk under the bed. So, but they have some kind of, what I would call some witchcraft on the people. The people are bewitched.
The money.
Okay, the people are bewitched. Small money, 100 to 100. Okay, I will never forget one day I was sitting there and somebody stood and I can tell you he gave 100 shillings, not two. Then I was asking them, see, then because he's an MP seated, he wants to be re-elected. At least tell him to make it 300 if it's money.
Yeah.
100, like this. And they took and they were happy. In the villages, those are people who know no other God except the MP, who comes back like an oracle once in 6 months. And they shout to celebrate. So, I'm just telling you, I'm just answering your question now because that's something I can give you the full analysis. Because of what? Now, that is the 30. Normally, they don't come back because they are loved. They use some machinations to come back. That 70% get lost completely. That come back, they try to manipulate. They have been there for two terms in parliament. They know how to work their way around. That's the whole essence about these things. But I can tell you this: people are getting more enlightened by the day. So it is progressive. You'll see more and more people are saying no, and they learn your ways, and they say no. We are tired. There's going to be progression on the quality of political leadership in this country. The true transformation has to happen. And let me tell you, every year things are getting better.
And who are the transformers?
We are the transformers.
The people.
Seated here, the people, some leaders who think, now that's another question, some leaders who think they are good. Because nobody will come and get you from your mother's or your spouse's house.
You have to
believe,
out.
You have to make a decision. You want to be the change you want to see. Then step out to be counted. Okay? I made a decision. When I looked at what I've gone through, both in the county, I know where the resources are in the national government. I decided, instead of helping people who are not grateful, who are ungrateful across Africa, in the whole world, planning, trading, investments, everything, trying to do policies here, because they are not grateful, some harassment and some humiliation and all that. Let me go and try to use my knowledge and exposure to help my county of Nakuru. Because I know what I will do the first day.
Okay.
So that's the whole essence of trying to be the change you want to see. Step out and...
Speaking of that, Julia, I know you've been nodding your head the whole time because I feel like this is something you have experienced and you are currently experiencing, being someone who vies for political seats, who's vied for political seats and is planning to vie for yet another seat, a parliamentarian seat, I believe, in 2027, yes? And speaking of the fact that nobody is going to come and tell you to go outside there and vote. It's up to you to actually decide that I've had enough, or I want better, or I want us to continue having what we have. So it's up to you to just take it out of your own volition and do it. Now, if we speak of that, Julia, how then can we explain the low turnout of Gen Zs in the voter registration process today?
First of all, currently, the raw voter turnout for the Gen Zs is by design, because
they are being strategic.
You see, And I'll speak from my experience. Kagima constituency doesn't have more than 80,000 people who live there. And the voters, they are not more than 50,000. And any MP, there's nobody who has ever been elected with more than 30,000 votes. So when you go by that, and most of the people who are voters there, they are young people and women, you know, those are the voters. And our elections, they are very expensive. I have gone through it, I know. Elections are very expensive because politicians always make sure that the voter is manipulated and brainwashed. And people, they will come with money to be able to buy the voters in terms of, you know, handouts and all that. And I went through that. I saw it happen. And because I am a woman and I vied as a woman politician, as a woman leader, and therefore my campaigns are not the same as the way the men were campaigning. And I can tell you for sure what was happening. Like, I had an experience, and a very bad experience. I had a caravan that was going out the constituency. And at one point, I was four, you know, motorbikes, and some people who are carried, you know, by it. And I went loud and loud and loud. And every stopover, the same people, they would be in different clothes. And how I came to realize is the last stop. And I asked them, where we were with you. And the first place, they said, no, Mheshimiwa, we have to escort you. And I learned the deceit that is associated with campaign. I learned the greed that is associated with campaign. And you know, it's because another politician, another leader, somebody who my competitor, my opponent is campaigning using money, and therefore these people, they want to earn as much as they can. And that is tragedy, because when we base our campaigns with money, we will not be able to get quality leaders. Because, I mean, people borrow money. You know, I know how much I use for campaign. And you see now also on our registrators, they can never pass the law on how much money you are supposed to use for campaign. Because if it is passed, they know they will not be able to come back, as Right is saying, and putting it. Therefore, our campaign, number one, they are very expensive. Number two, we don't have a law that, you know, that says this is the amount of money that you need to use for any particular, you know, position. So people use anything, and they do so much. There is a gentleman that that shared with me that he used about 90 million for an MP position, and I was so shocked. I asked myself, oh my God, I thought I had used money. That guy, you know. The other thing is the question of the agents, the people that are going to, you know, guard your votes and all that. The drama, do this, do that, and by the end of the day, some of them will even claim they were never paid. So our campaigns, by the end of the day, factors. Money factor is actually a big factor. But then there is also, you could be lucky.
But this is not long-term money.
Yeah, it's
Why
not
is it
long-term
confusing
money.
People?
But then you see, our voters, like now, I know there are people who are actually looking at 2027. I know, Dr. Bayu, you're going to be a culprit of the county because you're going loud the county. And they are looking at how much is he giving. I know even the media, by the way, some of them, they are corrupted. I had a friend of mine, a person from Muranga, and then they are being asked, and this is somebody who wanted to fund my campaign. And how is Julia on the ground? Uyo, hana kitu. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, look at the kind of information. I know they are listening and they know themselves. Of course, I can't say their name. But, you know.
So you're given limited airtime?
Yeah, not even the airtime. You know, how they are going to perceive you and tell people about you.
Story that
it depends on how much you are able to give. But then there are also other places that you could just be there and, you know, you are known by the people and you are elected. And we have seen people being elected even without vehicles, even without level of education. But then the Kenya we are going, 2027 is a new Kenya. We are going to go into another place that we have never been.
So,
and I will not be shocked to see 20-year-olds becoming. You know, I will not be shocked because, I mean, the country must shift just as we have shifted the Laila, and he has gone now into the next phase of life.
Julia, I will get back to you on that, but if we just look at the pictures on TV, we can see that the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga shortly arrived in Bondo and has been offloaded and is now being escorted by the military. That is pictures coming to you live from Bondo in Siaya County, where the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is being escorted by religious leaders alongside the military pallbearers, that is the Kenya Defence Forces. They are leading the ceremony very slowly and they are marching correctly the way it's supposed to be done. Now, we are expecting the program to begin any minute from now, where we're expecting for us to have some prayers. I believe so, because as you can see at the very front of that walk are religious leaders. So as per tradition, I believe today begins the day of, I think the Luos say celebration of life. Literal celebration, I think, will begin tonight. And then tomorrow after he's buried, there'll also be another celebration to celebrate the life of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So for those of you who've managed to attend and are in Bondo, that's good of you. Honestly, we give you a heartfelt appreciation. And for those who are watching at home, that is just the image coming to you directly right now. That is the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that has just landed and is being received at his hometown in Bondo, Siaya. Julia, what can you say before we get to what you were talking about?
Yes.
Let's just talk about this for a minute. What can you say about the atmosphere that's going on right now, right there at that particular instant?
Of course, this is a sad moment, and I'm also feeling sad.
You're feeling it here?
Yeah, I'm already feeling
the goosebumps and the chills.
It's already now. We are almost at the tail end of it, and I'm sure the mourners, they are looking at the casket there, and the military, and everything that is happening. The emotions are there, but they are cool. I want to commend them for that, and they just need to remain calm and all that, because that's it. I think now this is the final right, and that's it. I mean,
that's
the page.
So what are we to expect today before nightfall? What else is to happen? What should we be expecting?
Maybe a few prayers and maybe a few speeches, if there are going to be any, and then they transport the body home, because what else can they do? It's around 5.
There are going to be speeches?
I don't know, maybe
I highly doubt. What do you think, Peter?
I don't know whether there will be speeches or not, but maybe prayers will be there. Prayers will be there.
And maybe some cultural rites and rituals and norms.
Now, what culture are they going to do? We have already done the twigs. We have already done, the bulls are already there. What are we going to do?
And the twigs culture, actually, it's very impressive. I, for one, was impressed. Because even in the streets of Nairobi, people have put twigs on their registration number plates in cars.
People made money out of it. People are selling at 50 bob.
A twig?
Yes.
No?
Or even, and I thought that was it was something. Initially, I didn't know what it was, actually. I left my house and everybody has a twig, and I thought those are
everywhere.
I didn't understand until I went near a roundabout, and a young man came and told me, "Hey, ma'am, you have to buy this." And they put 2 in my car, and they're asking me, buy something, buy something. I gave them 50 shillings. They said, wow.
I was looking for those twigs, and I wish I had gotten one. I would have put one on my windshield.
Even now, my car has that twig.
I'll take one of yours. Julia, you have 2, and I don't have one.
But vehicles all over the place,
all over,
in the highways.
I
didn't all over twigs.
It's
just a normal twig.
Well, it's just a normal twig.
It's just a normal branch, I mean.
I wish you would have seen the residents of Mombasa, and they were walking along the streets, and they were holding palm leaves. And then we were like, but we only have palm trees in Mombasa.
Okay.
So instead of twigs, they were holding palm leaves. But again, It's the meaning behind it.
Yes, I was told there's a meaning on that.
It's a Luo tradition.
It's a Luo tradition.
So, yeah, Julia, I want us to get back on what we were talking about earlier. But before we get to that, let me just hear from Peter what his expectation for the rest of the day is, and then we can go back to that topic.
According to the program they had released, of course, subject to a bit of changes. Once the body arrives, and I think it's more or less the adjusted program is 4:30, which is, I think, within the time.
It is within the time.
It's within the time.
Yes.
I think there will be prayers by the ACK Church. You know, there will be some prayers by the ACK Church, and once those prayers are made, what I know will happen a lot tonight. There will be little celebrations there.
Celebration of life.
Yes.
Don't you wish you were there, though?
Yes. Oh, a lot of things are going to happen.
So many people wish they were there.
They were there.
I, for one, wish I was there.
Yeah, just to you know, have a feel of that, because this is the last night. You know, they are like, this is it now.
The atmosphere.
And the whole thing has come home. You know, now maybe the other few days they were marking somebody who was in Nairobi. The body was in a Lee funeral home. Now the body is here. There is that thing of it is now here. Yeah. So there will be a lot of that. I think after the official, the ACK Church does its prayers there. Definitely they are going to allow the body to be within that compound. And finally, there's going to be a lot of celebration by all these people.
So the body will just remain there.
Now, that one is subject to confirmation because that's not very secure anyway. This is outside. It may be in a more secure place. I don't know whether literally that will be in his
But
home.
there is no more viewing.
No.
We have closed the chapter.
No, there will be viewing.
I doubt.
No.
Today.
I have attended Luo values. At home, I think so. I think so. There will be viewing, the people around homecoming, there will be viewing.
The people of Bondo?
Yes. At the homestead, I can guarantee you there will be viewing. They keep viewing,
Let me tell you, we need to confirm. But
we need to confirm, but I
want you to look at that gate.
I will wait for my director to let me know.
Yeah, we need to
subject to confirmation.
But let me look at that gate. They just removed it. Look at that gate to Bondo, the home. This is very serious.
It was removed by the people. If you saw it earlier on.
Yeah, you saw that.
The people who pushed and shoved the gate.
Yes, they shoved the gate.
Yes.
Now, if they are not careful, the people will overrun this gate. Because this gate is a simple one to a good homestead. But they should put a cordon outside there. Because you are trying to see
the gate itself looks very weak.
It looks very weak.
It has been weakened.
It has been weakened, and I have a lot of studies on prevention on conflict.
Yes.
We call it early warning signals.
That's an early warning.
This is an early warning, and I hope the committee is taking note. This committee, I hope they are not closing themselves. They are not listening to these kind of shows, so that they can pick a point or two. That I had proposed earlier. They should put a cordon like 50 meters away, like a cordon of all the military people around here.
Yes.
Otherwise, guys, they are being. This is home. This is barrio. Nobody in Luo Nyanza is ever prevented from getting into the homestead when there is barrio. So these guys are wondering what is happening today. I don't know, and maybe they are waiting at night. To just jump over that gate.
I just pray that they'll be calm and something will be done.
Yeah, but then to be managed, because you see they have twigs, so they are prepared for the celebration. So there needs to be managed. Of course, I understand that everybody cannot fit to that compound.
Yeah.
Some arrangements need to be made.
Wow. So if we talk about the celebration of life that is meant to commence perhaps later this evening, where is that scheduled to take place?
The what?
The celebration of the life.
It's normally around the compound. That within that compound, there'll be drums, there'll be singing, what normally, that's normally how they call this Komatanga. The music that you saw at Mamboleo was nothing. This one is going to be the whole night. Now, subject to, of course, the security and the approvals by the committee. Or what I hope again. I'm here talking because I feel the best thing about leadership is you feel other people, not necessarily you. If that is part of the culture that they are intended to do at night, they should not be prevented. Let them do it because this is their last night. Remember, Bodo is the one that gave Kenya, Langata, Kenya and Africa Raila Odinga. So they should be allowed to have a taste of Raila properly.
Okay.
Well,
See, they are even on top of trees.
Yeah, they are already on the top of trees. If it's viewing, if they need to view.
No, they have to view.
So
That one
be
I
it.
can tell you.
If they need to dance the whole night, look at the guy with a candle. I don't know how the candle is surviving with that wind.
Imagine.
Up there on top of a tree. But there are miracles all over the place. So you see, I think what we are saying, the Bondo people should be allowed now to actually celebrate Raila in the best way because they will not see him again.
This is the final journey.
Yeah.
They probably are not going to see him again. Julia, earlier on when we were talking about the issue that arises normally, usually in every election, is that if you have money, you probably will go somewhere. If you're broke or if you have not enough money, you will not go anywhere. And so this is a disease that in our country we call corruption, and it's a deadly disease that we have in our country. And you mentioned even in the media that you probably will not get good airtime, or you won't get a good commentary on yourself as a vying politician if you don't have enough money. But Julia, let me play the devil's advocate here for a second, and not really call the people not call them as they are, but also understand the fact that the economy, could you blame this on the bad economy of Kenya? Because today, if you go to someone who does not know where they're going to get their next meal from, and you tell them, if I give you this amount of money, I want you to vote for me, could you in entirety blame them for accepting that?
First of all, I would blame the individual, not the culture and not the economy, because the amount of money that people are given is like 200, 300, and the empowerment programs that have been going on without belittling them and giving, whatever kind of foodstuffs that they are being given. I ask myself, and I ask them, for how long will you be able to eat and take this? It's about posterity. It's about tomorrow. It's about the future. And for women, it's even it's worse than for a man. For a man, they do not face the same challenges like we do face as women. For women, we start with the cultural stereotypes, and people will ask you where you are married, how many men you are married to, how many children, as if that is part of the registration that you'll be going to do in parliament, The other thing is the patriarchal systems, the male-dominated culture, like, for example, like where I come from, they want to see the light of like Michuki, how he was and all that, and not forgetting the violence and the intimidation. It can either be physical or character assassination. Limited financial support that women have, it will also affect women, and life and also the work-life balance. You have to balance between your home, between working, between politics, because you don't want to be a politician when you leave your family not being there. And therefore, what I blame entirely is the individuals. 2027, if we come to look for votes, please do not accept our money. Actually, voters, they should be able to fuel, if it is possible, fuel the people that you want to them to represent you in parliament. Fuel their cars. Don't accept their money, because if they do, if they give you 1,000, be ready to take that 1,000 in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much, Julia. I can see they've opened the casket. And the various salutations that are being given by the dignitaries and the KDF. I don't know if we can be able to listen in to the proceeding from Bondo live. Meanwhile, before we get to that, they have opened the coffin of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And as you can see, his close families and friends are actually paying tribute and respect, and that is just what is going on right now. Close families and friends have been allowed to view the body again of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga in Bondo. So yeah, let's listen in. So they're viewing again.
Akwayo gimuolo kendo. Akwayo gimuolo kendo. Nia. Kamin piny osekawo thuolo mar neno ringruok kaachiel gi gavana kaachiel weringo kikang' itur tiendi kayem nono. Iwinja suda gi chien onge kich makayo jika. Suda gi chien kocha onge kich makayo jika. An machung' kani daka neno moro mosekaya. Koso oko dwa joma chwe. Suda gi chien, suda gi chien. Suda gi chien. Jo first aid ubede machiegni. Watu wa huduma ya kwanza muwe karibu. Watu wa huduma ya kwanza muwe karibu. Keti chini ama ulale chini wakati nyuki inakuja. Kikiringi, usikimbie jamani. Usikimbie jamani. Keti tu chini. Pole pole. Beda pin. Beda pin. Ero kamano. Beda pin. Beda pin. Beda pin. Beda piny mondo wami mama gi family mare thuolo. Jotelo mabiro gi chien ang' urit nyaka miu signal. Pod en thuolo mar mama. Akwayo gi muolo. Pod en thuolo mar mama gi family mare. Erokamano min piny. Akwayo ka family osetieko. Ka family osetieko jatend county. Ka family osetieko. Koro wadwa ni wadhi machuok. Mana mapiyo piyo nikech saa bende ok ni kodwa. Koro akwayo Governor Orengo, Governor Wanga gi governors mamoko, cabinet secretaries manitiere, PSS gi wajumbe, mana mapiyo piyo, kaito koro jopiny donja. Niombe sasa tutafanya kwa haraka maana muda haupo nasi. Kila mmoja kwa haraka. Wengine wajumbe tulishapata nafasi yetu bungeni, kwa hivyo hii ni ya kupitia tu. Tukaze mkono, tukaze miguu, tufanye kazi hiyo kwa haraka. Kwa haraka. Ninaomba unapotizama mwili usitumie simu yako kupiga picha mwili ya mwenda zake. Tuko na wapiga picha rasmi wa kazi hiyo. Asante. Tuendelee jamani, viongozi naomba tuendelee kwa haraka. Giza inaingia na mvua ndio ile pia naiona. Kila mmoja utapata nafasi yako. Ili ndo thuolo mari. Kwa hivyo usisukume mwenzako. Naomba kila mmoja kwa haraka jamani. Asante. Asante sana. Kila mmoja tuendelee na shughuli hiyo upesi. Viongozi wakishaka, wananchi ukimaliza, unaelekea upande. Naomba tuharakishe kwa heshima. Asanteni sana kwa kujumuika nasi siku ya leo. Studio unanitafutia pambio ya injili kwa umbali. Wale wananchi munaenda kule, musimame kwanza. Huko watu wataenda ni wale ambao watakuwa wametizama mwili. Tafadhali. Jopiny madhi kono. Rituru komondi udok chien. Kanyo mana kuma jomo seneno ringruok ema dhiye. Akwayo ugimuolo wasimamie hapo hao. Tusije tukaleta mchanganyiko. Kila mmoja utarudi nyuma, tunaanzia kule nyuma tukija mbele. Biblia ndio ilisema wa kwanza watakuwa wa mwisho na wa mwisho wa kwanza. Kila mmoja viongozi wa chama na waona hapo, naomba mukaze mguu jamani, ili tupeane nafasi kwa wananchi. Tujikaze, 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 tujikaze. Service provider, you are needed here. Jothurwa. 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 Ochopo wang' sama koro en thuolo mari kaka japiny mondi pang line imbine ringruok mar jatelo. Akwayo kama. Wachako gi kocha. Kori luoro kama, tiduogo gi kocha, mana kaka askecho pangre, tinene ringruok to kisatieko, tia aka chutho, nyaka mbele kocha. Wawinjore, ajo sagujo mabeyo. Sasa tusiweke laini nyingine hapo, maana tumesha waeleza wananchi. Na ninaomba hivi akwayo kama nikech wan gi lemo e dala kisa neno ringruok, koro wawene joma ni e dala, jotich Nyasaye mani e dala thuolo mondo gimbe gine ringruok. Kwa hivyo hapa hii laini naona haiendi, maana tutaleta mchanganyiko. Introduce na mwingine asiongezeke hapo, maana hiyo sio laini yetu. Laini inaanzia kule. Laini inaanzia kule ikikuja hivi mbele. Nifungie hapo afande tafadhali, kusikuje mwingine hapo nyuma. Nifungie hapo kwa hiyo laini. Hiyo sio laini. Hiyo sio laini. Hiyo ni njia ya kutoka. Tukaze mkono watumishi wa Mungu, watu wa Red Cross na wapiga picha tafadhali kwa haraka. Maafisa tusaidiane, hao wananchi wapite mbio mbio. Wapite na kusiongezeke mwingine hapo. Maana hapo hakuna laini. Hakuna laini hapo. Watu wa Red Cross tukimbie jamani. Tukaze miguu. Service provider, naomba tuonane. Naona tunahitaji mwangaza hapa. We need your assistance. Please come to the dais, service provider. The lead of our service provider to the dais. Tufunge hiyo laini sasa ndio tupeane the official line nafasi. Tujikaze. Familia imeenda kwa boma. Tuwape nafasi na wachungaji. Sisi tukimaliza ni kukutana kesho kwa misa rasmi. Akwayo kama wasuduru chien kendo. Wasuduru chien. Suda chien. Wewe umekuja kupiga selfie kwa jukwaa. Kila mtu kwa jukwaa shuke chini. Shuka chini kwa jukwaa mara moja. Kila mmoja. Ndugu utaanguka. Hiyo laini ifungwe jamani. Mwingine asiongezeke hapo. Ndio tuanze ile laini rasmi. Tupite kwa haraka jamani. Tukimbie. Jinsi tulivyofanya kule Jomo Kenyatta na Nyayo jana. Ne wuodo ganda lora piny yaye. En wach manade? Ne nyar ng'ane? Kaito ka mitienda notur ka ng'ane. Doga gi chien. Hiyo laini hapo nilisema ifungwe na mtu mwingine asipitie hapo. Sasa tunaanza rasmi kule juu, laini ya wananchi wapendwa. Kwa hivyo jinsi nilivyoangalia huko ndio unaelekea. Nyangi mbele kaka ngiono. Wate waluoro. Aya, nipatiwe wananchi sasa. Asante sana. Unapita kwa haraka moja kwa moja ukielekea. Kala. Tojomani kae suduru chieni yae. Enu wachmanade. Tutumie njia moja peke yake kuingia kuona mwili. Madam, you can't go in the wrong direction. Hawa wageni ambao wanakuja sasa, tutumie njia mbadala. Tunazunguka na tupeane nafasi. Jodala wa technician, unaniua na hii sound ndugu yangu. Si unipe game bro. Ni nini? Ama nigeuzie hii monitor hii. Unaniua jo. Usisukumane, Kikidiru wadu, nafasi iko ya kutosha. Kila mmoja. Kila mmoja, ongeza game bado, imefinyika sana. Kila mmoja. Wadhiadhia mos. Wecho rimbele, wodngane, sudchien. Afande nisaidia warudi nyuma kidogo. Kuja nyuma kidogo. Yawa, wodngane. Pole. Ndugu, shuka chini ukatizame mwili. Ero kamano. Airuru kamano josakwa. Dima ber. Kikidiru wadu mano kende, Kikidiru wadu mano kende. Wako na molo gikwe. Studio, kama unaweza nipa nyimbo ya injili kwa umbali nitafurahi. Kikidiru ngato mbele. Biabia mos, kaka ne wachane. Luora. Kikidiru, wewe mwenye bango hili, wacha kusukumana wewe. Huyu kijana na miwani. Omera aneni. Huyu kijana wa miwani huyu. Wacha kusukuma wenzako. Huyu arudi nyuma. Tunaendelea vizuri. Wachache wasituharibie. Na ukipita usipige picha na simu yako ya rununu. Red Cross teams and first aid be on standby. Studio, kama unapambia ungenipa kwa umbali ningefurahi. Akwayo gimuolo. Mana kaka nase kwayo kawa chako. Ni waluoro tituch mana kuma sanduku nitie. Kikidhir wadu wan joka ng'ato. Pole pole tu, pole pole tu. Erokamano kamano josakwa. Ayie kodu. Josakwa ayie kodu. Ayie kodu chuth. Nyinyi hapa turudi nyuma kidogo, wacha kusukuma watu, we rudi nyuma kidogo. Rudi tu nyuma kidogo, onge mateki yae. Gimidhiro ne wadu onge. Suda chien, suda chien. Suda gi chien. 2 step back, step ariyo chien. Kala gi chien kocha, but speaker kocha. Kasria kasa. Naomba first aiders upande wangu wa kushoto hapa. If there are any first aiders to my left here on the stage. Please come. Please come. Panda tu jukwaa nikuoneshe. Fuata hawa wananchi wapendwa wakuoneshe. Thank you. Thank you first aiders. Thank you first aiders. Wadhi maber nyikwara mogi ajwang. Wadhi maber. Koro mana kaka wadhino. Ichano line tikala kala. Bimbe ido thuolo mari. Oh. Jo kanisa dhi bedo ka. Yaye en wach manade kendo. En wach manade kendo nyikwara mogi. En wach manade. Wan ka kodu jothurwa. Sani wandala koro kumwadhi onge kendo. Wadhi mana kaka wadhi no. Pole pole tu mana mos onge matek. Onge matek jodalawa. Chana line mayom kakichane no. Mana kaki dhino e line baba. Dhiadhia miluor nyaka malo kacha ko kiduogo kama. Chuo manyono tie joma mine akwayo gimuolo. Oh, omera wuod ng'ane. Aneni. Auto koro lora uru piny, in dhi tur kayiem nono. Madam, lora piny. Nyoro ne wan gi dhano 500,000 Nyayo Stadium. To gite gineno ringruok magia ka onge ng'ama ng'ur. Omiyo kata ka ng'ato ka ng'ato dhi yudo thuolo mare. Laini ni vile nimesimama nimeangalia mbele, hiyo ndio laini. Paka kule mwisho kisha unageuka. Kikidhir wadu. Ndio hiyo laini inaenda, nyinyi mumesimama hapa na laini inasonga. Jomo chungagi, laini Mane toki kae, mane no kajikale, to ini chunga. Usisukume mwenzako tafadhali. Na unaona tumepata baraka ya mvua. Naomba timu ya First Aid hapa mahali nilipo. First Aiders, njoo hapa mahali nilipo. Njoo mahali nilipo. Kuja na machela. Njoo. Kibia. Kuna huyu madamu hapo. Shukran. Asante sana madaktari wetu. We songa nyuma, hawa wananchi wapendwa warudi nyuma wote hapa. Hawa wananchi hawa warudi nyuma hapa. Kila mmoja. Kila mmoja. Usisukumane na mwenzako tafadhali. Pole tu, madamu utashuka chini. Na nyinyi wote mko hapa juu mtashuka. Please, hii ni area ya kazi. Pole tu. Tuko na mpangilio mzuri. Usisukume mwenzako, tuko na mpangilio mzuri. Pole. Wale mko hapa mbele, rudi nyuma hapa. Oe, rudi nyuma hapa. Afande, nisaidia hao warudi nyuma kwa heshima. Nisaidia hao warudi nyuma tafadhali. Wasije wakafika kule mbele. Pole pole tu, pole pole. Studio. Leo umeniweza studio. Pole pole, pole pole. Pole pole tu. Nyinyi mko hapa mbele, turudi nyuma pole pole. Shuka kwa hii jukwaa. Kila mtu nyuma ya hii jukwaa. Nyuma ya jukwaa. Akwai kama kidhi neno ringruok nyakigolo gudu. Kama uko na kofia hutaruhusiwa kuona, maana ukifika pale lazima uvue kofia kwa sababu ya heshima. Hiyo ni lazima. Kama huwezi kuvua kofia usikaribie sehemu hiyo. Basi tunawapenda wananchi wapendwa, na tunashukuru kwamba mmempenda baba na mmejitokeza kwa wingi. Tuwashukuru watu wa SACCO, mlitupea wa Kenya na wa Afrika mtoto wenyu, kiongozi shupavu aliyetuongoza na kututetea bila kujali kabila. Sasa hawa wako hapa ndio wasonge pole pole. Pole pole tu, taratibu taratibu. Suda mos baba, onge wach, onge matek. Akwayo kama nyikwara mogia juan. Akwayo kama wandala tukaindala inemiru akowele. Wangi thuolo moromo makmanani kwa dirore tokoro obedo matek. Asachiwo oda ng'ama biro dhiri bende onge. Line koro panga gi chien cha. Kocha. Erokamano ipugno baba. Nikendo kuma mine kitgi ber. Duok ne Nyasaye erokamano. Jomoko nigi pesa to dhero nikech gin gi tabu e oko. Sasa wakala kala wadhie line.
Cameraman utanisaidia uchange hiyo angle. Uchange hiyo shot. Hapa kwa hii jukwaa tushuke, tusiharibu sehemu ya kazi. Please. Doga pin baba. Wodo ganda kiye. Studio niliomba pambio kitambo. Studio niliomba pambio. Hiyo kamera nitaomba itoke hapo. Hiyo kamera nitaomba itoke hapo kwa sasa. Please. Because of security. Isonge kwa sasa. Because of security. Thank you. Tafadhali. Wakala kale line. Haika nyokoro sani. Nibadilishie hiyo angle please. Madam, shuka please. Sisi wote tuko hapa tushuke. Kwa heshima. Loranga na pin baba. Service provider wherever you are.
Check 1 2.
Kuja.
Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic check 1 2 mic check 1 Wewe naomba upite kwa haraka. Wale wanatizama pita kwa haraka.
Okay, so we are coming to you live from Bondo in Siaya County, where the body of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga arrived and the casket was opened enough to enable public viewing of the residents from Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Mombasa, Uasin Gishu, every other corner of Kenya that didn't get to view the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. This perhaps is the last stage of the viewing of the body. This is in Bondo, live from Bondo in Siaya County. Earlier on, we did witness the viewing being led by the family of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and it was led by Mama Ida herself, Dr. Oburu Odinga, Rosemary Odinga, and Raila Odinga Jr., who led the viewing of the body. We also did witness some dignitaries. We saw Siaya Governor James Orengo present, and he also gave his respects to the lying in state body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga was also seen in the vicinity, CS John Badi, as well as CS Kipchumba Murkomen. Now, if you can remember, Kipchumba Murkomen was part of the delegation that went to India to collect the body and the remains of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And CS Kipchumba Murkomen, we also got to witness to see him at the Kasarani grounds the day before yesterday. He was standing in line with the defense forces, trying to organize and just arrange people for them to move in a smooth and coordinated way. In our screens right now, you can see they have decided to put 2 queues instead of 1 for the viewing of the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. 1 queue is at the front and the other one is at the back. We're just hoping that even the ones who are moving at the back, in as much as they're being hurriedly asked to move, that they can actually see the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, because if anything, these are people who've left their day-to-day routines. These are people who've left their homes. Some have even traveled from far away to just come and view. This is the last opportunity they have to view the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Also wish to acknowledge the presence of the Secretary General, that is Sifuna, in the vicinity at Bondo Live. In studio with me, I have been joined by Dr. Julia Chege and Dr. Peter Mbaye, who are both political analysts and governance experts. And they were just assisting us with unfolding of the state funeral and what some of the expectations are, both from a personal level and from a wider, broader political angle. As you can see, obviously the security is heavily coordinated with the Kenya Defense Forces surrounding the now opened casket. From what I have gathered is that the casket is to be viewed by the public, and perhaps later in the evening will now be restricted to viewing by only close friends and family, which is a detail that we will bring to you as soon as we get confirmation. Thank you very much again, Julia and Peter, for joining us. I just read an interesting piece right now as we were on break. And there's a piece that has just been officially written that Raila Amolo Odinga, the late, now joins the ranks of influential African leaders who never held the top seat. And he has been put side by side alongside the likes of Kofi Annan from Ghana and the likes of Steve Biko from South Africa. I'd like to start with you, Dr. Peter Mbaye. How do you think this is something that the Kenyans would perceive?
I think for me that's what actually I had mentioned earlier, that Raila Odinga is one of the sons who came from Bondo, came and conquered Nairobi, conquered the country of Kenya for all those years, and he rose to another level. For me, Raila is this one person who refused to, Kenya was just too small for him. Just like what you have mentioned, Kofi Annan, Steve Biko and others. He goes to that line of the sons, what you'd call the sons, the prominent sons and daughters of Africa. That is actually the best definition. That is it. He had overgrown Kenya, and actually by the virtue that he was even a contender, a front-runner for AUC, for African Union chairmanship, alone tells you that his stature was beyond Kenya. That kind of rank, this is what you saw yesterday by the number of, I mean, you don't send condolences for people you don't know. You send condolences to people that you have interacted with, you know very well, and then you do light condolences. Those were things which were written. I mean, everything came on a letter. I mean, they sent it through the Foreign Affairs to say, I'm not able to make it, but I know I've met him, I met him, you know, during campaigns. So Raila had gone to that level. That is the truth. And we need to put it at that, to know that he was beyond the villages and all that, to rise to be an African statesman. It's a major achievement. And I'm saying this again. Not many people will live to become a Raila. What Raila has been, it just goes to the history. He is in that rank of Jomo Kenyatta now, Jaramogi Odinga, Wamarwa, you know, that rank, Kibaki, that rank of, he likes that rank. I mean, they were all along during Kibaki, they were co-principals. This time, all by word. Actually, anything that Ruto has been doing, literally, he has been going to Baba. And a lot of times, Baba would veto, if I may use that word. He would get alternative, and Ruto would listen to him. That's like a co-president, really. So that's a rank. That's a fact. Not many people will be able to rise to the level that Raila rose. Not many people.
Yes.
And Raila, from a political communication point of view, Raila made sure that you speak Raila, whether in a good way or bad way, you are talking about him. That's how Raila survived. If there's nothing happening with Raila for 2 weeks, you do something to make sure you talk about him. Raila made sure he's relevant. He knows branding. He knows PR. He knows how to become relevant, politically speaking. So we keep on saying, even a small kid, any small kid, so long as you're able to say mama, you're able to say baba or daddy or anything, the other word you hear in another 1 year, that is like a baby class. It's called what? Play group.
PP1.
It's like that. No, play group. I've been play group.
A play group,
then PP1, then PP2.
It was removed from the new curriculum.
Surely.
To corner PP1.
And PP2.
Well,
PP2s.
It's not very, very whatever in the curriculum, but
yes,
some people...
But I understand what you're saying.
They create it
was
there.
Just on a lighter note.
To be the play group. The next word they know, in Kenya, there's somebody called Raila. Now, that is branding. That is, give it up to him.
And Baba was even bigger. The name Baba was even bigger.
Now, Baba was even bigger.
Yes.
So that's why you would go there, call him Muganga, call him Mutu ya Kitendawili, Mutu ya Kung'oa Leli, then finally, and fight him from 2013. You remember? There was that contest. I mean, people who are in the TNA, URP, there was a lot of bashing Muganga, Mutu ya Kung'oa Leli, by the current president. 2017, Muganga, Mutu ya Kung'oa Leli, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, who is this? Then 2022, the mother of all the Muganga, Mutu ya Kung'oa Leli, immediately you go form your own government, you kick off your loyalist, the next person you look for is Mutu ya Kung'oa Leli, Muganga, Mutu ya Kitendawili. That's how powerful Raila is. So Ruto had to go really begging. Please come and help me because I'm done. I've done a miscalculation there. My government is going. So I need you to come. That is how powerful. You go brand him more than this before elections, then you come looking for him. To me, Raila should just be left alone. Go in peace, Baba. You've done your best. You came, you conquered, you take over the world. You came and conquered Africa. You are known internationally. Not many people will get even half of what Raila has earned.
Sure.
Traversing, not a sitting, given both even military.
Sure.
That is
now,
something.
As the saying goes,
but I would want to appeal. I know our voices may not reach Bondo.
Yes.
Surely, the kind of speed those guys are running, it's like they are doing a marathon.
They can barely see.
They can barely see, like the guys on this other side.
Yeah.
By the time you reach there, you want to turn your face and even look at the face.
Yeah, whisked.
Surely this is military.
Well, yes, surely I can understand that there is a bit of a constriction when it comes to time.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the same way we are according the respect to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga,
Look at that.
to understand that it is the people that have accorded him that respect.
Yeah.
Thereby, we need to also accord the
A
people
bit.
some little bit of respect.
Seconds.
Let them not be pushed or
shoved. I doubt they are going to see that face.
I mean, you saw the crowd that we left at Kisumu, and even after the helicopter, the military chopper had left, the crowd still stood there. They didn't go anywhere. You did not see them going home. They were just standing there waving to the chopper. And it's at that moment they realized this is the last time we are waving to our very own fallen hero. So if they can hear us, I just sure hope that.
Yeah, and do something.
And then before Doc comes, you know, I'm told, you know, the culture of Luo, the body had to alive here when the sun was still up.
Okay.
You don't get into darkness because darkness with Luo is associated with bad spirits.
Okay.
You know, evil spirits and all that. So it had to get there.
Early enough.
Maybe those
early
are
enough. So I'm actually glad that that was made to work.
Yeah.
But then again, let's just also let's just hope that all is well, that ends well. Julia, as we're about to just wind up, I'd like to give you a chance to give us your final remarks. But before we go to that, I'm eager to know, in a few minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, what you think our country would be like, say, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga got presidency even once.
He has done his role that he was called to do in his time. And this is the end of an era and the beginning of a new political dispensation. And we as Kenyans and the world watching this, we should know that nothing is permanent, nothing is gonna last forever, and life is transient as much as leadership is. And therefore, I would say, may Baba rest in peace. May his family find comfort in the Almighty God. And to the supporters, I'm sure God is going to raise another leader who they are going to trust and they are going to follow, because there is no vacuum in leadership. And to those that are feeling they have the calling to actually do that, may they rise as early as next week. After we bury Baba, I think we should be able to see another lease of life, and not forgetting the bills that have been signed when we were mourning. We need to
address them, as well as we
must address that.
We also need to address the people who died at Kasarani Stadium.
That is very sad. Even in Homa Bay,
the right time, the right place for everything. Peter, just for 1 or 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes, what would Kenya be like if the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was president?
I think what would have happened, Baba would have gotten people like Mother Karua, who are reformists, put them in the front line. Okay? The thinking would be Baba would stay behind, put the people like who are reformists, who knows what is good for this country, and try to, as much as possible, to make things roll, to make things happen. Baba would not condone extrajudicial killings. Baba would be very strong on human rights. Baba would be very strong on all those kind of things. If Baba would be president outside the current infrastructure, because the problem is Baba as Baba, he has been grieving over something about constitutionalism and all that. But the problem is when he joined maybe the system which does not literally believe in this constitution at all, the 2010 constitution. But if it was him, for example, in 2022, maybe
if he was running the
if
system
himself, he would have put system very quickly. If it was him running the whole thing, he would be a bit bold, because he would carry on the spirit of the constitution, like human rights, the issue of the public debt, the issue of the reforms that actually are in the issue of devolution. He'll be very strong on them. That's what I think about them. But going forward, Fatima, this is what I think. ODM has a chance. Baba has kept it together for all those years. The chance is either they allow some other broad progressive to move on, or if they get conservative, then it will be said it was hanging around one person and that person went with it. But they have a chance to make it like ANC, to make it like CCM, if they allow it to breathe life and have other people. Many people are not willing to let go. That's why things die on their hands.
Because people, I think people associate ODM with Raila. Raila is ODM and ODM is Raila. But unfortunately, ODM is a party.
Now, that distinction...
Raila is an individual in the party.
That distinction will depend on what Raila have, the plans he has already laid down for the party. I mean, we are going to see that next week. It will now tell us how long, how far much life ODM will have. Maybe he has structured it, saying, I have looked and I think this is a structure. We are going to see that. But if it's just the same way of holding, like this, and the leadership rotates around some kind of people who are conservative, the new guys will come and kick off and move. Not necessarily with the party, but with the people. Remember, it's not about the party, but with the people. So that is where the whole issue is. We hope Baba, as a student of governance, abate and structure, he has left some very good system of succession in the party.
All right. So, Julia, please give us your final remarks as we wind down on this particular afternoon session.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a sad week for Kenya, and we must appreciate the gift of life that was given to us by God to have Laida. And I pray that the lessons that we have learned from when he was young, from being detained, from bringing the new constitution and fighting for it, and about the human rights and all that, may that spirit live long. May we embrace the good things that we learned from him. And I pray that in the next general election, as we do the 2027 general election, we believe in life after death, and you'll be somewhere praying for us so that we can make the right decision.
Thank you very much, Julia. Any final remarks from you, Peter?
Thank you. I'm very sure seated here and Omoni Baba, in his right mind, the Baba we know. He would not have accented to the assenting of these 8 bills because they go against the Constitution. They are illegal, they are unconstitutional. We said we are going to...
Are they really illegal or...
Illegal
or
illegal and unconstitutional.
Ill-fated?
Yeah, illegal, unconstitutional, and all those words we used.
All right.
In the spirit of Baba, on Tuesday we are going to court to declare them unconstitutional before the courts so that we know, because the only hope we have right now is to continue that spirit of fighting what is illegal.
Okay.
That's what I imagine IBC to please move from the sub-counties. Don't accuse the young people of not taking votes. That one I refuse, Fatma.
Yes.
These young people don't have money, even 100 shillings for fare. You're asking somebody to traverse 4 wards to go to the headquarter. Our ward in in my county, there's a ward called Mount Narok. In the border of Narok and Nakuru, you have to go past 4 wards to go to Joro town. To be registered, Egerton has 5,000 young people. Call it the ones eligible like 2,000. For them to move to be able to take a matatu to go and register voters, please let IBC go to mass registration of voters, where there will be like 3 kids per ward. Because it's since 21 there has been no voter registration. So please stop this sub-county issue. You are going to see young people registering. Don't blame the young people. And remove this thing of iris. We don't know what it is. It is foreign. Nobody knew about it. You can't introduce some things without telling us as guardians and leaders.
Scan.
I scan.
Yes.
Like, why are you scanning my face? For sure, me, when we took even yourself, the ones we did fresh registration of voters, we were not scanned.
No, we were not.
So tell us, what is all this? So we have written to IBC. If they don't give us satisfactory answers, our hope will go to judiciary.
Okay, so as you sign off.
Thanks so much. Let's hope for a good tomorrow.
All right.
We are all waiting. We are all united in giving Raila Odinga a befitting send-off.
All right. Thank you very much. In studio, that was Dr. Peter Mbaye, and we also had Dr. Julia Shege, who was in studio. Thank you very much for spending your afternoon here at K24 studios. And just for those who are at home, who've been listening to us throughout the whole afternoon, thank you too very much. We will leave you with the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga in Bondo, still being viewed while lying in state by the people of Bondo, Siaya, Homa Bay. People have traveled all across the country, and others have come from outside the country just to view the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. It's been such a pleasure having you this afternoon. Please keep it locked here at K24 as we continue with the state funeral. Following it, tomorrow is the set day that is set for the burial of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. It's been a pleasure. I have been your host, Fatma Chidagaya. Do have yourself a good evening.
Before the chaos starts, she claims this moment. No rush, no makeup, just sour soft glycerin. Hydration that shows up before she has to.
Nice, make it fly. Nice. Hang on.
Her tools change, her pace doesn't. Sour rich cocoa butter, thick, smooth, never in the way. The world moves fast. 254 moves faster. But this stays.
Sour smooth, sour fresh.
Sour lotion for a hair your skin ritual every day.
We're all in this thing together, then why can't we all just live as one? Greetings, Kenya, Mambo Bepe. This is Lucian the Messenger inviting you when K24 presents the Good Vibes Festival live in Nairobi, Kenya. at the Jamhuri Park Showground, Saturday, November the 22nd, 2025. Go get your tickets. It's going to be epic. Run, go and get your ticket. I'm coming up to Kenya to rock it. See you there.
Judgment in go pretty, iniquity, unity is strength, and the strength is the power.
This is a people's game. They will be bubbling about this one for weeks and months to come.
Ooh, what's it? Eco on. Killer game in a matter. Reconnect now. Dial *423#.
Love carried them through time. And betrayal tearing their lives apart. Turning what's sweet to sour.